The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Hello. I shall now open my Discord server and write live on Twitch, fishing in World of Warcraft. Twitch.tv/Parkzer. Okay, that is posted. Let me check to make sure that I'm actually live on Twitch and have not streamed to someone else's channel again by accident. Okay, it appears like I am actually live on Twitch, except now Twitch is saying that I have unstable connection and poor bitrate. But it seems like people are still in chat, so I assume I am fine. Okay, hello. What do those emojis mean? Oh, they're just fish emojis. It means that I'm fishing today. So I'll be doing fishing achievements in World of Warcraft. Hello. So, I tried to... So, for those who are not familiar with World of Warcraft requires a monthly subscription to be able to play the game. So you have to pay $14.99 USD if you just do it month by month. And you have to pay in order to log into the game and play the game. The problem is that in order to pay, you actually have to give World of Warcraft, you have to give Blizzard your payment information. So I tried doing that 4 times, and they kept on rejecting like every credit card that I owned when I tried to resub. So like I was trying to go for like the $14.99 version. At one point, I was desperate enough that I tried to do the 12-year version where you pay like over $100 for 1 year of sub. They rejected that. There was a version where you can get like a game time one-time purchase for 60 days. So I tried that and they rejected that as well. So then I noticed that in their store, there's an option to pre-order the upcoming new expansion, and that comes with 30 days of game time. And of course, when I tried to purchase that, it went through immediately. So I've proceeded to spend like $90 on the upcoming expansion for a pre-order, getting a bunch of extra digital content that I did not need or want, because I got baited by the line that said, comes with 30 days game time. But still, to this moment, I technically don't have an active sub. I'm just using the free 30 days that came along with the subscription. Okay, so my objective today is to do a bunch of fishing achievements. I have gotten relatively bored of World of Warcraft because... hello, cats. Meow. Meow.
I understand your frustration, Gaora, but
I've gotten relatively bored of World of Warcraft, and I've gotten less and less attached to it because it keeps on resetting my progress, obviously. Like, every time I get a new expansion, all my old gear becomes outdated. So it is, I've been less enthused to play it because I feel like you have to like really commit to it in order to actually get good gear and experience a lot of the content. So I've been less interested in it. However, what I am still interested in are the achievements, the fishing achievements, because these don't go away. These last basically forever. Hello, Bomber64. So I am going through and trying to get more fishing achievements. So I'm pinning these as I find them over on this side. So I was going to fish in Dalaran Fountain and get the copper and gold coin achievements because I thought I had a ton of these coins left to get. But apparently I already finished the silver coin achievement. I'm very close to the copper coin achievement, and I'm very close to the gold coin achievement. I only need 1 more of each. So then I realized I cannot fill an entire 8-hour stream with just fishing for coins if I only need 2 more. So I guess I will do more fishing achievements in addition to this. So, this is my fishing achievement log. So I'm going to figure out what achievements I can do today. So I have the one for fishing up Old Ironjaw. Oh, did I just phase in and out of a layer? I have...
rush to conclusions.
Thank you, Daneth Trollbane. I have fishing up Old Ironjaw and the Sewer Rat. And if I somehow finish all of those, I'm also going to do the catch 100 of this fish achievement as well. So this one I will automatically get after I find these 2 additional coins. So this is already in queue for progress. We can be salty. That's a lot of achievements. So I will do the smaller ones first and work my way up to it. And then I guess these drainer ones would make the most sense. It seems like I've made very little progress in these. I'm wondering if the reason I have not made much progress is because these require fishing in certain fishing nodes and not in open world is my guess. So that might be trickier. Fish up 10 midnight salmon. That's also doable. I just need to figure out where the midnight salmon are. Catching 100 normal fish. That one's easy. I guess I will pin that one. That one's an easy one to finish. And then I guess and then from there I guess I'll do the drainer ones. So I'll track this one. So I'm pinning these above my head right here. So the objective list has the campaign quests and then achievements are below that. So I have these being pinned. Okay, now my face is covering up the rest. So I will stop. I will do a few more and I'll stop there. And now I'm headed to Dalaran. Parkzer, how many years have you been doing 12 days of Parksmas? I generally call it the 12 days of Christmas with Santatum Parkzer. I think this is... So, I stopped streaming for like 6 years straight. So, during that period, I didn't, but I did it 2 years ago, sort of. A little bit 2 years ago. Last year I did 13 days, and this year I am definitely doing for sure. Okay, let me teleport to Dalaran to start searching for these coins. No, not Saint Adam. It is Santatum, as in Santa, where you take the last A of the word Santa. And what's my... Oh, and Adam, and then you add Adam. Okay. I need to first make sure, because I believe there are 2 different versions of Dalaran. So I need to make sure this is the actual Dalaran where the fountain exists for me to get the coins. Where's Dalaran Fountain? Hello? Oh, Dalaran Fountain. I guess I will start fishing and then see if I can fish up coins. And if I get no coins here, it probably means that I am in the wrong Dalaran. Because I think there are multiple... there's 2 different Dalarans. One of the past and one of the present, right? It's a big fountain goldfish. Before I sit here wasting my time fishing, I'm going to ask Gemini. I am playing retail World of Warcraft and trying to get the fishing achievement where you fish up copper, silver, and gold coins. I know that there are 2 different Dalarans. Which Dalaran do I need to go to get the achievement? Can I get them in both? If not, how do I get to the older Dalaran? To get the achievement for fishing up copper, silver, and gold coins, specifically for the meta achievement, the Coin Master, you need to go to the Northrend Dalaran. While there are 2 versions of the city, they have completely separate coin pools and achievements. The old one is penny for your thoughts, silver in the city, and the gold there, that fountain. The how to get to Northrend Dalaran. I think I might actually have a ring for this. Oh, no. This is Shadowlands, Dragon Isles, Kaz Algar, Pandaria, Northrend? Do I have a ring in my inventory to get to... I don't. For Alliance, go to the Wizard's Sanctum in Stormwind. How do I get to Stormwind? Are there portal rooms in here? I have not played this for so long that I forgot all this. Portal rooms? There are. This is Stormwind. Excellent. We'll go to Stormwind and then take the portal to Dalaran Crystal Song Forest. Be careful not to take the portal to Azuna, as that leads to the Legion version. Okay, Dalaran. Oh, so many portals. Founder's Point. Dornagal. Bolaris. Valdraken. Erebos. That's not the right section. On the other side, we have... Dalaran Crystal Song Forest. That's what it said, right? Dalaran Crystal Song Forest. I'll go here. Okay. And then go back out. And... Whoa, why is there so much screen tear? I lost the fountain again. Fountain. And this is where I'll be fishing for the next many hours to get the achievement. And thus begins my 8-hour Q&A session, I guess. Hello. Watching on my shift to being a jet fighter pilot. Good content, keep up the work. Ah, excellent. I hope you enjoy your work day on being a jet fighter. What? Huh. You can just be a dragon in World of Warcraft. You don't turn into a dragon. You ride a dragon. So that is my favorite mount. I've been trying to get Invincible's Reigns, which is if you kill the Lich King, you get that mount. I think I need to step back a little bit more. But if you put this on, you're just getting on top of the dragon. It looks like I've turned into the dragon because I have shadow form because I'm a shadow priest. But if I zoom in more like this, you can see that I am sitting atop the dragon. But I sort of just blend into it because of shadow form. But if I can get off the dragon, and I am back to being myself. Evokers are... Oh, I forgot about evokers. Oh yeah, there actually is a way that you can just become a dragon. You just permanently be a dragon. And it is a thing called evokers. And you... Wait, do you become a dragon or are you permanent? Oh no, you become a dragon. There's two different phases. I can actually show you it because I have one. I did the quest line that requires, or that is required to get you evoker. It is this one. I have one. Temporary detour. Drakthir? Then what's the evoker? Evoker sounds familiar. Oh my god, so many pop-ups. This is the character that where you can actually become... No, a fishing stream is not over. This is the actual dragon that you can become. And then you can transform back to a human. Human form, dragon form. So you actually can be a dragon in World of Warcraft. Yes, yes, I know. I'm going back to fishing. I'm switching back to fishing. I'm going back to fishing. No more fishing. I'm going right back to fishing. Oh, it's bipedal, not less interesting. I'm not sure if there's a way to...
Did ye find the key yet?
What? Who was that? Who just asked me if I found the key yet? Wait, what was the question? Yes, we are back to fishing. Parkzer, I asked about MMOs yesterday or the day before, looking at the Final Fantasy XIV up to level... Or looking at Final Fantasy XIV up to level 70 is free, it seems. Do you think this is long enough to get a good impression of the game? Absolutely yes. I'm actually surprised that it's free up to level 70. I thought it was only free up to the first expansion. So that's actually surprising to me. But yes, you will absolutely figure out whether or not you like Final Fantasy XIV before level 70. The reason being... so I don't know if this has changed in World of Warcraft, but in World of Warcraft, if you want to do lower level dungeons, you sort of can't, because there usually aren't enough people who are in the same phase of leveling as you are, who will be able to join you for the dungeon and let you experience it in the way that it's intended. Again, I don't know if they've changed this, but as of several years ago, you are not able to do that. However, with Final Fantasy XIV, they have a system called Duty Roulette, where higher level peoples are incentivized to do older content because they get rewards, and the older content is experienced in a way that it was originally intended because there is a level sync to it. So you will play at, so like if it's a level 30 dungeon, you will play as a level 30 character with your power tuned down to that level. So that means that you don't have to wait until endgame to experience true group content. You can just hello Blord. You don't have to experience, you don't have to wait until level 60 or the max level to experience the highest level group content. You can experience what group content is like just throughout gaming. And then up to level 70, that is a substantial number of storyline quests, and you basically just get the full experience. And I think even level 70, you get to experience Heavensward, which is the first major expansion after A Realm Reborn. A lot of people don't actually know this, but A Realm Reborn is technically the second version of Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV started as just Final Fantasy XIV Online, but apparently it was such a catastrophic disaster of a game that they literally, as part of the lore, blew up the world and then shut down the servers and then restarted them with like a new expansion, which is A Realm Reborn. So A Realm Reborn, they reworked it in a way that people like really like it now. And A Realm Reborn is basically the base game now. And Heavensward is the next story, the next expansion storyline. And Heavensward is one of my favorite expansions. So long story short, yes, you absolutely will be able to get a very good idea of whether or not you like Final Fantasy XIV within the free trial period. That is more than enough. I do not need any more silver coins. I got a Shadow Song silver coin. Wait, where's my cat? I will fish together with my cat, Zisfison. Hey, Parkzer, my tummy hurts. Please send help. Do you have Pepto-Bismol? Does Pepto-Bismol exist wherever you are? Pepto-Bismol has usually been handy. There was a point at which I had a stomach ache, and I think it was for food poisoning, but it was a stomach ache, so I took Pepto-Bismol just in case it would help, and I kept on vomiting out the Pepto-Bismol every time I took it, so it didn't help, but for most people, I believe, Pepto-Bismol should help. Hi Parkzer, I've noticed you've been streaming a lot the past few days. Is there a specific reason? Yes. My company, Tempo, is on holiday recess. Every year during the holiday season, we have an extended break, basically. And I do corporate operations, so I can't quite just like fully go offline. So I actually, before the stream today, I worked for like 4.5-ish hours. 5 hours maybe? So I actually worked quite a bit. So, but it's nowhere near the 40 to 60 hours of work that I usually do for Tempo. So I'm basically streaming during my free time. It's a way for me to give a place for people to come and have a good time and feel a sense of community if you want to just chat and have a sense of routine, just in case for the people who want to spend the holidays with their friends or family but don't have the means to do so, like if they're not able to travel or not able to afford like flights or something. So I usually come online for the holidays, and I call it the 12 Days of Christmas with Santatum Parkzer. And I will stream usually somewhere between 6 to 10 hours or so per day for 12 days straight, just to celebrate. Rather, it's not. So I personally don't celebrate the holidays, but it's our version of celebrating a non-celebration. I vaguely remember that you are able to, oh my god, where's my backpack? You're able to flip the coin back into the fountain, right? So you can get a buff? Oh, apparently not. Oh, maybe that's only gold coins. You might only be able to do gold coins. Parkzer, I've almost crashed my jet 3 times trying to ask you this. Do you play Magic the Gathering? This is a life or death situation. Life or death question. I do not play Magic the Gathering. I've had a lot of friends trying to convince me to play Magic the Gathering, but it sort of just never really was interesting or never really clicked in my mind, I guess. I have not... I'm like vaguely familiar with how Magic the Gathering works, but I have not played myself. I also heard that it is very expensive to like actually get into it and collect all the cards because it's like an RNG system. I heard that it's like similar to Hearthstone. I played a lot of Hearthstone because I used to work as one of the writers and the editors for our Hearthstone division for Tempo Storm, and then later on the entire editorial division. And Tempo Storm was known for the Hearthstone meta snapshot back in like 2015 to 2017-ish, or 20. I think it even extended to 2018. So I was actually one of the editors who managed the Hearthstone meta snapshot, and I heard that the experience of collecting cards in MTG is similar to Hearthstone, which I am not particularly interested in spending money on. So I have not played MTG. Well, good thing you're a billionaire. I am not quite a billionaire, but if I ever do become a billionaire, I guess I could technically start MTG. Oh, actually, I have bought MTG cards before. When they released the collaboration between Final Fantasy XIV and MTG, I actually bought the Final Fantasy XIV set because it was very limited edition, and people were selling them at like a 200 to 300% markup for those packs. And I figured, these are occasionally popping up on Amazon. I might as well try to get them if they're actually going for this much more than they're worth. And then I saw it pop up on Amazon once, and when I clicked it, it made it look as if I could check out and purchase the item, but then I couldn't. Then it just like kicked me out of the checkout process. So I figured, okay, well, this is selling out so fast that it's not even worth trying. But then a different day, I ended up trying again, and the order just sort of went through with one click. So then I accidentally purchased a bunch of MTG packs. So I gave them to one of my friends who plays a lot of MTG. She recently, I don't know if it was recent or not. She had been into MTG Arena a lot, which I think is the Steam version of the game. And then she switched over to actually playing a lot with physical cards and doing collaborations with MTG creators. So I ended up just giving those packs to her instead. Hello, greetings from Japan. Hello, I was recently in Japan. I hope you enjoyed the trip. And you posted the blog with the sushi. Excellent. Yes, you saw that. Yes. My Tokyo trip was very pleasant. Tokyo has very quickly become my second favorite city. Obviously right after Las Vegas, but in terms of like efficiency and like level of pleasantness, Tokyo it was incredible. If I didn't love Las Vegas so much, that to the extent that I picked it as my residence, I probably would consider Tokyo to be my #1 favorite city. But I still do really like my home city of Las Vegas. But yes, Tokyo is fantastic. I will definitely at some point be returning to visit Tokyo once again. If you ever become a billionaire, can you shout me out and forget about me the same day? What? Oh, you're just a Doug spammer with the shooting with the gun. Okay. Where is... Goodbye. Just so people are aware, I have become very impatient with Doug spammers. So I've just started banning them. I'm trying to get a teaching job in Japan. I did hear that... Japan... that foreigners are able to get good jobs in Japan from teaching English. I obviously have my remote job. My job has been remote even since like before the pandemic. Because I guess during esports it technically wasn't remote because I would still have to commute to like some esports tournaments and the team houses and all that. But my job in general has been remote. So if I end up spending long-term periods of time in Japan, which I absolutely am very interested in doing, then I would just keep my remote job. For people who do want to have an in-person job, I did hear that that teaching English is a very it's a very good job to get in Japan. What's with banning spammers who make those jokes? Does that mean Mac is out of a job with the copy pasta? I guess so. I am very pro free speech. So for a very long time, I sort of just let people do and say whatever. And I just had automod fairly strict. It was fine. And then I realized that people who come in here and just spam Doug memes, there are a few phenomenon that I've noticed with obviously not all Doug viewers, but some of the more annoying and immature ones. This problem arises because out of all of my friends with whom I do collaborations and guest appearances, my friend Doug Reedon is by far the overwhelmingly most popular. So naturally, a lot of people find me through my guest appearances with Doug. But the problem is that for some reason, a lot of those people, first of all, think that Doug is the only person who, like, they think that I don't exist outside of Doug. So they see me as simply an extension of him. And then the second is that they don't really see me as like an individual person. They just see me as like a comedic entity to make fun of. So because I got so annoyed by that, it was degrading my Twitch experience to the point where I started to just ban them. And it made things a lot better. It's a lot more peaceful. So now I can actually have more serious conversations with people who have actual real questions. And it has been a lot better since then. I have not found either of these two coins. What is the gun thing that I keep seeing? So one of the ongoing bits from Doug is one of my first guest appearances from him. It was a episode where he basically tried to figure out ways to get me to shoot him with a gun. And I used to be in law enforcement, so the entire broadcast was basically, the streaming broadcast was basically him trying to convince me to shoot him, and then me saying, no, of course not. That's not, that doesn't warrant lethal force. And then his fans took it and ran with it, and it's basically just gun spam, where it's like not relevant. And then I've had instances of people finding me in convention centers, of like Doug fans finding me in convention centers and then yelling, Parkzer, don't shoot me with your gun, in like a crowded convention center. I've had people ask me gun questions in front of security officers when I'm trying to just like walk around convention centers. So We've attempted to try and tone down these like extreme jokes that could cause either reputational damage or like just like bad situations in real life, but there are still either stragglers who have not really caught up with that, or alternatively people who just still think it's funny and come to torment me about it. So I just banned them now, and it's been a lot better. So I guess the moderation tools are there for a good reason. Parkzer, do you have a favorite moment from your time streaming? Do you mean on my streams or like stream collaborations in general? Because I've had like a lot of really fun shows that I've done. Tempo Storm used to have a production studio. So Tempo is my company, and it started off as like an esports company, and then it evolved into like a influencer marketing and production company. We used to have a studio in Hollywood, and now it is a game development company. And I'm one of the minority shareholders of the company, and I've been with the company for over 10 years now. And back during our production years, we did a lot of fun shows that I've been on. Funny enough, I was just talking about Doug Reedon, Doug. Some of my favorite stream appearances was together with him. We did a stream called I'll Have What He's Having, where we went to 10 fast food restaurants, and we basically ordered what the person in front of us, the car in front of us had, and we had to finish all of that as a group of 4. That was a very fun stream. We also did eating a whole salmon in one sitting. We did not succeed in eating the entire salmon, but that was also a very fun stream. So those are the most memorable ones. For me in particular, on my channel, I did like when League of Legends first released Twisted Treeline's reworked version back like over 10 years ago. So Twisted Treeline as of right now no longer exists because they deleted the map. But back when I used to stream League of Legends in the early 2010s, there was a new map version of the old map Twisted Treeline that was released, and I guess like that exploring the new map was fun because back then I was sort of like the go-to Twisted Treeline person because most people only played Summoner's Rift. So exploring that together with chat and with Twitch, I guess was a fun experience. There was a question? I just got here. Can I get a TLDR? Yes, we are working. I mean, I guess I am working on it, but you two are you all are here with me. We're working on fishing achievements. So World of Warcraft has a sort of like a horizontal or no, a vertical progression system where your gear sort of just gets outdated if you take a break for too long. But one of the things that does not get outdated is the fact that achievements sort of just stack forever. So I like building up achievements, and right now I'm fishing in this fountain to collect these 2 remaining coins, Murky's copper coin and Arugal's gold coin. And once I get those, I'll do more fishing fishing achievements by like getting these trophies. So basically today is just like a very relaxing fishing stream plus a bunch of Q&A. If you also play World of Warcraft and you'd like to come fish together with me, I'm in the old Dalaran. So from Stormwind, if you were Alliance, you would go to the old Dalaran, and then you can come fishing here with me if you'd like. Will you come back to League of Legends once Twisted Treeline comes back? That is a good question. I've been asked this a few times. I quit League of Legends like 3 years ago. Back in 2022, in May of 2022, I was playing ARAM with one of my friends, and my game crashed, and I couldn't reopen it for some reason. So up to the point where like I was literally in the middle of a game, so I uninstalled it so that I can reinstall it to try and get back in. So I uninstalled the game, and then I never reinstalled it, and I just quit. It's been the best decision ever because I have so much more free time now. Since then, I have come up with 2 scenarios in which I would actually return to League of Legends. The first, and the more realistic, is I'm currently single, but at some point I imagine I will get married. And if my wife, whomever it ends up being, is a huge fan of League of Legends and she wants to spend time together with me playing League of Legends, then I will reinstall League of Legends. Second reason is the scenario that you have just mentioned is if they recreate Twisted Treeline and revive Twisted Treeline as 3v3, I will reinstall League of Legends to play at least for a few days. You should watch Arcane. I have heard that Arcane is very good. I sort of just like don't really watch TV shows in general. I watched Pokemon and Jackie Chan Adventures when I was a little kid. And then I recently watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine with my most recent roommate. And I watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Rick and Morty together with her. And she liked watching Rick and Morty when she was high. So those are the only shows that I had recently watched. But otherwise, I don't really watch TV shows unless some of my friends like sort of force me to watch together with them. Oh, I recently also... I watched a season of Too Hot to Handle also with one of my friends because she sat me down and made me watch with her. And then after the first episode, I realized it's like such a degenerate show that it was like captivating. So I watched an entire like season and a half with her. But apart from that, I don't really watch TV shows, but Arcane definitely is like on the list. If I ever do find time to watch it, it absolutely is on the list for me to watch. Who's your favorite from Brooklyn Nine-Nine? Probably Captain Holt. I feel like Captain Holt resembles my personality style a little bit. Unfortunately, I heard that the actor who played him died not too long ago. But yeah, Captain Holt was probably my favorite character. But in general, I really liked the characters overall. Which is funny because I used to work in the police department. I used to be an assistant to the Sergeant of Administration, Operations, and Investigations. So although I didn't do sworn peace officer work and I didn't really do like active patrol work, I still had experiences with police officers because I was doing like policy related work in the department. And it's funny seeing the characters in Brooklyn Nine-Nine because there's like certain archetypes of police officers and they matched them very well. They were very good at acting in a way that slightly exaggerated versions of these police officers who you actually see in the police department. So I thought all the characters were actually very funny and very well made. Are there any franchises you enjoy without watching much television? I love Pokemon. I heard that the recent versions... so I haven't really kept up with recent Pokemon, but I heard that the games have changed quite a bit. But franchise-wise, I really like Pokemon. On December 31st... I thought I would need to wait until January 1st, but I guess not. On December 31st, I'll be playing a game called Poke MMO. POKEMMO .com, I believe is the website. It used to be .eu, but I think it's just .com now. And it is a way where you can port in your copies of your ROMs ripped from your own cartridges and then play the game. And it's basically like a gigantic ROM hack. And I have finished all of Poke MMO, and on December 31st, I will be... Oh, it's a gold coin. I can now flip it back into the fountain to get the buff, right? Nice. And I'll be doing shiny hunting and roaming legendary hunting on Poke MMO. And on December 31st, so the reset from December to January in Poke MMO is in UTC. It's at midnight UTC. So it'll flip over to the next cycle of roaming legendaries. So I'll be trying to get, I believe the roaming legendaries will be Zapdos and Entei. So I'll be hunting for those. And I will be live for at least 8 hours because I will be celebrating New Year's Day for all of the time zones, for all the United States territories, and minor outlying islands. And the United States stretches across 8 time zones. So I'll be live from 8 p.m. until 4 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. What's the last Pokemon game you played? I thought it was Sun and Moon, but apparently it was actually X and Y. So I guess X and Y was the last Pokemon game. Have you heard or played Palworld? Palworld, I have heard of it. I have not played it. That is the game where you they're in a lawsuit with Pokemon, right? Or with Nintendo because it's like so similar to Pokemon. Is that one the one? Or is that Temtem? I don't remember if it's Temtem or Pal World that was in the lawsuit with that was in the lawsuit with Nintendo. I remember the first few Pokemon MMO streams, Parkzer didn't have real copies of the games, and one day he suddenly showed up with them. Hey, in this family-friendly Christian stream, we never commit piracy. You aren't going to celebrate with... I am not. I don't really celebrate the holidays in general. So I will instead... That's sort of the idea of the 12 days of Christmas, is I don't celebrate the holidays myself. I don't really celebrate Christmas or New Year's Day or anything. A bunch of my friends have invited me to do like... It's like Friendsgiving, but what's like Friendsgiving but for Christmas? Friendsmas? So like I've had people invite me to their stuff, but I've just been streaming. I don't ever normally stream, but I'll be spending 12 days straight streaming instead. So instead of me spending New Year's and celebrating with my family, I will instead be celebrating with Twitch chat. Didn't you just play a ROM hack of Pokemon Red, which is against Nintendo's policy? Is it against their policies to modify Pokemon Red? I don't know. I guess there are different tiers of... there's different tiers of violation of their terms of service. I think just straight up pirating games is one of the most severe violations, while ROM hacks... I guess I see it as less severe. I don't know. Either way, technically, a breach is breach. So just because it's a mild breach, technically in a civil law manner, it doesn't matter. But I don't know. And what I mean to say is, we would never violate any terms of service, and we would never violate any civil contract or end-user license agreement with any company at any time. Amen. According to someone I asked... Hold on, let me drink water first. Or I guess this is Sprite Zero Sugar. Parkzer, according to someone I asked, Final Fantasy XIV's trial is like the first 2 or 3 expansions with access to, I think, every job except 3 to 4. That is plenty. That is more than enough to figure out whether or not you like Final Fantasy XIV. That's actually a lot of content. Do you have an interest in the hit role-playing game, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim? I've heard of it. Not really much interest. I don't really play games too much in general anymore. So it's not that I specifically dislike the hit role-playing game, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. It's just that my scope of gaming is fairly limited, and I don't know. I guess I just like relaxing fishing experiences in MMORPGs. Though I recently started playing Guild Wars 2, and Guild Wars 2 has been very fun. Have you ever been to DEF CON? I have not, but I would like to go. I heard that DEF CON is very expensive, but DEF CON is it usually in Las Vegas, or are there multiple DEF CONs nationwide? I live in Las Vegas. Well, so technically I currently am voluntarily homeless. I'm a digital nomad, but my residency is in Las Vegas, so most things in Las Vegas, I'm happy to stop by and visit if it's something interesting. So I am very willing to go visit the Las Vegas DEF CON. I heard that you're like not supposed to bring any devices and turn everything off and like be very cautious. But I also heard that like the DEF CON community is like very wholesome and very helpful, and it's like very communal, and like they are very like pro knowledge and pro education. DEF CON is pretty inexpensive. Black Hat is the expensive one. I don't think I've heard of Black Hat actually. But yeah, I'd be very willing to visit DEF CON. I also played Guild Wars 2. Yep, I actually just started because I saw that Guild Wars was on sale. It was like 60% off for the first 2 expansions, 50% off for the next one, and the 40% off or the 30% off for the one after that. And I realized that this was a good opportunity to try a game that I think has a good game design philosophy. And the reason I think it's good is because, as I actually mentioned this earlier today, the reason I don't really play World of Warcraft too much is because your gear just gets outdated very fast. And I don't really play games that much. So it sucks where if I take like a 4-month break, there's so much new content that like it's pointless for me to try and keep up. That's why my gear is so outdated, is because I don't even bother anymore. But I heard that Guild Wars 2 is horizontal progression instead of vertical progression. So like your gear doesn't ever get like fully worn out or like irrelevant. And one of the reasons why I like RuneScape as well is because it's like a hybrid between vertical and horizontal progression. So I really like that idea of Guild Wars 2 having horizontal progression. So I wanted to try it out. So I bought it. And then I realized that Guild Wars 2 is free to play. So I spent a bunch of money buying Guild Wars 2 for seemingly no reason. And then, of course, I like cash shops. I really like cash shops, so I opened the gem store, and I was like, interesting. So I bought $100 of gems, and then did dress up with my character. So now I have like angel wings and like bright white armor. So I'm very set for an adventurous experience in Guild Wars 2. But yes, I'm looking forward to playing more Guild Wars 2, and I am considering spending a day streaming it as well before I end my 12 Days of Christmas series. When will he play a Nikki game? Probably never. I vaguely heard of those. I have a few friends who play them, but I will probably not do that. So to be clear, I don't like gacha games. I don't like RNG. I don't like it when I have to buy something and then just keep on buying it over and over again to get what I want. But if they let me pay straight up for the thing that I want, I will spend so much money. So like, if there is a chest where the chest contains like 10 items and each roll of the chest requires $1, and there's a 1 in 10 chance to get an item in the chest, and there's only one item in the chest that I want, if it's a $1 per roll, I will never ever buy it. But if they just give me the item for like $15, I will always buy the item that I want. So yes, I am indeed describing a loot box. I do not ever buy loot boxes, but if they sell the items inside the loot box for a huge markup, but it's an item that I really want, I will buy it. Guild Wars does that. Guild Wars, to my understanding, there is not much in terms of forced loot boxes. There are plenty of opportunities for you to just straight up buy the item, which is why I, without even being beyond like level 10, within the first 10 levels, I purchased $100 of gems. So that's sort of the way to get me. I understand that other people do like gambling, so I think a good game design is to just have both, I guess. Oh, wait, what was the question? He's a peak gacha player. I'm actually the opposite of a gacha player. I am like anti-gacha, and I will only play games where it's like not gacha, but I will spend money on it. Mindset is a very good way to not get a gambling addiction. It is. I also don't really find gambling to be that fun. Oops. Well. Okay. I was wondering how long that would last. I misclicked. Like, I live in Las Vegas, but I don't gamble. I don't go to the only reason I go to the casino is to walk through the casino to go to a restaurant or to go to the other side of the building or to like go to the resort. So yeah, I'm not very compelled by gambling. Most gacha games have a mechanic called pity where you have a 100% chance to get what you want after a while, even though it's a random chance. Yeah, I'd rather just skip the entire pity process and just buy it. I just want a marked up version of the item where I can have 100% pity right away and just pay for it. And if a game has that, then I am willing to spend money. An example of that in World of Warcraft is, don't hate me for this, but I bought this guy. For those who don't play World of Warcraft, you probably don't know what this is. But this is a highly controversial mount. This is called the Traders Gilded Brutosaur. And this is a convenience mount because it has an auction house built into it. It is highly convenient. It is $90. Many people were very against this mount because of how expensive it is, and people didn't like that it existed. But my proof that I'm willing to spend money on convenience features to support developers is literally that. It is a 90, yes, it is USD, 90 US dollars. Yes, 90. 90. It is not 19. It is not 19. It is over... oops. Hold on. Gilded Brutosaur World of Warcraft. Let me check the price for certainty before I announce it. It costs... Yes, it is $90. 90 USD. So that, yes, 9,000 entire pennies. That is why it was so controversial, because it's such a huge convenience feature, but it was so inaccessible cost-wise. If they had this Brutosaur in a loot box where it was like a 1 in 50 chance and each roll was $1, I would not have bought it. I am not the CEO of Tempo. I do corporate operations, so not CEO. Raynad is still CEO and founder of the company, but yes, Raynad pays me very, very well. I'm very well compensated by Raynad, and then I also do quite a bit of side work as well, just helping out my friends with their business-related stuff. So I charge hourly for that, for billable hours, and then I also have like royalties coming in from other work that I've done in the past. I used to do like software coding and software engineering, so I have royalties, payments coming in from that as well. So I'm definitely very well off financially. This is why, if you scroll down a bit and look at my description in my Twitch stream, I have a disclaimer that says, "Please do not give me money." Like, don't sub, don't give me bits, and instead of doing that, I'd much rather you spend the money on yourself and treat yourself to something nice, and then come in here and tell me, "Hello, Adam. I was about to give you $10. However, instead, I purchased myself this item, and I will be much more happy if you do that instead." If he wasn't the CEO, he's poor. No, do not donate bits to me. I have no alerts on. I have no bit alerts, and I have no sub alerts on, just to disincentivize people from donating. No offense, Parkzer, but Raynad completely inted the he inted the release of the Bazaar due to his PR. I really liked it on release, but his comments and attitude really turned me off the game. Did this go up? Oh, not yet. Yeah, I've heard that is a general sentiment. I didn't really pay that close attention to it. So my hope was that the Bazaar would release globally. I think Raynad just doesn't really like degenerate gamers who are not well informed about things and just flame him, I guess, for seemingly no reason. I also don't really have I also don't really like the culture of like people who live in their mom's basement and just play games all the time and are like just out of touch with reality. So my hope for the Bazaar was for it to be like a global launch in PC and mobile. And our target audience, at least from what I would have liked, would not have been these degenerate people. So if Raynad, as you said, inted the gamers, I sort of just wouldn't have really cared. I think like Twitch influencer marketing is very low ROI. I think the people following the traditional stereotypical degenerate Twitch streamer are like poor. Like they don't have money to spend on the game anyway. And I want people who are normal. This is actually why I try and curate my viewers and like have like more intellectual communications and like discussions, is because I like to think that my Twitch chat is consists of people who are smarter than the average Twitch viewer. And I think the Bazaar should have like more specifically targeted regular people like that. So for example, just like working professionals who like have money to willing to spend on the game, and the number of people who are the number of people who just have money and are normal regular adults are far greater than the immature people who are out of touch with reality, who just spend all their time on Reddit complaining. The unfortunate problem is that the game didn't really reach that audience that well, it seems, because we don't have mobile yet. So like we wanted to reach the tons of people in international, like Asia, in India, those people who would not otherwise be like PC gamers, who don't really go on Reddit. But I think the launch was done in a way that the scope was too narrow. And because of that, it ended up being that the people who were pissed off was the actual main player base, even though I didn't actually want them to be the main player base. I wanted the game to have like a global audience of normal people. That's like a very long-winded answer. But with that being said, not to be insulting to those people, but I sort of don't really care about the opinions of people who are out of touch with reality, who are just like leeching off their parents and just obsessed with games and not really doing anything productive with their lives. If people who are like normal working professionals who are actively contributing to society, if they said that the game sucked or if they had a problem with the game, then I'd probably pay a lot more attention. But again, this is not intended to be like a straight up insult against them. But I personally don't really care as much about the opinions of people who are whining on Reddit, is like a simple way to put it, I guess. Let me scroll up to see if you had more input on what I was talking about. You did. Let's see. There's definitely no reason, in my opinion. He was quite rude to the player base. I know there's a culture of people being asses, but even to the normal people, his comments were quite offensive, and stuff like repeated changes to the monetization scheme annoyed a lot of people. The monetization scheme, I absolutely do agree with. And that sucks. I agree that it sucks, but we had no choice because we had to keep the company alive. If the monetization changes did not happen, then the company would not have made it to the point where it did. The company spends an astronomical amount of money, and Reynad pays the staff, in my opinion, very high salaries, much higher than what I think is reasonable. Technically, sort of like including myself. But we pay staff up to like Amazon or Microsoft levels of salaries, which made sense because we wanted to poach people from Microsoft and Amazon to make the game amazing. But those salaries, in my opinion, are not sustainable for a startup. So the company spent a lot of money. Keep in mind that we do still have the crowd safe, the simple agreement for future equity that was done through Republic. So the financials of the company technically are public year by year. So if you go on the SEC website, you can actually find the financials and you can see how much the company spends. It is many, many millions of dollars in order to pay all the salaries. And in order to sustain that, there had to be more monetization. There had to be ways to bring more money to the company. So that's the reason why the monetization changes happened. And yes, I think it sucks for everyone. It feels like a broken promise when it came out as free to play and now it is like a buy-in system. But if that did not happen, then the alternative would have been the game no longer exists. I guess if you're hoping for the casuals, then yeah, they would probably not hear about his comments and stuff. Yeah, I guess so. But again, it obviously did not end up the way that we had hoped. If it was just like regular, normal people. So like the Bazaar is so to be clear, I still haven't played the Bazaar myself. I actually sort of am intentionally not playing it because I think the separation from the game is actually useful because I don't really feel an emotional attachment to it. So the ups and downs of the Bazaar don't actually affect me pretty much at all. And I just look at it as numbers. I see numbers and contracts. But if the release was done in a way where a lot of normal people played it, then yes, I feel like it would have been drowned out. Like the conflicts between Andre and what is I guess his comments against. Did you specify who? Quite. Oh, so you think it's just the player base in general? Okay, yeah. I guess those comments. I don't know. I assume he was communicating with them either on Reddit or Discord, and yes, like normal working professionals wouldn't be interacting with Andre on Reddit or Discord. They'd be busy living their normal lives, doing their jobs, and taking care of their kids. So yeah, your observation is indeed correct. But yeah, I mean, I'm sort of just in my little bubble doing the corporate side of the Bazaar and not really too kept up. Oh yeah, the thing I was mentioning about why I don't play, I don't play, so I don't know exactly how the game works, but what I do know is that it's asynchronous, which means if you are like commuting on the New York subway and you're bored for a little bit and you want to play a game, you open up the game, play for a little bit, and then you can close it and finish it later. So the game is like perfect for people who are normies. It's just that we haven't quite hit the normie market yet. So that's what we're hoping to do with the mobile launch. So I don't know. Hopefully it gets better soon. Parky, if I want to get into stock investment, should I open a brokerage account or invest through something like Robinhood? I highly recommend using a real brokerage account. Robinhood is a brokerage platform, but I do not trust Robinhood. Robinhood sort of gamifies investments, and it makes it seem not as serious as it actually is. I highly recommend, if you are in the United States, using a platform such as Charles Schwab, Vanguard, or Fidelity. Or like E-Trade, I think is a good one as well. I recommend using a platform that that's with like an actual established brokerage company rather than a gamified app on your phone. Robinhood was involved in a lot of questionable actions, and I don't know if anything happened to them. I don't know if they were fined for it or anything, but I personally do not recommend Robinhood whatsoever. So the major ones in the United States: Vanguard, Fidelity, Charles Schwab, or just go on Google and search for the best investment platforms or the best brokerage platforms. And I think you should use those instead of Robinhood. Aren't normies typically avoidant of paying for paid mobile games, as in the whole point is low effort, low investment? Not necessarily. They may have that attitude, but also keep in mind that for somebody who is unemployed, living in their mom's basement, spending 8 hours a day typing on Reddit and Discord, and another 8 hours a day playing games, and then part of it is crossed over where they're playing games and flaming people on Reddit at the same time. If they don't have income coming in, a $5 or $10 microtransaction is a big deal to them, or like a $20 expansion pack is a big deal to them. But if you are a working professional where you actually have a job and you are taking care of kids and you have like a normal budget and you know where you want to spend your money and you have money allocated for entertainment, for those people, $10 to $20 is not that big of a deal. So that's the audience that we're targeting. People who, or that I would like to target, is people who don't actually care too much about spending $20 because it's not that big of a hit to their budget. This actually, funny enough, is one of the reasons why Las Vegas's Convention Center Authority hated having TwitchCon in Las Vegas. One of the reasons is because the attendees of TwitchCon were some of the most arrogant, vain, out of touch with reality people that the convention staff had ever seen in their history of running conventions. And keep in mind, Las Vegas is a gigantic convention city. Having that convention in Las Vegas sucked because they don't have money to spend. When people come in to go to conventions, there's sort of like an expectation that they will go to restaurants and like resorts and spend money. They'll book hotel rooms. They'll spend money on like restaurants and gambling, and they will stimulate the Las Vegas economy. TwitchCon people didn't have the money to do that. They would go to like 8 people in a single hotel room. They would put like 2 people or 3 people in a bed, and they use the sofa bed and sleep in like sleeping bags in a room. They spent so little money that it was like not worth it. And that is sort of the sentiment, I guess, of targeting normal people, is that gamers just don't have money. I forgot the original question, but where is I'm trying to find what original question I was responding to. But yeah, that's why we're targeting casuals and like casual normies, is because to them they actually have money. I feel like I have to give like a qualifying statement or like a disclaimer here. I am talking about this strictly in like a business sense. If you are currently unemployed and you've been trying to find a job and you have been unsuccessful, that sucks, and I hope that you find success in getting a job, and I hope that you can live a more comfortable life. With that being said, in a strictly business sense, you can't really think about the empathetic human level of these things. You have to think about the numbers. Keep in mind that even by law, businesses are required to prioritize shareholder value and return rather than human emotion. There is a law called fiduciary duty, where if you do not take into consideration maximizing shareholder value, it is literally illegal. So a lot of the comments that I'm making in regards to like the business aspect of it is because of that, is because it's like a business perspective. And the way I think that the bazaar ends up more successful is that that we target people with more money, basically. And the way that Las Vegas makes more money is by not letting TwitchCon happen in Las Vegas and have arrogant people who will cause problems with TwitchCon security, or like the convention center security guards. And apparently Twitch thought that they were the only convention happening at TwitchCon at that point, which is absolutely not the case. TwitchCon occupied one single building out of a multi-building convention center in Las Vegas, and they thought that they were like the most important convention in all of Las Vegas, which I thought was incredibly funny. Do you not want people to go to TwitchCon if they don't have money to spend in the area? No, I would like people to go to TwitchCon if they'd like to go to TwitchCon. And if you need to budget for it and you really enjoy TwitchCon, I think you should go to TwitchCon. This is at the business level and not at the individual level. At the individual level, if you have the money to do so and you're able to group up with 8 people and find a hotel room that you can share together and save money, I highly encourage you at an individual level to go to events that you enjoy and to check these places out. And I encourage you to save money and invest it and become more wealthy. At a business level only, I would highly discourage the Las Vegas Convention Authority or the Las Vegas Whoa! I found the penny. Hello, Murky's copper coin. Okay. Time to find the last one. Arugel's gold coin. At a business level, I would not advise Las Vegas to ever host TwitchCon ever again. However, at the individual level, it'd be awesome if you can group up and save money and save for your future and enjoy your time going to events without having to without having to spend like $5,000 on like hotels and travel and all that. I simply think that Las Vegas and the video gaming crowd are sort of incompatible, is like sort of what it comes down to at a business level. What was the term that you mentioned a minute? It is fiduciary duty. Fiduciary duty. Fiduciary as in like finances, and duty as in like the obligation for executive management of the company to do something. My city's annual gem show is bigger than TwitchCon. Yeah, Twitch is, believe it or not that important. Contrary to what Twitch viewers actually think and what Twitch streamers actually think. That's why I say, like, they're sort of like out of touch with reality. Because if you just like go outside and like look at things, there's like so much to the world that you can explore. That's like very fun and interesting. You can learn so much about other people and their lives and their thoughts. When would you consider someone a gamer? When video gaming takes priority in your life to the extent where where other things that you know you want to do are being prohibited by your video gaming, and you game so much that you go so deep into gaming culture where you lose touch of reality. So for example, if you're just spending all day on World of Warcraft or all day on Twitch watching, okay, this is obviously an extreme example. This is a very extreme example, but if you sit here watching Twitch all day and watch every single Asmongold stream, or you watch every single Hassan Piker stream, and you think that that is the entire world, I think you're highly out of touch with reality. So like that's that's not directly related to gaming, but that's like one example that I can give. Where if you are that deep into a bubble culture that does not align with the real world, I think that is like a very key red flag. And then the second one is, if you know that you should be out getting a job, but instead of spending, so in my personal opinion, if you are unemployed and you need to have a job to make money, I think your job should be learning and applying to jobs. I personally think that every unemployed person should be spending 40 hours per week doing something to improve themselves, to make them more compatible, to contribute to society, or apply to jobs. And I don't think people do that. I don't think many unemployed people actually do that. So, wait, what was the original question? Oh, the question was, when do I think people become gamers? So if you are playing video games instead of doing things that you know you're supposed to do, such as, like, even if it means like going on YouTube and watching informational documentaries about videos about your profession that you want to do. If you want to be a coder, you could literally go on YouTube and just study a video about writing code and like software engineering. And if you are not doing that and instead playing video games, then I think that is problematic. So it has to, like, if gaming is replacing having a role in society, then I think that is a problem. But even if you play a ton of games, I think if you like, or have like a healthy balance between, like, if you come back from work and then, oh, you literally just gave it as an example. If I work for 8 hours and then go home and play for 8 hours, am I still a gamer? I mean, you're a video gamer, but I think you're not an unhealthy gamer at that point. If you're actually like going out into society, interacting with people in a reasonable environment, contributing to society, making money, living in a way that you feel like you have a role in society, and then coming home and playing video games, I think that's fairly normal. I think a lot of people end up doing that. Even like people who normally don't even touch the internet. So like, for example, I have friends who will open their computer and sign on to the internet for work at 9 a.m., do their remote job, and then sign off at 5 p.m. and never touch their computer ever again. But even those kinds of people, like, for those friends, They have husbands who will go out and work an 8-hour day and then come back, never even open a computer or like even never even go on the internet, barely even know how to use their phone that's like 5 years old. And then they open their Xbox game and play like first person shooters on Xbox for like 5 or 6 hours. And I think that is completely reasonable. That's like a fairly average lifestyle for someone in the United States. What was the question? I've never really looked into TwitchCon stuff, but what do people even go there for? To meet Twitch streamers. Chances to see their favorite streamer? Yes. And more likely want to go to something like Open Sauce. Yep. Yeah, there isn't really much to do at TwitchCon if you're not really into Twitch culture. If you want to meet your favorite Twitch streamers in person, if you want to watch a bunch of Twitch-related shows, and if you want to be advertised at, then TwitchCon is a decent place to go. Otherwise, it's like all about networking and like socialization. So if you don't know a lot of people in the Twitch community, then I don't think it's worth it. I went this most recent TwitchCon, and that's probably the last TwitchCon that I'm going to. I'm probably done with TwitchCons, because even for me, I don't think it's worth it. My favorite part about TwitchCon this most recent year is I had a chance to just walk around alone, and it gave people the bravery and courage to approach me and tell me about either how they've watched me on my stream or how much they've read my blog and enjoyed my thoughts on my blog, or how much I've taught them during my streams, or how much they like some of my collaborations that I've done with my friends. That was the best part of TwitchCon. Otherwise, it was incredibly boring if it was not for people finding me and coming up to me and chatting with me. So I'm probably not going to go anymore to TwitchCon. I feel like up until this point, I've gone simply out of a sense of habit, because I've sort of gone to every TwitchCon, like ever, since from 2017. I took a few years break, and then I just went to every TwitchCon nonstop, I think. Yeah, because there was none during the pandemic, and I skipped a few after we had the booth. Yeah, so like I feel like I go to PAX and I go to TwitchCon just out of habit instead of actually enjoying it. So last year was sort of like my awakening moment where I realized I probably should not waste my time continuing to go. What if the job doesn't require much interaction with others? Okay, I think we're going too deep into like the case by case scenarios. To be clear, I'm just talking on like very generic, overgeneralized sense, and not so much the specifics. But yes, there are a lot of case by case exceptions and like case by case situations that make it different. So we got gamers who work for at least 8 hours per day, and unhealthy gamers who are unemployed and play video games. That's like a good simplification of it, I guess. So yeah, I guess I should have clarified like unhealthy gamers, the ones whose lifestyle and lives center around games. I guess that also is like a good way to put it. The reason why I think like if you go get a job, and like if you have kids, or if you have like a significant other and you play games in your free time, even if it's for a long time, at least your life is like well-rounded. There's a lot of facets of your life, and you like give good attention to various different elements in your life. I feel like the unhealthy gamer and the people who are like obsessed with Reddit and like complaining on Reddit, I love how just the origin of this was Supreme Turtle asking me about the Bazaar. I feel like the unhealthy gamers and like the unhealthy Reddit users, I think the reason they are unhealthy is because their lives revolve around that video game community and that culture, and they don't really have much else beyond it, I guess, is like, again, a very simplified way to put it. What's the best convention you've ever went to? Open Sauce 2 years ago. My all-time favorite convention is Open Sauce 2 years ago, And then my second favorite convention is Open Sauce last year. Open Sauce does not feel like a traditional convention where the exhibition hall is just a gigantic advertisement. Open Sauce, the exhibit hall, the booths are like just people showing off their science experiments. And it is gold coin. Oh, I have a bunch of them. Oops. I misclicked again. Open Sauce is a bunch of people who are passionate about science showing off their science experiments. And it is very fun. This past year, I went and I did multiple rounds through the convention center. And it was very fun. So I highly recommend Open Sauce. I was invited to go because one of my friends used to be the head of marketing at Open Sauce. So she invited me to go to the convention, and it was fantastic. It was an amazing experience. Parkzer, did your life at one point revolve around gaming? As a kid, yes. I guess it is excusable because I was a kid, but like in high school, I played way too many games and it affected my academics. I rather played games instead of going to school, going to classes, doing homework and studying. And it ended up being very unhealthy where I prioritized gaming over basically anything. Luckily, because it was in high school, it didn't have any lasting long-term effects on me. But yes, I did indeed also have a phase where I was a very unhealthy gamer. So what would that be like between like 14 to 18-ish? And then I kept on playing a lot of games after that too, but I realized how harmful that would have been, or that was to my lifestyle, and how harmful it would be in the future. So during college, I started streaming. So it felt like my gaming at least was like there was a dual purpose thing, whereas I was also productive in the sense of creating entertainment for other people. And I also went to all my classes. The distinction might be whether you engage with that stupid gamer culture on the internet. I feel like the questions you have, you should be asking Twitch chat instead of me, because I feel like Twitch chat is coming up with far more articulate and intelligent ways to relay my message while I'm sitting here just talking for 20 minutes straight about a question and then forgetting what the answer or what the question even was to begin with. I don't know why, but Adam seems like the type of guy to go to bed in a nightgown and nightcap and walk around with a can. What? Why? I go to bed in my underwear and a t-shirt. And I use a light switch. What do you mean true? Why are there so many people saying true? What? What in the world? I've literally never seen myself as someone like that. I like how, like, everyone who just had me up on the background, like on their second monitor or something, I was tabbed out. Everyone is vigorously tabbing back to my stream to type true. Hello, Zugs. You are... Okay, thank you. You don't go to bed fully dressed, so you wake up fully dressed? Is this a reference to something? Hello, everyone. Hello, trues. I feel like this is a reference to like a franchise or a show that I haven't watched before. Okay, switched my keyboard to Korean and wrote Zox, and it came out as Kenshot. Good. This reads as Kenshot. Like the second character isn't even a character because you forgot to include a vowel in it. So it's so my character is some backstory behind this. Over 10 years ago, I was a very unpleasant person. And I was a flamer, and I would make people rage quit their games, and I would insult them in game. And people would return the energy back to me by also hating on me. And in League of Legends, I had an issue where people, if I was in Twisted Treeline, some people once in a while would recognize who I am. And this is not like a, oh, I recognize you. Hey, Adam. I watch your stream and it's great. Instead, it would be, oh, hey, I've seen you stream on Twitch before. Go suck a dick and kill yourself. Then they would like troll my games and make me lose. So I would no longer use the name Parkzer. I started using different names, and I would use like in League of Legends, if you get if your name is inappropriate and Riot has to forcefully change your name, it would be changed to temp name and then 4 numbers. So I would intentionally change my name. I would pay to do... No, that's not toxic. That's not me saying it. That's like other people telling me in chat or like in game. So I would intentionally change my name to names that like are unrecognizable. Eventually, I went into law enforcement, and then I realized that gaming and getting angry at gaming is very silly because I studied criminal psychology and I worked for the police. And I studied some of the worst criminals to ever exist, people who will kill people and rape people and eat their flesh and collect their body parts. And on my first day of police, there was a guy who kept his wife and daughter hostage in his room or in his house. And then after they escaped, he came out on his front lawn and he shot himself in the head and committed suicide. So after you experience more of the real world scenarios like that, you realize that it is very silly to get mad about video games because there's a lot more out there in the world to get mad about rather than video games, such as the criminals and the pain and torture that they are inflicting on other people. So as of that point, I sort of stopped getting angry at things, which is very convenient because then other people stopped returning the angry energy back at me as well. So since then, I have not needed to really hide my identity anymore. But with that being said, I've just sort of gotten the habit of not really using my name in game. So this is a name that I use sometimes. ZOSTJXRT is Parkzer. If you type it with your fingers, 1 space inward. So with regular touch typing, if you, instead of having your index fingers on F and J, you would put it on G and H, and then you would type Parkzer. It'd be Shift would be Z, P would be O, and then you just keep typing. And once you finish typing Parkzer with the fingers shifted, you get this. Zisfasun is the same thing, but it's the word atom. Shift is Z, A is S, D is F, the other A is S again, and then M is N. So that is how, that's the name of my characters. And then I also named some of my characters 7275937. My RuneScape character is named 7275937. And that is if you type Parkzer on a numpad, like the old Nokia cell phones, where like ABC is assigned to 2, DEF assigned to 3, and if you press each key only one time to write out Parkzer, you get 7275937. So I also use that as my username as well sometimes. So I very rarely now use Parkzer as my name in game. So if you actually see somebody named Parkzer in a video game, it's actually highly unlikely to be me because I don't use that name in video games anymore. Excellent. That was a chonky stretch. Have you fed the cats? I have not. Cat feeding time is at 11 p.m. So that will be in 3 hours from now. I will feed the cats. Your backstory gives the same vibe as Bob Ross having been in the military. I didn't even know that. I don't know much about Bob Ross. All I know about Bob Ross is that he randomly started painting on Twitch, and then every mistake is just a happy little accident. So that wasn't you that borrowed my money. You know, if you go onto my website, parkzer.com, and at the top, I literally had to put a note that says, never send me cryptocurrency, gift cards, or cash. That is not me. That is someone scamming you. Because I've had people pretend to be me and try to scam people. And I've had people come to me saying that they fell for it. Do not send me cryptocurrency, cash, or gift cards. Because it is not me. What is it about League of Legends? It sounds like League of Legends was like a symbiote and your mind only cleared once you escaped it because it was radioactive. League of Legends was a time sink, basically. Later on, so I quit League of Legends in 2022, and not long before I quit, I still played League of Legends in a somewhat of a healthy way, where like I didn't let it affect anything. Like it didn't affect my work quality. I still worked a lot. Oh, hello. I have a visitor, or I have a co-fisher. I will put my co-fisher on screen. What was the question? What do you mean he started painting on Twitch? Wasn't he? Oh, his episodes went live on Twitch is what I meant. His episodes went live on Twitch. He originally started painting as a TV show, and then Twitch rebroadcasted his painting episodes as episodes on Twitch. Bob Ross died in the 90s. Oh. Bob Ross is dead? Interesting. Yeah, in that case, I guess his team sold episodes of Bob Ross's painting to Twitch, and he had a Twitch channel, and there's like a Bob Ross painting marathon on Twitch, and that's how I learned about him. It's baffling to me that I've never heard of someone who... Oh yeah, the League of Legends question. So I still had like a healthy sense of playing League of Legends, like not too long before I quit, but the issue is that even though it wasn't stopping me from doing things, the habit of playing League of Legends affected my... It sort of took up brain bandwidth, I think, is like the only way that I can put it simply. Yeah, so it's like, for example, if you are somebody who does way too much with your life, you just pack your life back to back with activities, you do like 12-hour work days, you spend like a few hours with family, and you sleep for 8 hours, your brain bandwidth sort of gets filled up. So you can only sort of think about what you are doing, and it's difficult to sort of think outside the box and think about other things, and you sort of just like get into your routine, and you sort of just grind your routine. And it felt like that's what happened to me with League of Legends, is that League of Legends had such sort of just like occupied a space in my brain bandwidth that it was bandwidth that I could have used to think about and try other things, but I didn't because it was being occupied by League of Legends. So I don't think I reached a point where it was like actual unhealthy League of Legends playing, but it did occupy a space in my schedule that I could have otherwise spent for other things. The reason I figured that out is because after I quit League of Legends, I was not bored. I just filled that space with other things like tourist activities or hiking or going to interesting restaurants and like just like exploring. So that was a very wise choice for me to quit League of Legends, because even though it wasn't explicitly a bad thing, it was definitely an unproductive thing. I just noticed Is the audio stereo? It sort of is, right? The splashing sound comes out of my left ear, or comes out of your left ear more than your right ear, because it's the bobber is a little bit towards the left. Okay, I guess I can test for this. So if it's in the middle, this would be equal sound in both ears. Sort of, yes. Mostly, yes. And then if I tilt it this way, will it be only my left ear? It is. Oh, nice. So there's like directional fishing bobber sounds. Nice. Mr. Parkzer, do you fish in Final Fantasy XIV too? I do not. I was going to do fishing to level cap from level 1 on Final Fantasy XIV for one of my 12 days of Christmas, but yesterday I had a mild to moderate stomach ache, so I wanted to have a less intensive stream day. So I instead played MSQ and feature quests on Final Fantasy XIV. Was that me, or did the screen just... Did the screen flash really bright and then change color? Oh, wait, why is it fading to purple again? Is this the weather? Is this a weather effect? I didn't even realize that was a thing. Whoa. I literally got flashbanged. My fishing friend is AFK. What purple? Isn't there a purple tint? There's a purple tint right now to the screen. It's like a lighting effect, I think. And then it's like suddenly flashed, and then it was not purple anymore, and then it slowly turned purple again. Parkzer, did you know next year the US Mint is going to start making $1 coins? Oh, with Steve Jobs on them. I was not aware of that. Interesting. What? No, they are not. They absolutely will not be making $1 coins with Steve Jobs. There's no way they're putting Steve Jobs on a $1 coin. Maybe like a collectible coin? Are they making collectible coins? There's no way. You're literally trolling. Why do you hate me? Was it the NPC script to your right? The fishing trade there... to my right this is not a NPC. This is an actual real player. His name is Gundam. And then I don't think this NPC will be able to... What is dangerously delicious?
Have a good one.
10 terror fish.
Be careful.
Do I have terror fish in my
See you around.
bank? I do not.
Safe travels.
Farewell quest.
Hello.
Oh, I want to browse your goods. Do I get more coins? Oh no, it's just fishing level.
Farewell.
What part of the UI is in Korean? All of it. I have an add-on that translates stuff into Korean. So everything in the game has both English and Korean. It is a useful way for me to... Because I'm conversationally... Or I'm like survivably fluent in Korean, but I don't really ever use it. Because like I used Korean all the time when I lived with my parents back like during high school, but I very rarely speak and like use Korean now, and I don't want to forget it. So I have this add-on that translates everything into Korean, so that I have like more exposure to Korean, just so that it remains fresh-ish in my mind, basically. So yeah, everything in my game is bilingual, basically. Wait, what? The United States Mint today released the designs of the 2026 American Innovation $1 coin program. Is this a Donaldo trumpet thing? I feel like Donaldo Trumpet would absolutely put tech CEO's face on a coin. The 2026 designs honor innovations and/or innovators from Iowa, Wisconsin, California, and Minnesota, authorized by Public Law 115-197. This multi-year series that began in 2018 honors American innovation and significant innovation and pioneering efforts of individuals or groups by issuing $1 coins with designs emblematic of innovation in each of these 50 states. The DC and then your thing got cut off. Well, I mean, it does seem like it's a collectible coin and not like it's not supposed to be like the $1 coin. So I guess that is good news. So if it's just like a collector's item, then sure, whatever. You can put a tech person on there. But if that was going to be the actual $1 coin, I would have not believed you. Bipedal King. Yes, I am indeed bipedal. Thank you for suddenly bringing that up out of nowhere. When are they making Charlie Kirk coins? Oh. I heard that Trump acted as if he was like BFFs with Charlie Kirk for a while. And then after like a week, he pretended like Charlie Kirk didn't even exist. So I heard that people were calling Donald Trump. Oh, sorry, I pronounced his name wrong. I heard that people were calling Donaldo Trumpet Charlie's fake friend. And that he was only doing it for the clout to gain support from conservative people. Prove it. Prove that I am bipedal? This is me walking. I am bipedally walking. This is me bipedally walking faster. This is me bipedally having a seizure. Okay. Stop saying bipedal. There's no way it's pronounced bipedal. It's bipedal. Define bipedal.
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 Why does...
Bipedal.
It says it's both. Both. It says both are correct. It can be bipedal. This is like coming all over again. It says both. If you go on Google and type in define bipedal. Oh my God, this is literally coming and cumin all over again. It says at the dictionary top portion, if you click on it,
Bipedal.
it says bipedal. Then there's a button below it that says learn to pronounce. And if you click learn to pronounce, then it says
Bipedal.
bipedal. And then if you switch to British pronunciation of water, then it says
Bipedal.
that. I don't know. This is a disaster. What was the question? Oh, I forgot that I'm fishing. It's pronounced bicycle. Thank you. I have, for my entire life, thought that it was only just bipedal. And that's because all of my teachers, so I grew up in the Chicagoland suburbs, so this may be a Midwestern thing. All of my teachers have always pronounced it as bipedal. Bipedal is what a person is. Bipedal is when a bike has 2 pedals. Great. Thank you. Parkzer, do you say you are pedaling a bike? No, because that's not the same thing. Your legs aren't pedals. Oh my god, your legs are pedals. Your legs... That's why it's called bipedal, because your legs are pedals. You have 2 of them. Huh. That's pretty clever. I'm sure they really thought about that before naming them that. I've lived in 6 different places across Canada, never seen a single person who pronounced it pedal. Pedal? Wait. Wait, so do you mean like bipedal or pedal or bipedal or pedal? There's 4 words here that we are... Oh my god. Bipedal... Wait, so then do you call it a... It's a... Wait. Someone who is bipedal is a biped. Are they a bipede? Wait, bipedal, bipedal, biped, bipede. Bipedal, bipedal, biped, bicycle, there is no way. Hello, Gemini. I am currently live streaming on Twitch. In parentheses, you may say hello if you'd like. And you can also tell them a joke. Anyway, we are arguing about how to pronounce the word bipedal, biped. Oh, and biped. Please help. They are trying to make me kill myself. I will leave that part out. Please help. Okay. Hello to everyone watching on Twitch. It's great to be a part of the stream. Since you asked for a joke to break the tension, why don't skeletons ever go for a run? Because they have the... This stupid AI model used the word that I don't know how to pronounce in the joke. How am I supposed to read the joke if I'm asking you how to pronounce the word? The answer to why don't skeletons ever go for a run is because they have the biped part down, but they just don't have the guts. Now, let's settle this debate before the chat gets too rowdy. English is notorious for shifting word stress when prefixes are added, which is exactly why these 3 words feel like a trap. The pronunciation guide. Word, P-E-D-A-L. Proper pronunciation, pedal, rhymes with settle. Metal. Word. B-I-P-E-D. Biped. Rhymes with high red. Biped rhymes with high red. It gave me 2 words together. I'm taking a screenshot of this. I copy this. I'm posting this on my Discord server. If anyone here is in my Discord server, feel free to hop over. This answer is just an utter disaster. Will this truly take our jobs? Okay. Biped. Pronounced biped rhymes with high red. Word. B-I-P-E-D-A-L. Proper pronunciation. Bipedal. Rhymes with high beetle. Why is it so confusing? Pedal and biped, these follow similar logic. The stress is on the first syllable and the E stays short, like egg. Bipedal, this is where the argument usually starts. When you add the "ul" suffix to make it an adjective, the stress shifts to the second syllable and the E transforms into a long E sound. Pro tip for the chat, if you say bipedal, that's not what we're arguing about. This idiot thinks that we're arguing about bipedal versus bipedal. This is an absolute disaster. Chat is making fun of you for how stupid you are. Not only did you include the word bipedal in the joke before teaching me how to pronounce it so that I look like a half-brained Neanderthal to everyone, but you are also missing the point of contention. We are wondering whether B-I-P-E-D-A-L is pronounced bipedal or bipedal. Ouch. Fair point to the chat. I totally walked right into that one with the joke. I'll take the L on the timing. Why is Gemini 12 years old? To settle the actual beef, you are both right, but it depends on which side of the Atlantic you are on. Parkzer, why did I get automodded? Because the automod caught Neanderthal, which is the correct version of how to say it or how to type it. So that part got Neanderthal because it thinks you're bullying me. To be clear, the thing that you said is correct is not highlighted, which means you can call people a Neanderthal, and apparently that's right. Anyway, the reason your chat is arguing is that there is a major regional split on this word. Here is the breakdown so you can prove your point. The contentious breakdown. U.S. English bipedal. U.S. English bipedal. In North America, the short E, like pedal, is the standard. Most American dictionaries, Merriam-Webster and American Heritage, list bipedal as the primary pronunciation. UK English, bipedal. In British English, the long E, like bead, is the standard. If you look at the Oxford or Cambridge dictionaries, they will tell you it's bipedal. Then why as an American have I always learned this word as bipedal and not bipedal? Who's correct? Both and neither at the same time. Apparently both pronunciations are correct, but it's just flipped. I learned it in United Kingdom English and not United States English. Oh. So I had Gemini open on my main monitor and I closed it and I got surprised for like half a second because I forgot that I had World of Warcraft open in the background. So I was like, whoa, what happened to my desktop background? I didn't set it as this. Oh my god, I forgot that you can fish while sitting down and laying down. Hold on. I forgot that you can do this. I just immediately go back to sleep. I fish. Fishing. Fishing. Sleep. Fishing. 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 Sleep. Oh, also, I think this pet, it sits on your lap, I think, if you turn off shadow form. Why does it not sit on your lap? I thought it was supposed to sit on your lap. Hello? Cat? Okay, there we go. It jumps in your lap. Hello, Zisvison. Oh, I forgot I'm fishing. Wait, what was the question? Can I lay down with the cat? Oh, you have to turn off shadow form, right? Oh, it does not lay down with you. It only sits with you. Can I sit with the cat and then fish? Oh, it just falls down. Okay, never mind. It jumps off when you're fishing. Does it jump back when you're done fishing? It does not. Blizzard should pay us for QA testing World of Warcraft, specifically fishing. When am I gonna get this coin? How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming. Oh, I nearly just hit 2 hours. I should probably take a break and stretch. Okay. 2 hours and no coin. Oh, I have a lot of coins. These are all the coins that I've been gathering. The problem is that they're not the coins that I need. I need a very specific coin called Arugal's Gold Coin. And I have fished up many fountain goldfish and many coins, but not that specific one that I need. What is this? 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 20, 40, 60... Have I only caught 166 fish so far? That seems like less than I actually caught. Okay, I am going to take a quick break to go to the bathroom to refill my ice cup so I can drink more Sprite Zero and to get blood circulation back into my legs. If you have also been here together with me for the past 2 hours, I also recommend that you get up and stretch if you need it. Get some water if you need it. I'm going to run 3 minutes of advertisements while I am gone so that people coming in for the next 1 hour do not have to watch any pre-roll ads. So we can turn those off. All right. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay, I am back. And it appears like ads are over. I still think this is the funniest thing ever. Hello. Has anyone ever redeemed a 500,000 bit award? Not through an actual redemption, but about 2 years ago, I let my childhood best friend, Ed, he goes by Grainy Rice online, I let him redeem one of my rewards for free. And it was while we were playing MapleStory. And he redeemed it by telling me to invest in MapleStory, because we were playing MapleStory at that time. And he instead, so I think what he intended for it to mean is that I would have to spend $2,000 in the cash shop, which I absolutely would not have done. So instead, I purchased $2,000 of Nexon stock, because Nexon is the company that owns MapleStory. In fact, now seems like a good time to check how that investment is going. Hold on. My investment apps are only on my other secondary phone. I'm logging in. Okay. Nexon. So Nexon is a Korean stock, so I wasn't actually able to invest directly into them. So I had to get like the depository receipts. So I own NEXOY. Cost basis was $2,136. Is 100 shares of Nexoy. It is currently worth... It is now worth $2,457. I am up $231. I'm up 15.02%. That is very funny because for the longest time I was down like 20 to 50%. So it actually recovered and it's back up now. Excellent. Hello, Jasmine. Thank you for gifting me $500,000. Incredible. I thought you were a poor college student. It's incredibly generous for you to spare 500. Oh, I guess it's a bit as a cent, right? 500. It is incredibly generous for you to spare $5,000 of your limited money to give to the financially well-off streamer who just opened a portfolio that is... Never mind. He finally stops ignoring me when I give him... Wait, I wasn't ignoring you. What happened? Parkzer, I've literally asked you 27 questions and you've ignored them all? What? Where are your questions? You literally have no questions. You're literally trolling. You're literally trolling. Oh, I forgot that I'm fishing. Oh, there's another person. Hello? Mendelveer. Farewell, Mendelveer. Wait, what was the question? Hello, Unlucky Olive. I see you two are gifting me 1 billion bits. Parkzer, do you miss Gonko? No! Gonko's just a person! I would have missed Gonko if Gonko was an NPC. I actually thought Gonko was an NPC. For those who don't have the context, last year, a little over 1 year ago, my friend Doug, and I played together in OnlyFangs, which is the World of Warcraft hardcore classic server from some of the people from OTK. And as part of that journey, we met a character named Gonko that yelled Gonko's own name over and over again. You're just like literally /yell Gonko. And I thought it was an NPC. I thought it was just an NPC that was created and designed to stand there staring at a wall yelling Gonko as part of, like, it's just a fun character. So I thought it was like, at first, it was one of my favorite characters. And then I realized it was just a regular person doing it and not an NPC. So it became much less funny for me. So I no longer like Gonko. What is bust? Are you... What do you mean bust? Are you telling me that you just came? I don't understand. Did Gonko survive the incident that killed OnlyFangs? There's like 40 different incidents in OnlyFangs. Which one are you referring to? I think... Wait, was Gonko there only for Doug and me? Because we were streaming together and they wanted to be on our streams? Or was Gonko there for, like, just as OnlyFangs? I never actually learned the lore of Gonko. Was Gonko one of the people who did, like, the role-playing thing? So there was a segment where people would, like, role-play and pretend like the lore is real. And I find great amusement in stonewalling people role-playing. So there were a lot of incidents where someone would be like... They were like... Doug's fans would show up and be like... pretend like they're like dying and like create a storyline, and I'd just be like, oh no, you're fine. It's like they would be like, please, Parkzer, help me. I need healing. I'm about to die. I have a dying message. And then on my screen, you'd see me on my stream, or you'd just see me clicking on it and be like, oh, you're 100% HP. You're not going to die. No problem. And then I just walk away. But yeah, I don't know what happened to Gonko. I don't know if Gonko was specifically for us or if it was a OnlyFangs thing in general. It seemed like other people interacted with Gonko a lot more. Ah, I did not know that. Okay. That is funny to hear. That is, that's good then. Then I guess Gonko was like an OnlyFangs thing in general. There is a cult created around Gonko, but I don't think Gonko only existed for you. Don't be selfish. Okay. Would you heal Gonko? Not anymore. I would have healed Gonko if it was an NPC, but not as a player. I was so disappointed when I found out that Gonko was not just a goofy character that Blizzard officially put into World of Warcraft. But yeah, I did not play again after... Oh, I guess I did a little bit. I didn't play again after the death of my primary character, because I died at level 20. I created another character, and I sort of played offline a little bit, but I only got like single-digit levels. I didn't actually play it that much. And then I went inactive because I went to... I think back then I went to like... I took like a 2-week trip to like Denver or something. So I didn't play for 2 weeks. And I heard that apparently Soda Poppin had given the Guildmaster role to Tyler 1, who's like a League of Legends guy. And and Tyler 1 had... he was like... His mission was to make the thing better, or like make the guild better so that they could do a raid on time or something like that. So, oh yeah, so I got kicked because I was inactive. So he kicked all the inactive people. Am I still alive? Hello? Hello? I think my Firefox crashed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hello? 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 Hold on. Hold on. Hello? Okay. My Firefox just crashed. And it's not reopening. My Firefox literally just died. Well. Hello? Okay. Hello. I now see... Oh, did I miss the fish? I missed the fish. I now see you. Hello. Try unplugging it and plugging it back in. I technically did. I closed it, and then I tried reopening it, and it didn't work. So I went into a task manager, and I fully executed it. And now it works again. I switched from Chrome to Firefox so that Google would stop tracking me. I uninstalled Google Chrome. I've become very paranoid about big corporate tech companies gathering all of my data and then selling it to people who don't actually need to know what I'm doing. Oh, good reminder. I need to throw my coin back in. So I stopped using Google Chrome, and I'm using basically a hardened Firefox is what people call it, where you turn off a ton of different... you turn off a bunch of different features in Firefox to make it more resilient to privacy. Hey, Park, can you play your guitar for me, please? I will at the end of my stream. At the end of my stream, I usually play at least one song. It is a song called LG Flawed by Motion City Soundtrack. It is my favorite song, and whenever I have a guitar, I close my streams by playing that song. So, if you either stick around for like 6 hours or come back after 6 hours, you will catch me playing the guitar. Oh! 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 I got it. I got the coin. Here it is. Arugal's gold coin. Whoa! Okay. Now, time for the next achievement. How long did that take? 2.5 hours to get the final 2 coins. Okay, let me get on this mount. Sell my junk. I don't need these gold coins, so I guess I'll sell all these. I guess I can just keep the fish for later and deposit it in my Regent Bank. So I'm done with that, and then let me dismount so that I can see my achievement thing. I can either go to Ironforge and go to Dalaran in the underbelly, or I can catch normal fish. I am already in Dalaran. Does anyone remember how to get to the Undercity in Dalaran? Oh yeah, I did... Wait, why did you go Asian as soon as you got the coin? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. I've been Asian this entire time. Where is Undercity? Where's the sewage entrance? This is sewage, right? Sewer entrance? Okay, I need everyone to keep an eye out for a sewer entrance so I can go into the Undercity, or Underbelly. I think it's over there. Here? Are you sure? I don't think it's here. Speak to the lift operator. What? It's right. It is right there. Okay. Wait, over in this corner? Where could it possibly be? I don't think it's... Also, why am I rediscovering all of these cities? I've already been here. I don't think it's over here. Right around the corner. Okay, that's where I was going. I thought it was around the corner here. Oh, sewer. Sewer entrance here. Oh, nope, I can't go into that sewer entrance. Is it back here? No. Literally right there. No, this is not a proper sewer entrance. You have to actually be able to get into these sewers. No, I was just here. It's not there. I'm walking instead of flying because I'm getting motion sickness. Is it through here? No, it's not in here. No, it's not in here. Oh, here! Found it. Underbelly. Undercity or underbelly? This is underbelly of Dalaran. Fish up the giant sewer rat from the underbelly in Dalaran. Does anyone know if there is an optimal place to fish to try and get old Ironjaw? I assume there's not like a greater % chance, but you were saying, how do I get to Undercity? Oh, yeah, it was Underbelly. Underbelly of Dalaran. I guess here is fine. There's a... Oh. Hello, Sebastian Bauer. Okay, well, I guess I'll fish where these NPCs are fishing while enjoying the nice aroma of sewage. I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of sewer carp today. I fished mine up when it was current content from the dock. Is this the dock that you are referring to? I assume it's this, right? I don't think there's any other dock in Underbelly. So, I will stay here. Fishing. Yes? Okay. Excellent. So I'm doing this one. I smell a giant rat. Fish up the giant sewer rat. Oh, I'm fishing a rat. Okay. No, not sewer crap. It's sewer carp. We're fishing sewer carp. Can I not move my inventory? So I can't, like, pin this open? I guess not. Rats don't smell that bad. They mostly smell like their urine. It smells like pop. What do you mean it smells like popcorn? What kind of popcorn are you eating? What? I have never, ever smelled urine that smells like popcorn. Parkzer, how come you decided to go into the police in any capacity? Because I was planning on becoming a prosecutor. I had very traditional, stereotypical Asian parents, where when I was younger, they would say, Adam, I am not like a other Asian parent. Other people tell you, hey, you do this one job, you study for job, no more choices, you study for only one job. But, hey, Adam, I am very generous parent. I give you so many options for what to be. Lawyer, doctor, it's a top option. So many options. So out of the many options that I had, I picked lawyer and I picked prosecutor. So I went into a pre-law program and I ended up going into law enforcement because my pre-law program is an undergraduate because I had a double major in sociology and psychology and a minor in criminal justice. And my specialization was in criminal psychology, and that was very relevant to law enforcement. So it was very easy for me to get a job at the police department because of my degree. So I started as law enforcement because of that. And then I realized that I didn't actually want to work for the police. So instead, I took a risk and I cold emailed Reynad, Andrei Yanuk, the CEO of Tempo and founder of Tempo, and I asked to join his company, and he gave me a chance back in 2015. And I've been with the company for the past over 10 years. So that is my origin story of law enforcement, is that it was because of my academics, because my academic route led me there fairly easily, but I ended up not liking it, so I instead decided to help run a video gaming company. So we started in esports and then went with multimedia production, influencer marketing, and now it is a game design and game development company. I'm eating this really good your popcorn is not merely gourmet, it is gourmet. I'm eating this really good gourmet popcorn from this gourmet popcorn place that's near me, but it doesn't smell like piss. I sure hope that your popcorn does not smell like piss, unless they have a rat problem, and the rat has urinated inside your popcorn. Hey, maybe that's why you think it smells like urine. Is because it's because rats urinated in it. What is the game in question? The current game that I'm playing is World of Warcraft. The game that my company makes is called The Bazaar. Bazaar. Did you beat Undertale in your Christmas stream? If so, do you have any interest in playing Deltarune? I originally thought that one run of Undertale is starting and then finishing and closing the game and like being done. And then I realized that Undertale, a true full run, one run of Undertale, is playing it twice. Because I heard that after the first like neutral, because most people will start with a neutral run, then after the neutral run, you're supposed to then do a pacifist run afterwards. And apparently the game actually guides you through it. Apparently Flowey tells you that you're supposed to not kill anything after that, and then the game will make references to decisions that you've made in the past in the second run. So apparently, oh, it's 3 runs. Okay, what then is the purpose of the third run? Because it seemed like 2 would have been a proper full run. Anyway, I did 1 neutral run at the beginning, and then I thought I was done. I do at some point think that it would be good to do a pacifist run, but I don't know when I'm going to do it. If I do it, I will stream it, because people apparently seem to really enjoy watching me play Undertale. But I almost certainly will not be doing it during this 12 Days of Christmas session. So I will only have the neutral run VOD out there for now, I guess. But, I mean, I guess next year, I'm not opposed to doing a pacifist run. And maybe this time, Fummy will enjoy watching the stream and reading chat better, because isn't a pacifist run intended to be a backseated run? Because you're supposed to follow a specific guideline for how to do the pacifist run. So I guess Fummy will not hate everyone in Twitch chat for spoiling it. You could do a genocide route, but the final boss of genocide is brutal. I heard that genocide is grindy and tedious and not very fun. And when I did a poll at the end of my neutral run for Undertale, I asked people what I should do next. And it was like 70% said pacifist run, 15% said genocide, and 15% said Deltarune. Parkzer, will this be a guitar stream at any point? Yes. I will be playing guitar at the end of getting some more fishing achievements. So I just finished the achievements where you get you fish up the coins. I will show you the achievement that I just got. I'm like a little child. Being like, Daddy, Ruka, I got a very many achievement. It's I finished these 3. So apparently I'd already finished all the silver ones back in 2014. March 23rd, 2014, I got all of the silver coins, and then just earlier today, I finished both the copper coins and the gold coins. So I got Coin Master earlier today. And then right now I am doing I Smell a Giant Rat, fishing up the giant sewer rat from Underbelly, which is right here. And then later on, I will be doing either fishing up Old Ironjaw and Ironforge, or I will be doing the Draenor fishing achievements, which is just to fish up 100 of each fish. Is Toriel still trying to find her charger? No, Toriel's alive again. I heard that if you kill Toriel and you do the second round or the second route or like the second playthrough, she makes references to the fact that you had killed her previously, and she's like, "You look like you've seen a ghost or something." You need to do a lot of specific stuff for a true pacifist run. What's the difference between a pacifist run and a true pacifist run? Does it not count as a true pacifist run if you spare everything, but you miss things to spare? I have a minor problem. My Firefox stopped working again. Please hold your answers until my Firefox works again. I am going now into Task Manager to fully kill Firefox. Okay. I also updated Firefox, so hopefully that helps a bit. Okay, I am reopening Firefox. I do not want to take a look back at this year in Firefox. I want to just open my Twitch chat. Why does everything have a wrapped now? I got a wrapped for Stripe. Stripe is a platform where you process payments. And Stripe gave me a wrapped. I don't need a Stripe wrapped. I don't need to know that I had tens of thousands of transactions that we processed for Tempo. Okay. I am back. For those who answered about pacifist versus true pacifist, if you could copy and paste your answers again, that would be fantastic. Pacifist is not killing anything. True pacifist is doing all the side quests. Is one of these side quests, by chance, sending Temmie to grad school? When you do pacifist, Flowey will send you back a little bit and tell you to do a specific thing, which sets off a chain of events for true pacifist. So true pacifist is run number 3 then? Oh, 1, you don't kill anything. True is not killing anything. What? Hello, regular Who-Man. No, Temmie can be ignored for true pacifist. Okay. What happens if you send Temmie to grad school? So if you buy Temmie's armor and send her to the next school, what okay, so you buy Tem armor, and then people told me that after Tem armor, it is grad school. Were they just trolling? Does she not go to grad school? If you send her to grad school, she shows up during the final boss. Oh, is that like... Are you supposed to use her to... Are you supposed to use her to help with the genocide fight? The one that someone said is very hard? She drops out of grad school? Huh? I do not believe any of you. Undertale, Wiki, Temmie. She's a boss? You fight Temmie? Also, this literally does not give me a list of things that she sells. First of all, I think the refrigerator just farted. Second, Gemini. I just finished playing Undertale. I encountered a character named Temmie. At first, I liked Temmie so much that I decided to send her to school and purchase that item in her shop. However, then she scammed me and replaced it with an even more expensive item. I went broke and homeless and couldn't... that'll probably derail the AI. If I buy Temmie's armor, does something else appear in the shop again after that? What is the most expensive item that Temmie sells? Is there a feature to send Temmie to graduate school too? Congratulations on finding Temmie Village. It's one of the most charming secrets. Okay, I don't need to... Okay. Does anything appear after Temmie armor? Once you buy the Temmie armor, no unique items appear in the shop. So people who told me that I can send Temmie to grad school were trolling me. Is there a Is there a graduate school feature? There is no feature to send Temmie to graduate school. Her college degree is the highest level of education she pursues in the game. After you pay the 1,000 gold for her tuition, she simply returns with the ability to sell you Temmie armor because she learned how to make it. This is yet again another place where I've been trolled by Twitch chat. Fantastic. There's no such thing as Temmie grad school. Personally, I use LLMs. Yep. If I don't particularly care about the answer, if it's wrong, that is precisely what I use AI for. AI has let me down so much with fake answers that if I actually need to... If the answer is consequential, I will not use AI, and I'll do the research myself on Google. If it's like a goofy thing, such as figuring out Undertale stuff, then for that stuff I will use... Or if it's like a very precise thing where I have to like dig a lot for research, then I will use AI to figure out the answer. Why do you use Gemini? Because I accidentally added the plan for Pro Gemini to my account, and it won't let me downgrade my service. So now I have like big brain Gemini instead of regular Gemini. So I figured if I am automatically paying it without choice using my Google One subscription, I might as well use it. Yes, Parkzer doesn't even care. Do you use AI for legal advice? I do not. Hold on, I'm gonna crack my back. Hold on, my back is not cracking properly. Give me a second. I'm gonna crack it while laying down on my bed, because then I can, like, twist more. Oh, ouch. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh. Refreshing. What are we doing today? We are cracking our back. I have not used a back roller before. Actually, I've tried it before, but I don't have one. I think I've only used it like one or two times. The reason I found a back roller underwhelming is because the back roller, like, it doesn't crack my back and it doesn't relax my back. When I lay down on top of the back roller, my muscles tense up. So, like, I think the idea is that there's, like, the back roller, and then you rub your back on top of it, and your back sort of folds on top of it, and it cracks. My back just remains very rigidly erect the entire time. So it doesn't actually wrap around the back roller, and it just hurts. And I can't, like, relax my muscles to wrap around the back roller to make it comfortable. That's a bad sign. But the thing is, I can do this, though. So, like, on the edge of the bed, I can, like, fully roll. Is that even in frame? I can, like, fully roll back, and, like, my back can go back pretty far. So I think it's just like a back roller thing. I think my back is just incompatible with back rollers. Rather than... So I think it's like a back roller problem and not a back problem. Interesting choice of word? What word? Erect? Are you saying, like, you just said the... Did you just randomly say the word erect and now you're saying interesting choice of word? What hoodie are you wearing? I am once again wearing a Venom hoodie. This is once again part of the UFC collection from Venom, but this one is a black hoodie with gray texture on it, and the markings are in bronze. You said your back was erect? No, I didn't. What are you talking about? You're the one who randomly wrote erect in chat for seemingly no reason, and now you're blaming me. You think I would just randomly say erect in a Twitch chat? Yes, you absolutely would. 100%. I see you as somebody who would just go into a Twitch chat, write erect, and then leave. Just like how in my Twitch chat a very long time ago, you came in here, wrote PP, and then left. It's unbelievable. Gaslight. Yeah, Jasmine is the one who is gaslighting me. Unbelievable. I said it because your whole chat was spamming it. There is no way that my chat would be spamming PP. Ever. I don't, like, why? Why would they do that? I think you're just making it up. You're absolutely just making it up. Don't blame it on it. Precisely. Chat is here innocently spamming PP, and you're blaming them. Wait, what do you mean erect more like erect and then said in an Asian accent? Asians don't Parkzer, do you absolutely despise FedEx? They're annoying. I wouldn't say I despise them. There's not much competition with shipping companies. So I don't despise shipping companies because I think we need more of them to keep things like competitive and non-monopolized. So I don't despise them. But I personally never use FedEx because they're annoying. They collect too much of your information. They try to make you sign releases of liability. Did you know that with FedEx, you can ship something and they can lose it and they're not responsible for it unless you pay extra for insurance? Basically, the joke is that the bank no longer is holding money and instead only giving away pens? Basically, the joke is that the bank is no longer holding money and instead only giving away pens. The bank is no longer what? Are you okay? Am I okay? There was a question? Hello, Zamatex. I don't know where these bits came from, so you can have them well off streamer. Great. Thanks. I mean, if you were never going to use the bits anyway, then I guess that's fine. If you already have the bits, then I guess technically we are simply just taking money from Amazon, which I guess is fine. Why is insurance not included? Because insurance is not supposed to be included. Insurance is to insure something so that if something were to happen, you get paid out for it. So that means FedEx is claiming that they are not responsible for your package. So if something happens, you have to use an insurance policy to recover your package, as opposed to making FedEx be the one that's responsible for your package. I feel like I'm having a seizure listening. Listening to what? Huh? What happened? What was the question? Parkzer, would you ever Why do you hate me? I figured that they would insure all their packages. I think they give you like a baseline amount of insurance for a package. Is it like $100? Some very low amount. So if you're... The reason why I'm very annoyed with FedEx is because my company ships a lot of stuff. Computer stuff. Very expensive stuff. Where like a laptop costs like $3,000. It's like a laptop for an engineer who has to have a laptop with like a good processor and a lot of RAM. Which now is extra expensive. So we ship very valuable things with FedEx. But they keep on saying that they only cover up to $100. So what? If they lose the package with the laptop in it, and it's like $100, are they going to give us like 1/10 of a stick of RAM? It does not make sense to me that we are entrusting a company to transport a package from one location to the other, and then if they destroy the package or lose it, they themselves, as part of the service, will not be responsible for it, but you have to get a separate insurance policy to cover it. Wait, what was the question? Yes, RAM prices are very high. I, fortunately, bought 96 gigabytes of RAM early on. Or early on before the spike in RAM prices. Because I had a laptop that had 32 gigabytes of RAM. And I kept on maxing out my RAM. So I was going to upgrade to 64. But then I saw 2 shiny sticks of 48 gigabyte RAM. So I bought that. And then like literally like weeks later... apparently RAM prices skyrocketed, so I was very fortunate with timing, and I did not have to waste a ton of money on RAM. And then, a week ago, when I did the Lego building stream with Fummy, I gifted Fummy the old 32 gigabyte sticks of RAM, the 16 gigabyte sticks of RAM, 32 total gigabytes, to Fummy. Oh, and then Tim also had like a little care package thing where I sent a bunch of stuff that I no longer use, and Tim also had sticks of RAM in his package. Question for Parkzer. I worked for FedEx at one time and kept getting sick, which caused constant coughing and performed strenuous actions that damaged my left intercostal muscles. If I'm still suffering from the effects of this and I can't work like you, yes, you absolutely can sue. Depending on the jurisdiction, in the United States, there are labor law attorneys that will take your case for free and only take a portion of your winnings. I highly recommend that you sue FedEx because it will, at the very least, it'll get you a settlement. There are a lot of great labor law attorneys that you can hire, and they will do like a preliminary interview and ask you the specific details of what happened, your past health history, how your health has changed, and just a bunch of like create a profile about you to see what the chances are of succeeding. And if they think that you have a chance, they will sue on your behalf. You don't have to pay any legal fees up front. So to be clear, they may deny your case. If they think they cannot win, and if they think that the case is not worth enough, they may deny you. But if they think that your case is worth it to take, they will represent you for free and then only take a portion of your winnings. So I highly recommend that you do ask an attorney about that. Any more Pokemon streams planned this week? Yes. On December 31st at 8 o'clock Pacific, I will be playing Poke MMO, and I will be shiny hunting and roaming legendary hunting. I'm searching for Zapdos and Entei, and it'll be a minimum of an 8-hour stream while we celebrate every New Year's Day across the United States for every state, territory, and minor outlying island. And it spans across 8 time zones. It'll be an 8-hour stream. Oh, what was that? I heard a clink. Empty rum bottle? Is that what I got? I have not played Superliminal before. I actually have not heard of that before. The ice in the cup is just from the freezer in the refrigerator. It has an ice maker inside of it. Can you please play one of your electric guitars? Why do you never play them on stream? It is because if you want to be able to hear the electric guitar properly, I have to plug it in directly. So I have to plug in the guitar to the amp, and then the amp using a special cable into the computer. And then I have to install special drivers and software in order for the sound to work well. And then I also have PTSD from a stream where there was a delay on my microphone that had like accrued up throughout the stream. So it was like a fairly long stream. At the end of the stream, I played electric guitar. An electric guitar had 0 delay, and my microphone had like accumulated like a very like 1/3 of a second delay. But that was enough for it to look like I didn't know how to keep tempo. So it sounded like I just didn't know how to sing and play the guitar, and it sounded bad. So I have PTSD from that. So I've been avoidant of it, and I'm only playing electric when I like have everything specifically set up for sure in the correct way, so I know that it works well. Alternatively, what I could do is I could bring the amplifier over here closer to the microphone, make my microphone more sensitive, move myself back a little bit, and then just play it through the microphone. Sound quality on that would be fairly bad, but I mean, I guess technically it would work. Hey Parkzer, I do a Pokemon drawing almost every night. Could we get an art channel in the Discord? I don't want to create extra channels because then it requires more attention and maintenance. Oh yes, you definitely should just post it in general instead of in a different channel. Just general is fine. The only reason why there's a Fummy channel and 3 channels for Fummy's dogs is because I set up a feature in Discord where you can opt into alerts. So if you go into the channels and roles tab, there's a spot where I set up, it says elect your announcements notification preferences. And then every time I post a new blog post or go live and I ping that role which I just now realized I forgot to do for today's. Anyway, when I ping that roll, I will... Hold on, let me actually... I will ping that roll right now. Alert live stream. I just remembered I forgot to ping this alert roll for the past 2 streams. Okay. Wait, what was the question? Superliminal is a puzzle game that uses perspective to resize and match objects and environments. And it gets very mind-bendy. Is it going to give me motion sickness? Because that description sounds as if it'll give me severe motion sickness if you're like warping perspectives and moving the camera around. That's actually why I was not able to play Portal. I tried playing Portal, but looking around so much to use first-person perspective as the way to aim made me incredibly dizzy. It'll just give you a headache. Okay. Some people are saying no. Some people are saying possibly yes. Just because it's slow doesn't necessarily mean I will not get motion sickness. Even one... Okay, so I'm not going to look at it. If you get motion sickness, please look away from the screen. I will also not be looking. This is just an example. Something like this, that can give me motion sickness if I'm watching too closely. Like something as even quick as that will just trigger it immediately. So it doesn't have to be like an ongoing thing. Even just a few seconds of wild movement will give me motion sickness. You would not get motion... No, so like... No, this is not the only thing that I get motion sickness from. Also, I didn't even know what I did because I wasn't looking. So maybe it was like wilder than I thought. Any kind of motion movement where you have to use your your perspective to aim will give me motion sickness. So the reason why I don't get motion sickness here is because not only am I controlling it in a way where I know exactly where the camera is going to end up, but I don't aim with my mouse. I set this at a certain perspective and then I use tab targeting. But if you need to, so for example, if I needed to shoot something here and I had to move my mouse to aim it every time, that is what gives me motion sickness. So literally, I'm going to close my eyes when I do this, but if I need to aim like this, even this for like a few minutes will give me motion sickness. If it's like constant movement like that. Long story short, I am emotionally crippled. Fixed camera perspective. Fixed camera is fine. So like top down fixed like this. So I can turn it once in a while and then I know where it's going to be and then it's just locked and fixed like this is perfectly fine. Do movies give you motion sickness? No, they do not. But most movies don't have first-person perspective. I've never been motion sick, but I did get car sick once when I was reading in the car. Oh, if I read something in a car for like more than 10 seconds, I get motion sickness. I get car sick. I also, if I'm sitting in a car and I can't recline back, I also get motion sickness just from some sitting there, just from existing in the car. A 38 second ride at Universal Studios called Flight of the Hippogriff gave me so bad motion sickness that I was knocked out for about 4 to 5 hours. And then after about 4 to 5 hours, I was just really dizzy and had a really bad headache, but I could walk around. But for the next 4 to 5 hours, I was bedridden. I had to go back from Universal Studios back to my hotel to lay down because I did not realize that a roller coaster would give me that much pain. My motion sickness is very, very bad. Why are you live at 12:28? It's currently 9:29 p.m. for me. I usually go to sleep somewhere around 3 to 6 a.m. whenever I'm sleepy, and then I wake up 8 hours after that. So this is sort of like my afternoon. I'll be live for... I don't know. I don't know how much longer. I think like minimum at least 3 more hours. But this is usually around the time when I am active. I like how you gave me 1 billion bits, but you didn't even donate a single bit. You just put in a symbol of a pyramid. I may still be awake when you end stream. That happens to a lot of people. So a trend that I've noticed is that when I first start streaming, a lot of Europeans will be going to sleep. And a lot of people from the United States will start watching my stream, but it'll be like late in the evening and night. And a lot of people end up falling asleep to my stream. So in like maybe 3-ish hours from now, 3 to 4 hours from now, things will become a lot more quiet and peaceful. And there will be less activity in chat. And then after a few hours, it picks back up because then the Europeans are waking up. So the people who have fallen asleep to my chat or to my stream will then be, those chatters will be replaced by awoken Europeans. And I've noticed that this is a trend that has been happening for the past handful of days. What's the fun and quiet and peaceful? Well, if I'm just fishing, I guess that is boring. But for Final Fantasy XIV, I was able to watch the cinematics and cutscenes without being distracted by the urge to answer questions in chat. Because if there is a nice, delicious, juicy question in chat, I will pause the cinematic and talk about it and then get derailed and end up not resuming for like 5 minutes. What is this email? Okay. So it's not urgent. Here's a juicy question. What juices do you like? I like pretty much any fruit juice. I mean, I guess I like juices in general. I liked my trip to Vietnam a lot because Vietnam has a lot of interesting juices that are not common in the United States. It had like papyrus. Wait, no, not papyrus is not a. It's not a fruit. It's a font. Papaya. And like papaya juice, pineapple juice, melon juice, and a lot of juices that I don't drink in the United States. So I liked that. I guess in the United States, I like pineapple juice. It's not common, but it does exist. Yeah, it's like fair. It's like accessible in the United States. If there was a kiwi juice, I've never had kiwi juice, but if there was kiwi juice, I'd probably really like kiwi juice. Did they have lychee? Oh, they did have lychee. They did indeed have lychee juice. I also like lychee. Yeah, I sort of just like all juices in general. Have you went to the Philippines? I have not been to the Philippines before. Oh, black currant juice. I had that in New Zealand. That also was a good juice. Speaking of juicy questions, how do you like your steak? I usually have it as rare. If I am splitting it half and half, so one thing that I tend to do is that if I go get a meal with one of my friends, we will both each pick one dish, and then we'll eat half of our dish and just rotate plates and finish the other. So that way we can get more variety in our meal. So when I do that, I will get my steak medium rare because most people prefer it as medium rare. If I get a steak on my own, I will usually order it rare, or if it's a restaurant that I know tends to overcook their steaks, I will order it blue rare. That is not how you pronounce black currant? Wait, black currant? Is it not black currant? Oh no, this is not this again.
Black currant.
Black currant.
Black currant.
Why do I pronounce this word as black currant? Where did that come from? Apparently, it is called black currant. Another juicy question. How much liquid do you think you drink in a day on average? Probably 1.5 to 2 liters of liquid. Probably less if I'm in a very humid location, and more if I'm in Las Vegas without a humidifier. No, that does not include liquidy food. Are you a part-time streamer now? No. I am a full-time streamer for 12 days, and then I'm gone forever again. How many cups? How much is 8 cups? 8 cups in liters. 8 cups is 1.89 liters. Oh, maybe I drink like 2 to 2.5 liters then? I think I drink 2 to 2.5 liters. Bro likes the cow still mooing. I mean, sort of. It also depends on the type of cut of the meat as well. I also like, what do you call it? Beef. Where you just eat the meat raw. Like you don't even cook it at all. What's it called? It's, forgot the word for it. It's like a beef patty, but like raw. Tartare, yes. I also really like beef tartare. No, it is not called beef psychotic. It is called beef tartare. But yes, I generally prefer my meat less cooked. The funny thing is, my mom likes her meat well done. So that was a bit of a conundrum when I was younger, because I would always like the most cooked I would have would be medium rare, and my mom, the minimum cooked is well done. So she insisted that well done was the literal, objective, correct way to eat meat. So I only had well done meat when I was a kid, still living with my parents. Tartare tastes good, but the texture makes me shudder. Why? I like the texture. You sort of like put it in your mouth and like it's like a little bit slimy, so you like move it around with your tongue. And you like feel it. You feel it with your tongue, and you like rub it up against the top and the bottom of your mouth and up against your cheek. It's like a little bit slimy and squishy. You don't like that? You don't like the texture of tartare? I like tartare. No, it is not called tartar sauce. It is not pronounced tartar as in tartar sauce. It is tartar. This one I know for sure because I eat an astronomical amount of tartar. I eat both fish and beef tartare a lot. I do like caviar. My grandfather liked his meat as well done as possible, whereas my grandmother, as my mom puts it, just kind of wanted to just pass through a warm room. Yep, I guess that sounds like my mom and me and the conflict between the two. But if my mom just let me have medium rare meat or steaks, that would have been fine. But she insisted on serving me only well done. I think eventually she budged and she was like, okay, if you really, really want medium rare meat, I will cook you medium rare meat. And then she cooked me, and then she served me well done meat anyway, except to her, it was medium rare because she ate her meat like almost burnt. Like she ate jerky and I ate well done steak is basically what the compromise was. Parkzer, what is your favorite book? Why do you like it, and why would you recommend it to others? I like Dan Brown's books, specifically the Da Vinci Code and all of his remaining books. I like it because I assume it's just a personal preference. I like mystery books like that where there's like a lot of different angles, and at the end everything sort of connects together, and you're like, ah. And I also like books that have like misleading angles to it, where it thinks like, or you think like you're following the trail, but it's not. Like you're distracted and you're like following a what do you call those? It's not a straw man. Red herring. Where you like follow a red herring and you think that you're doing a good job solving the mystery, but it's not. I like books and stories like that. It's actually also why I really liked the Duck Detective series that I played a handful of days ago on stream, is because Duck Detective also had that kind of thing where there were like side mysteries that you thought that you were looping into the main storyline, but you weren't. So that's why I like Dan Brown books. And yes, I would indeed recommend Dan Brown books. I liked it a lot. Parkzer, what would it take for you to be a regular or part-time streamer? I did promise that at any point, if the Bazaar or if Tempo were to go bankrupt and I no longer have a full-time job, I will full-time stream for at least 1 month after bankruptcy. And then after that, I don't know. What would I'm trying to think of like realistic scenarios where like practical situations where I actually would full-time stream. I think I'm going to really like Guild Wars 2. I've only played it for a couple hours because obviously I've been streaming an insane amount, and then I've also been still doing tempo work. So I haven't played it much, but I really like the game design philosophy behind Guild Wars 2, and I really like MMORPGs, and the genre that I've played the most in my life is MMORPGs. So I think I'm going to like Guild Wars 2. If I become absolutely obsessed with Guild Wars 2, I may full-time stream it during my obsession. So I think that it's like another realistic, practical scenario where I could stream a ton again in the future. But I don't know. I like going outside and doing things. I like doing tourist activities. I think another scenario where it could happen, if I start dating somebody who is a full-time IRL streamer, I will technically stream full-time because I'd be streaming together with her. In the top of my mind right now, I think those are the only scenarios where I would actually practically be a part-time or full-time streamer in the near future. Adam, do you believe that your small streams have in some way boosted the sales of and the concurrent player base of the Bazaar? No. If I was regularly playing the Bazaar on stream, then yes, I would think that it has like a very small impact on it. But because even I personally do not play the Bazaar. I tried playing it 3 times, way back in early development, and the game either had server errors or crashed on me all 3 times, so I never played it. And to this day, I still have not opened the Bazaar even, and I haven't even tried playing it. So if I was the Bazaar streamer, then yes, I think it would have made an impact, but as of right now, no, not even close. I only ever talk about it if people from Twitch chat ask me specific questions about the Bazaar. Who is messaging me? Fummy has DM'd me saying, struggled slightly at the end, but overall did fairly well. And this is, congratulations. You have finished a Monday puzzle in 6 minutes and 9 seconds. Okay. I still, to this day, do not understand why Fummy sends me his crossword. Hi, this is my first chat ever. Ah, hello. I find you so funny, Park. You're a big inspiration. Excellent. I'm glad I can inspire. I don't know why I would be, but I'm glad that I can inspire you to do something. No, I am not taking a quick Wordle break. Parkzer, considering your enjoyment of finding out mysteries, what do you think of the movie Memento, if you have watched it? I have not watched Memento. I have not watched very many movies in general. I'm not really much of a movie person, but what I have watched is Rush Hour. Rush Hour 1, 2, and 3. I am waiting for Rush Hour 4 with bated breath at the edge of my seat. Fummy, do you see all the people in chat congratulating you for your quick, successful completion of your crossword puzzle? This guy goes to the market in Asia and pays full price? Huh? This guy goes to the... I mean... Is this a reference to one of my blog posts about Japan? Where I ordered from the tourist menu because it was English and I got charged more? But when I visited Vietnam, everything was so cheap that I just tipped them a lot. Because I just literally could not understand. Like, it was like a long trip. Like, I would get Grab. Grab is like the equivalent of Uber and Lyft in Vietnam. And I would get a Grab from a tourist activity back to my hotel. And it'd be like $1.50 or something. It's like something ridiculously cheap. It's like, how do you even operate a vehicle for that cheap? So in my Grab app, I would tip them the maximum permitted amount, which is 100,000 Vietnamese dong. No, I do not love tipping culture. I hate tipping culture, but it just didn't make sense to me. Like, it didn't add up. Like, these people were providing me with far greater than $1.50 worth of value. So, no, 100,000 VND, not USD. I did not tip them my dong. 100,000 VND to USD. I tipped them $3.80. 100,000 VND is $3.80. And that's the maximum that you're allowed to tip on the app. And 100,000 is just like massive to Vietnamese people. Uh-oh. Is my internet dead? The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Hello.
Hey there.
Oh. It's not dead. Okay. For some reason, I could not reel in my I couldn't reel in my fishing line, so I thought I disconnected. No, I did not cut off 100,000 people's dongs. I did no such thing. It's what the currency is. Ah, yes. What Taz just said is exactly what my idea was. My approach was to Vietnam. I hate tipping culture, but in some countries, such as small cost to you, at such a small cost to you can make a massive difference to them. That is exactly why I tipped them 100,000 dongs. 100,000 cut off dongs. Because to me, it's $3.80 and it did not matter. But to them, that's like almost an entire day's worth of work. So, I stayed at the JW Marriott. So, I wonder, actually, if people really like getting rides, getting grab rides to the JW Marriott because they know that they're foreigners and they'll tip well. I don't know. I like how Parkzer didn't acknowledge the guy slowly trickling in his bus money even once. What happened? Who? What? Huh? Did I miss something? Don't give me your bus money. How are you even giving me your bus money on Twitch? Oh, hello, Shadow Decidui. Parkzer, it's 9:30 p.m. where I am, and I have to get home. But here, have my bus money. I think it's more important to give you. Turns out I had a bit more bus money. Here you go, Parkzer. You need it more than I do. Parkzer, here's more of my bus money to tip more Vietnamese drivers. If your bus ride is 30 cents, that's a really good deal. It appears like nobody is apparently allowed to say dongs because it is bullying. So everyone who's saying dongs is getting automated unless I manually click allow. Wait, Fummy, why do you have a 10 stream streak? Where did 10 what? 10 streams? Have I even streamed 10 times in my life? Hold on. I'm gonna go look at my Twitch tracker thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's funny. This is my 10th stream, where the first stream is Fummy's Lego building stream. So Fummy started watching. Fummy's stream streak starts at us building the Lego cat. Hello, Synthwave Sun. I used to have a longer streak, but the Dress to Impress stream ruined my streak. How? Wait, did all the segments count as individual streams? No, right? So I assume you mean you just missed it, right? Like you weren't around and available for it? You mean him build? Hey, I contributed quite a bit to the cat. I think I contributed more to the cat than I contributed to the Japanese temple or the castle. I think cat I contributed the most to, then the Japanese castle, and then the creeper. Because the creeper I only did one bag. No, you did not miss me Dress to Impress. You missed Fummy playing IRL Dress to Impress by I believe so if I remember correctly, Dress to Impress is like a Roblox thing. It's like a mini game inside Roblox where it is like you pick what you're supposed to dress up as, and then you pick clothing to make yourself resemble that thing that you're dressing up as. And the target that Twitch chat decided on was me. So it's basically who dresses up as Adam Parkzer better, Adam Parkzer or Fummy? And Fummy went to buy clothing. I mean, technically, Fummy picked clothing and I bought them, and he dressed up as me. And then chat voted. And chat voted that Fummy was a better Adam Parkzer than Adam Parkzer. So I bought Fummy clothing. I bought Fummy shoes. And then we ate food, and that was the conclusion of the stream. Oops. Wait, what was the question? Yes. Wait, Fummy, I assume the clothing that I bought you no longer fits, right? Because you've lost so much weight since then. But I imagine the shoes should still fit. If you've lost fleshiness in your shoes, or I mean in your feet, you can just tighten them because the length is still the same. But I assume like the shirt and the pants no longer fit you, right? Because you've lost a substantial amount of weight. Fummy has been like Fummy is like a professional athlete now. He went to college, and then, as the Zoomers would say, Fummy became a Rizzler in college. Shoes fit. Haven't worn the shirt since weight loss. Yeah, that makes sense. That is not true. I'm using outdated terminology. What is the... Hold on. Hello. I am back. I am still streaming on Twitch. My moderator Fummy just showed up in chat, and we are having a conversation about his weight loss. First of all, if you'd like, you may say hello to chat and tell them a joke. Anyway, Fummy became a huge Chad Rizzler after he went to college. He lost a ton of weight and is now much healthier. However, my chat is telling me that he is not actually a Rizzler. I think what they are implying is that I am a boomer unk and need to use more hip terminology to describe Fummy. Please help me come up with some new, fresh, hip words to describe my moderator. Welcome back. It's great to see that the stream is going well and that Fummy is crushing his fitness goals. First, a quick shout out to the community. Hello, Twitch chat. It's a pleasure to be back in the orbit. Since you're debating Fummy's status, here's a quick one for you. Why did the streamer get kicked out of the library? Because he kept trying to clip the books. Anyway, the bozo to based lexicon. If chat is calling you a boomer unk, it's likely because Rizzler and Chad have peaked and are now bordering on millennial core. To prove you aren't stuck in 2023, what do you mean stuck in 2023? That's 2 years ago. To prove you aren't stuck in 2023, try these terms to describe Fummy's transformation. For the physical glow-up, Fummy didn't just lose weight, he's locked in. It implies intense focus and discipline. Don't just say Fummy is fit, say he's fully sculpted, or the build is looking final. Use this term to describe his new aura of confidence and strength. High T. Instead of Riz, talk about his aura. Losing weight and gaining confidence gives him massive aura points. If he does something cool, say infinite aura. Fummy has motion now. It means he's doing big things, being successful and staying active. He went to college and evolved into the final boss of moderators. He has final boss energy. I'm fishing. Fummy, what is your input on my now freshly accurate description of your physique? I literally just a headache literally just spawned. Like, I have a mild headache, like literally right here. After reading this, I have a headache in this portion of my head. It's not severe, but I can feel it. Bro got motion sick from reading. A headache is the correct response to that. He got motion sickness because Fami has too much motion. Who even says motion like that? I've literally never heard the word motion used in that manner. I think Gemini is literally trolling. I actually have a headache. I don't know what just happened, but I literally have a headache. Okay, I am going to take a break and walk around for a bit because reading that actually gave me a headache. Surely it wasn't the contents of the message that gave me a headache. I'm sure the headache just spawned out of nowhere, but who is more Kirky? Oh my god, is this another Charlie Kirk reference? Okay, I am going to take a 3-minute break. If you also have been sitting for the past few hours with me, I recommend getting up and getting some more blood circulation so you too do not get a headache. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads while I'm gone, so that new people coming in for the next hour do not have to watch pre-roll ads. I'll be back shortly. Okay, I'm back. Ad should be over. Can you see the cat? Is the cat in view? I can't see what chat is saying. Is it even in focus? Can you hear him? Okay. Oh, so much hair. Okay, now he's rubbing his face all over a box that I have on the side that I got from a delivery. Meow. 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 It is time to feed them in 1 hour. They usually eat at 11 p.m. They eat dinner at 11 p.m. So, in an hour, I will take another 3-minute break to go feed the cats. Meow. What's that reflective surface on the bottom left of your webcam? Oh, that's I'll show you. Okay, the cat wants attention. Hold on. This is a air filter, so that's the reflective surface. And I think I need to take another... Oh. Okay, well... Yes, air purifier. The cat is now out in the kitchen meowing. I was going to give him more attention, but I think he thought that I was occupied again in front of my computer, so he left. Now he's meowing in the kitchen. Is that a gray cat hanging off the sofa thing behind you? Huh? There is a gray cat here as well, but no, that is... I can't tell what you're referring to. Parkzer, we don't want to see you. Can we see the cat? If the cat comes back, I will go into full cam. I will literally take a break from fishing, go into full cam, bring the cat over in the corner, and pet the cat for a while. The thing on my couch. These two are hoodies. These are boxing gloves. Is this what you're referring to? Boxing gloves? Does this look like a gray cat from a distance? Oh, the green thing. Yeah, it's just a hoodie. Do you hit the cat with those? I don't, but the cat that was just here would probably love it if I smacked him around with that. He likes getting like really deep massages. Can you do a type racer thing but wearing your boxing glove? Why? I would just not be able to hit anything. You can't hit a single key. You can't articulate individual keys with boxing gloves. Blue light. Okay, so this is my speculation on why I suddenly have a headache. First, I forgot to eat. Second, I usually have a really strong blue light filter on my computer. So the reason for that is because I cannot use dark mode. If I use dark mode on anything, the background, the dark black background looks like it's like closing in on the white text, and I cannot read the white text. I have to squint, and even then it is painful. This is because I have very severe astigmatism. So I cannot use dark mode, so I have to use light mode, and then I put on a filter on top of the... I put on a really strong blue light filter on top of the light mode to make it orange. So that way my eyes are comfortable and I can still see it. While I stream, I turn off my blue light filter, or else my face looks like Donald Trump. I will give an example. This is me with no blue light filter. This is me with no blue light filter and no spotlight. This is me with a blue light filter. So I look very orange. So, in order for people to not confuse me with Donald Trump, I generally turn off the blue light filter when I am streaming. So then my face looks like the correct color. So while I was... So while I was reading Gemini, I had the text open with black text on a bright white background because I didn't have my blue light filter. So I think that gave me a headache. And my next speculation is that I've been talking nonstop for 3.5 hours. Because usually when I'm doing something, or when I'm playing a game, I'm taking breaks from reading chat to like actually look at the gameplay and like actually play the game. Or I have like a friend on a call together with me and we're not talking the entire time. Fishing is so peaceful and relaxing and uninteractive that I have literally just been talking for 3.5 hours straight. So I assume that all three of those elements combined is what is causing me to have a headache. Just let us answer questions for you. Okay. What's a good question? Hold on, I will expand the chat size. And then I will interview chat. Why is this moving so slow? Is this still... hold on, let me fish one more and make sure it's not blocking any UI elements. Oh, it's too tall. It's blocking the element. Can't have that happen. Okay. One more time. Perfect. Chat, it is time for you to be the streamer and not me. The first question is, give me an example of a great question that you would ask somebody on your first date. No, first date is bad. On your third date to get to know them better. What? Don't circumcise us. What? Who are you? What? Are you okay? A question to ask somebody on a third date. So not first date, so you've already established some rapport, and you've established that you like the other person enough that you will continue going on dates. This is the third date. Why are so many of these questions asking for sex? What? I am questioning the integrity of this idea now. Do you remember why? What? Hold on. Hold on, I need to take a pause. I have to answer one of my friend's questions. Okay. The questions that people, or the answers that people are developing right now. Let me make this larger again. These questions are concerning me. Let me do a poll. Are you in a healthy romantic relationship? Yes or no? Duration 2 minutes. Oh no. Oh no. This Oh no. It seems like my first question during our Twitch chat interview might not have been an optimal question. This is surprising. Yes, it is. I was expecting like maybe like a half 50-50 split. I have a follow-up question to this. So for those who are not participating in chat and are just listening to me, if you just like have me open on your TV and you can't see Twitch chat, the current results of the poll is, are you in a healthy romantic relationship? It is 22% yes and 79% no are the current results. And I guess for those watching the VOD as well who cannot see the poll, I have a follow-up question to this, but the fact that a majority of, was it a majority? I think over half the people, when I said, what is a question that comes to mind that you would ask someone on a third date? Feels like half of them related to sex, related to having sex. My girlfriend is pissed at. Okay, so if your girlfriend is pissed at you, does that mean you answer no? "50% of Gen Z isn't dating." Why? Is it out of choice? Okay. Final results. 75% no, you are not in a healthy romantic relationship. 25% say yes. I have a follow-up question. No, it's not we won. It's not that's not okay. Next poll. Question. Have you ever been in a healthy relationship? Yes or no? I'll give another 2 minutes. Start poll. I accidentally took a screenshot. Have you ever been in a healthy relationship? Yes or no? Surely this will be closer to 50-50. Okay, good. We're at a 45-55 split. Jasmine says, I'm in a relationship with the fictional characters from my Kindle books. I have a friend of a friend. There's a friend of a friend. She makes very funny videos about this, where like half her content is making jokes about how she just wants to date the anime character Gojo. Wait, this is still... It's at 38% yes, 63% no. Oh, I forgot to clarify romantic. I meant like a healthy... Ever been in a healthy romantic relationship. So basically, have you ever dated someone who you liked the time that you spent dating them, but you ended the relationship on like good terms or for reasons that was not like catastrophic, I guess. No, parasocial relationships do not count. Parasocial relationships count as, by default, an unhealthy relationship. Parkzer, Google it. There's tons of research about why Gen Z doesn't date or have sex. Can you, as part of your moderator duties, could you find me something that like summarizes it very succinctly and well? Okay, for those who are not participating in chat and just have me open on a TV somewhere, the results for have you ever been in a healthy relationship? 64% say no and 36% say yes. Parkzer, does this mean we are not getting married? I literally have the dress ready to go and everything. The funniest part is that I know the man with the plan. And I know that the man with the plan is a man. So this is not even applicable. I've had awful luck with the men I've dated, hence me being I mean, but you're only 24. So being single for 3 years. I was distracted because someone was DMing me and I thought it was funny, but it's not. I guess being single for 3 years at 24 isn't... I mean, but if you dated before then... Okay, so then was your answer no? Was your answer basically every person you have dated so far was so bad that you consider it an unhealthy relationship? I don't know. I feel like most of my friendships that I invest in are like all very healthy relationships. I'm not romantically dating any of them because I would only date as like a trial for marriage, which is basically why like an overwhelming majority of my friends are women, but I don't date them because there's just like some sort of like logistical or like mechanical aspect of the relationship where it wouldn't work out, where we would end up getting married and have kids. they're still great people, and I don't know. I feel like none of them have been unhealthy for me. So I'm actually surprised that so many people say that they have never been in a healthy relationship. Is Fummy still here? Where'd he go? Is he finding me research for this? Parkzer, I caught your headache. Will you take... Oh, maybe that's why my head's feeling better. Because my headache actually sort of went away. Maybe it's just because I've been drinking more liquids and I took a break and walked around for a bit. If I forget, please remind me at 11 p.m. Pacific time, which is in 34 minutes, to go feed the cats. And to take another break and walk around. Because then my brain will be healthier. And I will... probably not have a headache. A lot of Gen Z issues stem from COVID. Fummy, are you going to find me some research so I can dig deeper into this? Fummy is consulting the Google. Excellent. There's a fairly extreme trust deficit in current times due to social media. I guess so? A lot of people who I've become very close with, I've met in person, or like a majority of or I would have like known of them online. Ah, interesting. Okay. I think the people who I met in person, I don't have that level of like concern for about their reliability or like their reputation. If it is someone who I meet online, I think I am highly cautious of them. And I think actually them having a social media presence is beneficial from my perspective, because if it's just a random person who has like no social media footprint, I can't really get to know them. So I think I would be more hesitant to actually spend the time getting to know them. But if they have a social footprint, and if they have like an Instagram account, or they actively stream on Twitch, I can just stalk them on Twitch for a few hours, and I feel like I would get to know them more through the one-directional observation. One of the cats is in my closet. But I can't see him. I can hear him, but I can't see him. I don't know. The cat is gay? What? Why do you think the cat is gay? When did I ever say the cat? I mean, I don't know if he's gay. I mean, the cat could be gay. I don't know. But what? I feel like I am more inclined to... I'm more inclined to meet up with somebody in person if they, funny enough, stream on Twitch. Because then it's as if, like, if I watch a few hours of the stream, I can sort of get to know them and see if they are like a gigantic red flag. And funny enough, this is one of the reasons why I was okay meeting Fummy in person. Because when Fummy said that, no, what are you doing? Don't eat that. I don't know what you're... Don't eat that. The cat was eating cardboard, except this was a cardboard box that I actually need, and it was not waste cardboard. It's completely reasonable for him to be chewing on the cardboard because there's cardboard everywhere else in the home for him to chew on, but he would just happen to be chewing on the one box that I actually need to save as a box because I need to store it. I need to store my NAS in it when I'm moving it around. What was the question? No, he's not dead. No, don't eat. Why do you want to eat that box in particular? Oh my god, there's so many. There's no, I'm not gonna let him eat the box. There's even in this room. Oh, the cat ran off. Even in this room, there are literally 5 cardboard boxes in this vicinity, like right off screen, and 4 out of the 5 boxes, he could have chewed it, no problem. He chews the one box that I actually need. So I picked him up and then I put him in front of one of the other boxes and I did like a pinching motion on the box to show him that it's okay to bite this one, not the other one. Because like for animals, you generally, if you just make them stop, it's not very productive for them. So you have to, if you want an animal to stop, you have to make them stop and then also show them the correct action for them to do instead to like replace that in their brain. So I yanked him over. I plopped him down in front of a different box that was okay to chew. And I did the little pinching motion on the box, as in like he's chewing it. And then he promptly ignores that box and goes to the other box. So I ran back over there, and this time he ran off. Anyway, either way, I will see him again in 30 minutes to feed him. No, my NAS, not my ass. I'm storing my NAS, network attached storage, not my ASS ass. NAS is different than ass. Parkzer, what separates social media now from social media then is I feel that each individual person since COVID has allowed their online presence to take a greater position in their lives, truly regardless of which demographic you fall in, paired with the AI craze, which I truly believe to be a significant factor in how people perceive the legitimacy of other people at large, seem to have formed an entire culture around distrust, hostility, and independence. Maybe I just haven't kept up, but I think also social media, maybe it's actually just Twitch. I think now that I'm pondering more of what you said, I think you are right. It's I would be distrustful of somebody if I only saw their Instagram, because like all of it is like very curated, only positive moments that can be manufactured and edited and put together. And even to an extent, I think YouTube channels also could fall under that category. But I think I trust people on Twitch more to show their real selves, because it's difficult to curate. I think it's difficult to curate a performance on Twitch if you are streaming for a very, very long time. So if I saw someone's Twitch channel and they had like only one recent broadcast and it was like 30 minutes and it was ultra well polished, then I think I would be doubtful of that, or critical of it, or like cautious of it rather. But if they have tens upon tens of hours of VODs, then I'd probably be able to pick a random segment, take a small sample size of maybe like 3 to 5-ish segments of random VODs, and feel like I would have a general idea of what they're like in person. Before I went to ask the cat not to eat my important cardboard box, I was mentioning how the reason I agreed to meet Fummy in person is because he had some VODs on Twitch. So not only did I run a background check on him to make sure he is not a criminal and he's like an actual real human being, but I also watched some of his Twitch VODs and I saw that he was just like a normal guy. And I think that had a material impact on me agreeing to see him for dinner in our 1-year anniversary dinner. What separates social media? Okay, this is what I just read. Streaming, you see it a bit more how they actually are, but granted, some people still act a certain way. I guess so. I wouldn't expect somebody to be the exact same as they are on a stream, but I think if anybody has some gigantic red flags, I think they will be, I don't know about necessarily visible, but I think if you're very observant, and you've met a lot of people and have picked up on some trends and patterns with like how some behaviors are associated with other behaviors, I think you'd at least be able to know whether, just from watching someone's Twitch channel, whether they are so unpleasant or so different from you in your morals and values that you would not have a good time spending in-time person with them. Fummy is messaging me. Oh. Okay. Fummy, can you pick one article that is the best and let me just read that one article? Because you DM'd me you sent me 9 messages. My fiance doesn't have social media aside from Discord. Met him working for Blizzard. Oh yeah, so if you're like already meeting them in person already anyway, or you encounter them in person, obviously none of that is applicable. I mainly mean like if you meet somebody online, like through a game. So like imagine that somebody walked up to me here, started fishing together with me, and we had a nice conversation, and then this person said, "Hey, I want to get dinner with you because I also live in Las Vegas." My default answer would be no, but if they showed me all their social media platforms and profiles, and I knew for a fact that that was actually them, and then I also watched them stream on Twitch for like 100 hours, and then I sort of click around in the 100-hour VOD, and I find like a good 30 minutes to watch and observe, then I think at that point I could make a determination as to whether it is just a default no, or if I would actually consider it. Let's go Parkzer. Oh yeah, this is indeed pre-recorded. For those who don't know, the Sweden 2001, that message also is pre-recorded. What if you're socially stupid out of curiosity? Are you cooked in that case? In what case? In socially cooked at what? Huh? I mean, if you are socially stupid, that is unfortunate. I think social skills is still learnable. So I don't think you are completely doomed. I don't think I understood the full context of your question. I was too blind to red flags when I dated. Also, you were younger. I don't think someone in their late teens when dating should be held entirely responsible for missing red flags. I think the entire point of dating or like having close friendships and meeting a lot of people during your teens, and why I disagree with how, when Asian parents, the stereotypical Asian parent of no dating. You date after you get married. You get married first and then you date. I disagree with that, the never dating system, simply because it's just a way to get to learn about more people and understand what people are like. So, yeah, so if it was between 17 and 22, I assume that it's completely reasonable that you missed red flags, because the entire point was not to catch red flags, but rather to learn that those red flags are actually a thing. I wonder how much of an effect that the rise of influencers like Andrew Tate and others have been having on dating coming less common in the Gen Z realm. I heard enough horror stories from women friends of mine meeting dudes and listened to their shit like gospel. Andrew Tate. I don't know if Andrew Tate is the best example, because I think Andrew Tate is just fairly, like, extreme. So I think, like, Andrew Tate is too extremist of an example, but a lot of conservative influencers, I guess, like YouTubers, will preach and support the idea of a traditional household where it is a man and a woman where the man is the breadwinner and the woman is a stay-at-home mom. So although I think Andrew Tate might be a bit of a more extreme example, I think those conservative commentators is a decent example to look at. And I think the problem is that they don't tell the full story. where yes, there are plenty of women out there who would like to be a housewife and stay at home and just cook and raise their kids all day. But the issue is that I think often what those conservative influencers don't tell you is that the man then is responsible for making all of the money and doing all of the difficult work. And in order to, like, the entire point of having a stay-at-home wife or like a trad wife is for the man to support literally all of her desires. So I think it's just like an interpretation problem where they don't realize that if they want to find somebody like that, they then also have to fulfill their own like traditional masculine role of taking care of everything and just giving her a happy princess life in exchange for her being a trad wife. So yes. Wait, what was the question? Horror stories from women. Yeah, so I think the problem is that men want that, and they are trying to find women who also want to fit into that traditional wife role, but the men don't realize that that requires a lot of work from the man as well. So they're probably expecting things without doing their own portion of contributing to the couple. Do you agree with no sex until marriage? I do not agree with that. And the reason I disagree with it is because it's the same thing about red flags that I was talking about earlier, is that you sort of have to figure things out ahead of time before you fully commit to being married. I don't think... I feel like the topic of sex is a major element it's a major facet of couple life that can disrupt a man's happiness. At least according to surveys from what I've seen. So if you do not have sex until marriage and you find out that you are absolutely, completely incompatible sexually, then what happens? Basically, it becomes problematic after that. So it's sort of like a test run. So I do not agree with no sex until after marriage. Didn't Andrew Tate say some shit like men can sleep with as many people as they want, including while in a relationship with a girl? Well, I mean, I guess that is an example. I don't know if he actually said that or not, but if he did say that, I guess that is an example of why I sort of see Andrew Tate as like an extreme outlier. So I don't actually even consider his teachings as like an actual valid thing. This is why I like defaulted back to like just like generally conservative influencers, because I don't think Andrew Tate's his teachings or like his advice is like actually reasonable or applicable at all. It sounds like if that is like actually what he said, it sounds like he's just like trying to make men angry. I wonder what the incentive is behind that. So surely there's like a financial incentive. So he teaches, he sells a course, right? So if he sells a course teaching men how to be more masculine or whatever, if he actually teaches them and they get a wife, then he doesn't have a customer anymore. So I guess the program is to... I guess the program is to make them angrier at women, and then they go back to him for more dating advice, and the cycle continues, I guess? Is that... I guess that makes sense from business sense. Is that why he's like griefing men and saying random things that would not work, I guess? I don't know if I'd say it's an extreme example either. He has 11 million followers on Twitter. Oh, I mainly mean like, I mean, it's very unfortunate that there are 11 million people who would be willing to follow him on Twitter. But I think when I say extreme, I mean more about the actual things that he says as opposed to the follower base. Because I think the actual things that he tries to tell other people are fairly extreme. The scary thing is more and more regular men side with him. But why, though? Are they just getting tricked? I assume they're getting tricked by, like, the marketing tactic, right? I think like any reasonable person, provided I just saw I skimmed over a comment somewhere. I missed it in chat, but somebody was mentioning like the male loneliness epidemic. So let's say in a hypothetical situation that a man actually is extremely lonely, and he feels like he thinks that Andrew Tate is the solution to his sadness or whatever, and he follows it one time. I guess is it like a cult? Is Andrew Tate a cult? Because I feel like if you're fairly aligned with reality, you would follow his advice, realize that it's like it doesn't work, and then try something else and like keep experimenting until you find something that works. But I guess if he uses like cult-like strategies, then I guess it is a cult. Yes. Okay. It seems like the general consensus of chat is feels like the general consensus of chat is that yes, he is a cult. So I guess that's why then. So he's just taking advantage of men, it seems like. Propaganda make men believe that you have the answer to make them alpha males to profit off their insecurities. Yeah. It does seem like it's just a spiral then, or just like a feedback loop of making men angrier and making women hate them, and then blaming it on the woman instead of self-reflecting. Parkzer, you just explained the whole marketing process of dating apps. I heard that dating apps also have like multi-tier issues of problems. I heard that not only are dating apps they're like subtly built to keep you on the dating app, but I also heard that like 90% of men don't actually get matches or like do not find success on the app. And I heard that like only the top couple percent of men will actually get matches, and like all the matches are like focused in on those small percentage of men. I've never used a dating app before, and I most likely never will. I feel like it is much healthier to just go out in person and just meet people who have common interests. And I don't know, dating apps also feels like it's like, I don't understand how you can even like see like whether or not you would like somebody. Like I don't know how you would decide to swipe. Is it left is yes or is right is yes? I don't know how you would swipe yes on a dating app to like agree to go on a date with somebody, but the information on their profile is so limited that you barely even know them at all. That sounds spooky to me. I also have I have friends who have set up dating profiles for fun, and it is absolutely wild. If you are a physically attractive woman on a dating app, it is absolutely wild. One of my friends set up an account and she got literally thousands of matches within the first 24 hours that the dating app banned her because they suspected suspicious activity. Though it's probably important to keep in mind that this is probably a collection of left-leaning folks in Parkzer's chat, not inherently going to provide an accurate view of Tate, whatever validity he might have. I actually have noticed that my chat, so on Twitch in general, you are absolutely correct that Twitch is very left-leaning or very left. I've noticed that my chat tends to be more moderate. Obviously, there's plenty of left-leaning folks, but if there is any chat that I would ask questions about this to, I would probably actually pick my own, because I feel like mine is like fairly well balanced. Wait, he's secretly bisexual? Do you mean Andrew Tate? Andrew Tate is secretly bisexual? Wait, I was about to ask why is it secret? Wait, so then is it secret because is is trying to teach men that being bisexual or gay is bad? Why is he... Or I guess... okay, I guess traditional culture it would say that like being bisexual or gay is not fully masculine. Is he trying to avoid the idea that Andrew Tate... Yeah, I mean, I was not aware of that. Though, I mean... I don't know much about Andrew Tate. I'm trying to imagine what he looks like and like how he acts. But I don't know enough about him to suspect whether he's bisexual or not. But I mean... if you watch his interview with Aiden Ross, they got eyes for each other. That is very funny. I swear Andrew Tate or someone else said it was gay to have sex with women at some point. That's... You know, the problem is that he... That's literally not the meaning of the word gay, though. Like as a matter of diction, that can't be the case, though. Oh, let me scroll up just in case I've seen or I missed anything. There's a series in England called Adolescence about the effects of Andrew Tate and similar men's influence on kids, specifically young boys. It shows a young boy who has been radicalized by these ideologies and ends up doing something awful as a result. Just series. Oh, they made a show out of it. Yeah, I mean, it sucks that he's preying on younger people. Where they're like, they have a moldable brain, so it's like a period where they're learning. So it's unfortunate that he's teaching people who are in a phase where they actually need to learn productive things to contribute to society well. Meeting people naturally just feels so much organic, better way to approach it. Dating apps just feel so methodical. I feel like dating apps, it feels like... I mean, again, I've never used a dating app before, so I don't know. I can't say for sure, but dating apps just feels like a way to just objectify people and to just turn this into like it's almost as if they tried to gamify dating, but then they accidentally just objectified everyone. Because again, I don't understand how you can decide whether or not you want to date somebody just by a bunch of photos and like 10 lines of text. Like, I wouldn't even be able to decide if I want to be an acquaintance with somebody. Just like even a vague, distant acquaintance with somebody, just with 6 photos and 10 lines of text. I don't know how you'd be able to decide whether you want to date them. So I guess technically what it is encouraging you to do is to objectify people based off of just their physical appearance on photos that they selected for themselves, and then make a determination of yes or no on whether or not you want to date them just as a matter of their physical appearance, I guess. Oh, it's pretty much just for hookups now. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're just simply looking for a shallow relationship of only sex, then I guess that it would make sense to only be based off of it would make sense to just be based off of physical appearance. I guess that wouldn't help for people who don't develop sexual attraction unless they are actually friends with the person. So I assume it wouldn't work for a lot of people. But I mean, I guess if you're just searching for strictly physical sex, then I guess that would make sense. My favorite thing about Andrew Tate is that he had a Discord clone called The Real World a while back. That is very ironic, considering that he is creating an artificial community that is absolutely not representative of the real world. But The Real World a while back, and it immediately got hacked by a bunch of furries. Yeah, it feels like Andrew Tate is like extreme enough that like either Anonymous or like some other hacking group would take him down just because he is like causing harm to people. What semi-hollow guitar do you have? That is a Gretsch I forgot the model number. Let me find it for you. It is... a Gretsch... It is a Gretsch... Why can I not find it in my purchase history? I'm searching for this, and it's like a bunch of strings that are coming up instead of the actual guitar. Hold on. It is the G5422TG Electromatic. Here, where's your message? I will reply to your message with the name of the guitar. Out of the guitars that I have, visually, that one is my favorite one. The one that I play the most and I like playing the most is the one right below it, the custom Fender Stratocaster. But visually, this one is my favorite because I like white colored things. It's like a lot of my equipment, like my speakers on my desk are white, my monitors are white. I have a black keyboard, but like I like the white aesthetic. So I like the coloration of this, plus like the gold accents on it. It's custom it was made at the Fender mod shop. So Fender, to my understanding, does not do satin black guitars just on their regular store. And I got this custom made as a satin black guitar. If you are interested, it seems like based on your questions, you have an interesting guitar, so I'll actually show it to you. Fender's headquarters is in Corona, California, and there is a thing on their website called the Mod Shop, and you can basically build your own custom Stratocaster. If you're just going to go through like basics, then it's not really worth it because it is quite a bit more expensive than just getting a regular Stratocaster. But if you are going to do something that is not like for sale normally, such as getting like a satin black texture to it, I mean, I like this. So like this is a... Would this be a quad layer, like a quad layer pick guard with custom satin black? Yep. And then this is this rosewood? This is like an all rosewood neck. So, yeah. How much is it custom? I think it was like $2,000 some, but the price has gone up quite a bit. It was $2,000 some around the pandemic. So hold on. Let me put this down first. So during the pandemic, I spent an insane amount of money because I wanted to stimulate the economy. I got a lot of help from the government from stimulus checks because I operate as a business and not as an individual. So a lot of my stimulus and funding from pandemic relief came in the form of business checks. So I got a lot more than normal people do. So I basically took that money and spent quite a substantial amount of it for at like small. So this actually has become a habit for me now. I just go out to eat at restaurants every single day because I would get takeout from small family-owned restaurants every day during the pandemic, and I would just order a bunch of food from like mom and pop shops. So I bought this during the pandemic, and around that time, I think it was like $2,000 some. I believe it is quite a bit more now because things have gotten significantly more expensive since then. Were you in band and orchestra in school? I was. For 2 years, I was in band. I played percussion in band. Chat, we paid for that guitar. I'm trying to rationalize how, like, I'm trying to, you know, the meme where it's like the guy with like a bunch of photos where there's like red string connecting everything. I'm trying to do that for you to justify that chat paid for the guitar, but unfortunately, I don't think there's any connection. I think if anything, the government paid for my guitar because they gave stimulus funding and they wrote the policy in a way that was very unproductive. So even though I obviously suffered financially from the pandemic, but not as much as other people, but the way that the government wrote the laws meant that I fully legally qualified for all this pandemic funding. So I instead made the decision to just go and spend it all on other small businesses to help them out instead. What was the question? Did you build the Fender Stratocaster Lego? I did not. I actually did not know that they had a Fender Lego set. Northwind, this is the old Dalaran. Right? I'm supposed to be in the old Dalaran, right? If you'd like to come fish with me, you are welcome to do so. I'm currently working on I Smell a Giant Rat, which is Fish Up the Giant Sewer Rat. Surely, this achievement is old Dalaran, right? An old underbelly? Oh no, don't tell me I've been fishing here for 2 hours in the wrong Dalaran. I smell a giant rat. Wow. Whew. The top rated comment on Wowhead is from 2009, which means this is old Dalaran. I mean old, yes, old Dalaran. Okay. Drop rate is 0.3%. So it seems like, statistically, if you are fishing for 2 hours, there's about a 70% chance that you'll get the achievement. If you're fishing for 5 hours, there's about a 95% chance you'll get the achievement. If you fish for 10 hours, there's a 99.7% chance that you will get the achievement. Cats, is it 11? Okay, it is 11 o'clock. I'm going to feed the cats. 3 out of 1,000 is wild. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the drop rate chances on World of Warcraft is like that. Okay, I am going to go feed my friend's cats because I am here cat sitting. I'm going to run 3 minutes of advertisements while I'm gone so that for the next 1 hour, people who are coming in do not have to watch any pre-roll ads. I will be back shortly. It's time for food. Meow. Meow. Okay, I am back. The cats have been fed. I just spit on my microphone. There's 2 cats. One of the cats patiently waits while I prepare the wet food and put it into the plate or the bowl. And I fed one of the cats, and then the other cat tries to ravenously steal and eat the food before it's ready. So I prepared the other food. He started eating it early, and I brought it over to his food bowl. And then I noticed that he was missing. So I went searching for him, and in the middle of his meal, I realized that he was peeing. So he was in the litter box. Okay. I join you fishing. Oh yeah, sure. But I have to buy an entirely separate copy or subscription of the game? Oh, is this not in the free trial? Is Dalaran not in the free trial? Parkzer, we heard you meowing on the way out. Are you also a cat? I did meow, didn't I? You can access Dalaran with the free trial 100%. Okay. I will open our best friend Gemini, and by best friend I mean our traitor Gemini. I'm still streaming on Twitch. Feel free to tell yet again another joke. Anyway, my viewers want to join me in searching for the giant sewer rat in Old Dalaran for the fishing achievement. Is this accessible using the free trial? If so, what are the quickest steps to get here? Okay, for those... Okay, first of all, the joke. Why do mages always fish in Dalaran? Because they heard the fish there are off the scale. What? I don't even understand what that means. Can you do this on a free trial? Yes, you can. Even though the free trial is capped at level 20, you can access the Northrend version of Dalaran since the giant sewer rat is a rare catch from fishing the Dalaran sewers, or the underbelly, and fishing doesn't have a level requirement. Your trial characters can absolutely pull it off. Quickest steps to Old Dalaran. Oh, anyone can. Okay. You will either end up in the Alliance or the Horde. In the Alliance, you go to the Wizard Sanctum and teleport to here, Dalaran Crystal Song Forest. And if you're Horde, you teleport to the Orgrimmar, or you walk to the Orgrimmar portal room, and again, take the portal to Dalaran Crystal Song Forest. Those are the steps that you would need to take if you'd like to join me. The ideal case scenario here is that I just catch this stupid giant sewer rat and then we move on to the next achievement. But if you... Oh, it is... Can you join from the EU server? I don't think you can join from the EU server. I am on a North American server. I believe I am on Lightbringer. I'm not sure if you can join from... I know that there's cross-party play, but I don't think it's cross-party between US and Europe. I am... Let me check the server. If you want to make absolute certain that you will be on my thing, and if you're making a free trial character anyway, then I am on Lightbringer. Don't think we can join US on EU. Okay, yeah. In that case, you can just swap from... Oh, you would have to switch in your launcher. In your launcher, in the game version... Oh my god, I just remembered. You can't even do it in the launcher. You have to get the US Battle.net thing, right? Like the entire launcher itself is different for Europe, right? If you can somehow figure out how to get a United States thing, you are welcome to come join me in fishing. No, it's just a switch when launching the game? Oh.
Did ye find the key yet?
Parkzer is a character on Moonguard? What's special about Moonguard? Oh no, this is not a VPN matter. This is a like where your character is located in the servers matter. Oh, apparently I have gifts. Hello, Dragonhawk. Parkzer, I'm literally getting an ad every 3 minutes. Why 3 minutes? My pre-rolls are off for 53 minutes. Moonguard has Goldshire where loads of people go for sexy roleplay. Really? I have a character on Moonguard? Let me see what it is. Moonguard. Oh, it is an RP server. I have not opened or logged into this in a very long time. This will not dox me, right? How do I see which character is on Moonguard? Because this is just my regular characters. Hover the tune. Okay, Lightbringer, Moonguard. Apparently this level 10 Hunter in Stormwind is Moonguard. Let's find out. To my understanding, it is I did not do it for for erotic roleplay, but I am actually very curious. How do I engage in erotic roleplay? Is it a Void Elf? It's a Void Elf. Literally walk into Goldshire. Where is Goldshire? Can I search Goldshire? Go to Goldshire in the inn. Telogris Rift, south of Stormwind. Okay. I cannot fly. Okay, this might take a while. Hey Parkzer, how is the stream going? We are taking an intermission on the stream to go to Goldshire on an erotic roleplay server. Because apparently I have a character on Goldshire, and apparently this is like very funny. So I am now going to see what this is about, because I'm very curious. I don't remember creating this character or why I picked this particular server, but how do I get to the flight path? As you can see, I don't really play much anymore. Also, I usually just fly. This music. I like this music. Why is there so much screen tear? Are you also able to see screen tear?
How are you? Safe travels.
Oh, Griffin Master here.
Light be with you.
Goldshire, found it. What are stream display ads? Stream display ads are 15-second video ads that appear on channels before or during a live stream. Viewers are able to see and hear creators while these ads are displayed. Viewers may see multiple variations of stream display ads. There's no ad revenue distance to monetize streamers based on the type of... So you just have like a video ad playing beside my head the entire time? Why? Oh my god, so many people. Wait, so what do I do here? Can someone guide me? What do I do now? You're supposed to say ABC for girlfriend. What does ABC stand for? Go into the inn. This is not the inn. This is the inn, right? Oh my god! Wait, this is awesome! This is like the spirit of old classic World of Warcraft. Is that an orgy? Maybe.
Gammon will save us.
How do I remove the name off of their... Is there a hotkey for removing the names off of people's heads? It's not nameplates. This is what unchecked nameplates is. Friendly nameplates turned off. I do remember seeing an option for this. I just don't remember where it is. Oh, names. Okay, there we go. Wait, this is actually awesome. Not the ERP part, like erotic roleplay, sure, whatever. You can erotically roleplay if you want. The fact that there's like a community like this of like a ton of people just standing around and just enjoying the game is fantastic. This reminds me of like old MMORPG days where people just like...
The doctor is in.
Where people just like enjoy the game. And like it's not a sense or feeling of like rushing to like level cap or optimizing. Hold on, let me... I have to fit in. I'm ready for erotic roleplay. I get what you mean, but it's funny it's here of all places. Yeah, I don't know. I absolutely did not expect this.
You need something?
This is just in an inn. This is apparently Goldshire Inn. This is so funny. I am so glad that you showed me this. This like warms my old MMORPG heart. Parkzer will be coming back for this wonderful piece of community bond. I will not, but I will just sit here enjoying this for a while. Isn't this a family-friendly Christian stream? Okay, we can't all be Christian all the time. We're taking a little break from Christianity today. Wait, how are there speech bubbles on? How do I listen to them? Do I just read this? Oh, they're licking each other. They're licking each other and smiling shyly at them. This is literal popcorn. When I took a break, I should have been in here. So you can watch people ERPing. Wait, why do you think smart food popcorn sucks? I like it. It's much less greasy and less buttery compared to like microwave popcorn or movie theater popcorn. Hold on. I need to get it just right. There we go. My second time seeing Parkzer, and he is doing ERP. Okay, I'm not participating. I mean, I guess technically with my relocation, I guess technically I could be considered to be participating, but no, I'm just like, this is so wholesome. And we're just standing around enjoying themselves. And you're like, it's a World of Warcraft community in World of Warcraft in retail. Yeah, it's wholesome. Don't tell me this is not wholesome. One of the things I really liked about World of Warcraft Classic, I have no nostalgia from World of Warcraft Classic because I didn't play that far back. But one of the things I liked about it was that it had like a sense of community. Like there's a lot of people just like standing around and like chatting or talking and like having a communal time together. And this is literally that. Check upstairs. What's upstairs? Did you ever play Guild Wars? I did not. But I'm interested in playing more Guild Wars 2. I'm like 2 hours in Guild Wars 2, and I really like the design philosophy of horizontal progression. So I'm going to play more Guild Wars 2. Okay. I mean, I'll go upstairs to see what's upstairs. Flavor of popcorn is white cheddar. Okay, it looks like there's nothing upstairs. It's just some people are... Oh, I don't think I'm supposed to be here. I'll give them some privacy. Some privacy. The privacy that they deserve. Privacy. Anyway. This is a great break from fishing. This is awesome. Why is Parkzer ERPing? I didn't even realize this was a thing. I'm ERPing because this is great. This is like so wholesome and communal, and everyone's having a great time. They should have more things like this in MMORPGs. Who's inviting me to a group? The basement is cooking. Wait, is this someone from my chat? I'll go to the basement. There's nothing in the basement. Nothing is happening in the basement. Is there another deeper basement? The basement is empty. This person trolled me. Oh, wait. What is never-ending treasure? What? There's nothing in there. This is like Epstein's Island. Okay, I'm gonna eat some more popcorn for a little bit. I'm gonna eat a bit more popcorn, and then I'll go back to fishing. Oh, they wanted you in the basement. Ah. There's a lootable item. Did I pick it up? I did not pick up the item, apparently. Oh, I had the loot window pop up. I missed it. I usually, on the characters that I actually play, I have auto loot turned on. So I never have to interact with the loot window. So I didn't realize that I was supposed to actually pick it up. This character, though, is level 10. Which means I played this character up to level 10. But I don't remember this. Well, I mean, that's great. Yeah, that character's level 10.
Will save us.
See? Level 10 hunter. So, I definitely played this character. Allied races can start at level 10. Oh. Oh, I'm Void Elf. Oh, okay, so then I didn't level to level 10. Okay. Yeah, because I don't remember playing this. I probably did the Allied race quest just so I can try out Void Elf, and then I stopped playing after that, is what I assume happened. Because this is the like the leveling area for Alliance, for human, right? So if I made it to Stormwind, I would have suspected that I would have already passed through this area. But if I didn't, then it does make sense that I probably did only the Void Elf storyline and then ended up in Stormwind and never played again. Let us ERP. We can do the talking. They should make a like the Twitch plays Pokemon, where Twitch controlled the character and beat Pokemon Blue or something, or Pokemon Red. They should make a Twitch plays World of Warcraft Moonshire, Goldshire ERP in the inn. Am I getting a proximity lap dance by this orc? There's some good popcorn and good entertainment. Parkzer is in the splash zone. You're not wrong. It's okay. Sometimes you just have to live a little. Okay. You know, ever since I came into this inn, my headache literally gone. Okay. I am going to wash my hands, and then we will go back to fishing. What is this? You want me to check out this clip? This clip is from Tim. Okay. I thoroughly enjoyed that, but I'm going to go back to fishing now. I'll log back in to this server during my break. Oh my god, now I have a naked void elf on my campfire page. Whatever, that's fine. It's fine. The next time I take a everyone's gonna love 3-minute breaks from World of Warcraft now. Next time I take a 3-minute break, I'll go into the ERP server so you all can watch people ERPing. At least clothe her so she's warm. I mean, she is sitting in front of a campfire, so I guess technically she's fine. She's just ready for her next ERP session. I can't believe I started this. I'm so glad you started this. So now the thing is, obviously it's like funny to say haha ERP, Parkzer erotically role-playing, haha loads and buckets of cum or whatever. But I do like the community aspect of things like this, where it's like, so like in Final Fantasy XIV, I like sitting around just like in Limsa Lominsa, and there's people who have just like the music program where they just play music with the in-game instruments. Or I like to be invited to like Final Fantasy XIV weddings because it's just like a community thing, or like people open their guild or their free company houses for visitors, and I just go in there and just like sit around and just watch people. So I like that element of MMORPGs. I feel like a long time ago for MMORPGs, like that was the entire idea of having an MMORPG, is like the interactivity aspect of it. But it went away ever since, like, for example, in World of Warcraft, they released expansions and the mindset ended up just being grind to the level cap as quickly as possible and then do endgame content with like your guild, I guess. Join a guild and do it with them. And there was very little public community features remaining. And one of the things that I liked about World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore when I played with OnlyFangs was just the community aspect of it, and just seeing a ton of people just running around. Like when I first entered the world with my character, when the new server released for OnlyFangs this past year, or this past session, it was a little over a year ago, but this past session, one of my favorite things was just opening the world and seeing literally thousands of people all starting at the same time, like running around and trying to kill things. So, yeah, long story short, I'm actually glad that you rekindled that magic, that little adoration of MMORPG communal feeling in me. So, I'll head back there the next time I take a break in like an hour. Someone asked if your brief break decreased fishing odds. Nope, should just be 0.03. I didn't have any like buffs or anything specific to fishing. I don't think there are any. I think I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt to level. Do I have a thing that gives me more fishing levels? Where is professions? Which it's K. Fishing. I already have plus 15 fishing from my items, from my underlight angler. But yeah, I think the percent, I didn't harm myself because I took an ERP break. Parkzer, if you get roleplay mods, you can see how people describe their characters. It's very explicit though, so do not do it on stream. Okay, well, if I'm not going to do it on stream, I'm not going to do it off stream. But yes, I do agree that to some extent, I should probably limit the absurd sexuality of my stream content, because otherwise I have to put the sexual alert content warning, and I do not want to do that, obviously. So I probably will not get any add-ons, but I'm glad that I at least just was able to see that and enjoy that for a bit. We're sure you will head back there and totally not for... Yeah, I mean, yes, I will, but during my breaks. So, I mean, we'll be back there in like 40 minutes. Hello, Parkzer. Are you winning the game right now? I just won. Like 10 minutes ago, I won the entire game. And now I'm back here fishing again. I'm doing the tutorial island right now to join you fishing. What do you mean the tutorial island? I don't think... are you playing RuneScape? Are you sure you're on the right game? The guy in the clip won. There is a tutorial island? Oh. Okay, I did not realize they created... Oh, there's 2 options to start in World of Warcraft. Nice. I didn't know they did that. But yeah, this is... I'm in Dalaran. So if you would like to come and join fishing, I am currently doing this achievement right here. I smell a giant rat. Apparently there's a 0.03%, is it 0.3 or 0.3% chance that you will fish up a giant rat in the sewers here. And how many have I fished? Hold on. We got this one. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. 20, 40, 60, 80, 200. 20, about 40. 60, 70. 207. I've only cast my line 270 times. It's so slow. Those 40 polygons are hot to some... Hey, that was way more than 40 polygons. That was a... Do you see my character? My character is in basically HD. You can, like... You can see the pores on her butt cheeks. They added it in Shadowlands. Was that recent? That was a while ago, right? That's like 2 expansions ago? Was that 2 expansions or 3 expansions ago? That was a while ago. Help! I'm in Lumbridge and don't know where Parkzer is. Okay. I would zoom in to demonstrate that her butt is very high detail, but that borders on the line of actual sexual content. If you're just playing the game normally and there just happens to be unclothed characters in the game, then fine, whatever, that's just part of the gameplay. If you are then going and zooming into those and making that a focus or an emphasis of the stream, I think that is the distinction of when a sexual content warning needs to be put up on Twitch. And I feel like I criticize Twitch enough that if they were to actually care about me on a case-by-case basis, they would not be incentivized to give me a break on anything. So I would still like to follow the rules to the extent that I'm able to. Parkzer has more luck since he was in the splash zone. It does not seem like I have acquired a seaman buff, though that would be very convenient because I've been here already for quite a while. This is reminding me of the legendary Soda Poppin apology. What did Soda Poppin do? Why did he have to apologize? You're playing as Shadow. Oh, I meant the other character that was basically naked. What class is your current character? My current character is Shadow Priest. Oh yeah, I am very fully clothed here. So this is my character. This is my actual character. the outside clothing is a transmog. The weapon is also a transmog, and I have a glow on it as well. And Shadow Priest is... There are... How do you open... this is Shadow Priest. So this is a talent tree, and you are allowed to pick either Discipline, Holy, or Shadow Priest. Discipline Priest and Holy Priest are healers, and Shadow Priest is the damage dealer. Shadow Priest is... the reason I like Shadow Priest is because it's sort of like a hybrid class. At least it used to be, where it has a lot of utility in addition to damage. And because I play solo, and I don't play together in a group too often, I like having high utility characters that also have healing skills. So this is why, if you were here yesterday, you might have seen me play Red Mage in Final Fantasy XIV. And both of those, both Red Mage and Shadow Priest, are characters that have healing skills. So it's a way for me to be more self-sufficient, basically. Soda Poppin was banned for showing sexual content unintentionally in VR chat because someone shoved their booty in his face. Great. I am glad I had the intuition to not zoom in on my character's bare butt. Thank you, Soda Poppin. Make a macro where you can cast the line faster? How do you cast the line faster? Yes, this is indeed like WoW shiny hunting. The non-shinies are these fish, the sewer caps and the magic eater, and sometimes a vial. And the shiny version, it will be the giant sewer rat. Okay, let me go on Gemini. Write me a World of Warcraft retail version macro that allows me to cast my fishing line faster. You can't technically make the bobber fly through the air faster, but you can significantly speed up the process by eliminating the need to click a button on your action bar and then manually click the bobber to loot it. Here is the best speed fishing setup available in the modern game. This macro allows you to cast your line with a single button press. If you're already fishing and have a fish on the hook, it'll automatically apply any lures you have in your bags before the next cast. Oh, there's also an interaction. Wait, you can just interact with it and get it? Oh my god. Why didn't you tell me this 5 hours ago? Oh no. This is so much faster and so much more convenient. Oh. Is this the macro that you were talking about, or are you referring to something else? Did my Twitch chat... Did my Firefox crash again? Oh no, it didn't. This is what you're referring to, though, right? It is the macro? Okay. To me, this is not a macro. This is just, I actually have an interact key. I just set it to F. So I actually use the interact key for normal questing. Because I think it's just convenient. Because it's like less time to navigate my mouse and click. Yes, F for Finteract. That is correct. Oh my god, this is so much easier. This is great. I was considering like wrapping up at like 6 hours in and do a 6-hour stream today. But this discovery Heaven Labelle has literally enhanced my World of Warcraft experience materially. My joy from finding the ERP server, like not for ERP, just for finding the ERP server and then discovering this interaction has renewed my desire to continue fishing. This is so great. This is fantastic. I literally don't have to move my mouse. Right. This is the splash zone buff. This is fantastic. This is amazing. Erotic role, yes. Wait, did you just get here? Like 20-ish minutes ago, Heaven Labelle saw. So somebody asked me about like what server I'm on, or like how someone can join from the European server to the United States server, and I showed my characters, like my character layout and the little campfire that you have, and then I showed what server I'm on, and Heaven Labelle saw that I had a character on the was it Moonguard? On the Moonguard server, which apparently is an ERP server, or like a roleplay server. And apparently a lot of people use it for erotic roleplay. So I was encouraged to sign into that because I was curious why I had a character on an ERP server. So I signed in and I was guided to Goldshire Inn, where there was like a nice, wholesome, communal environment where people were just like standing around and enjoying themselves and like MMORPG, basically. But yeah, it seems like a lot of people there are actually erotically role-playing, because I went upstairs and I definitely did not spy on a guy getting a blowjob, but it's like a nice, wholesome, pleasant place to just hang out. You know, it sort of like reminds me of Las Vegas. Obviously, there's no like public sex, but it's like I sometimes like sit on the Las Vegas Strip, just like having lunch or something. I just people watch. I enjoy people watching. So this is basically the equivalent of like people watching. It's great. Send the clip again? Sure. This is the clip of me absolutely not finding somebody getting a blowjob and then running away. No, I'm not going to go to a brothel. It's less interesting in a brothel because people are actually there to have sex. But like the Las Vegas Strip is interesting because people are just there living their lives. And I'm just like, oops. And it's just like fun observing. Parkzer, if you go back to the ERP server, may I share some hidden RP and ERP spots for you to check out, all easily findable in Stormwind? Sure, I guess. The reason why I peeked into the room and so I peeked, but then I ran away once the actual blowjob started is because I don't want to cause like discomfort or like actually make people upset at me. Even though this is a video game where people can go wherever, obviously there's a very strong culture of erotic roleplay in that community. And I don't want to be somebody who shows up and ruins the experience for someone. So I think it's funny if there is some random person who just like peeks in, but once his purchased services actually started, I wanted to actually genuinely give them privacy, just so that they can just enjoy their role playing. So if the places that you're showing me are going to be like public-ish places where I'm not actually going to be degrading their roleplay experience, then yes, I will check it out during my next break. If they wanted to ERP in private, there are 1,000 places in the world in Azeroth to be, including and not including instance areas. Okay. Hey, although it's funny to think that I'm an ERP expert, I have never actually been on an ERP or like roleplay server and seen the roleplay happen. So I'd rather, I guess, err on the side of caution as opposed to just barging in. But I used to be on Moonguard as a starter account because role players are bored AF and will help me farm starter account gear. I mean, I guess that is a convenient way to level up and get better gear. Yes. I think they enjoyed the audience. You know, it's not impossible for me to peek in and then ask if I can sit in the cuck chair. However, I feel like that is too sexual for Twitch chat, or for Twitch streaming, which is why I did not participate. Also, I don't know them, so I don't think I would even do that at all. I'm literally, in real life, the type of person who does not even get sexual attraction from random people unless they're my close friends anyway. So, I feel like it'd be strange to go up to a random couple in World of Warcraft and ask to watch their blowjob. But, I mean, you are absolutely welcome to do so. I don't think I will like the experience. Some ERP... Oh, you got auto-modded. Hold on, let me collect my fish. Oh, I was too late. Here, let me allow your message. Some ERPers are probably into your cuck ERP. I am not into cuck ERP though. I would never actually, although it is, so I feel like the origin of the cuck thing here is that I have streamed from hotel rooms and Chad has pointed out the cuck chair in the hotel room. So I think that is like where the origin of that came from, because I don't remember it coming up at all before that. But believe it or not, I am not actually into being a cuck, so I would not actually roleplay that. Parkzer, it's a chair, not a chair, it's a throne. Okay, my apologies. I would not participate in being a cuck by sitting on the cuck throne. If you would like to teach me more things about World of Warcraft, you are more than welcome to do so. I am literally sitting here fishing because I want the fishing achievements, but if there's fun, interesting things to do in World of Warcraft that you want to show me, I am absolutely on board. I sort of got bored of the storyline because I don't want to like repeat my progression all the time. So like my eye level is low because I don't want to just grind gear over and over. So if there are other things that I can do in World of Warcraft that are funny like that, then I am happy to join in and check it out. I was only watching because I thought you were a cuckold. Okay. I'm sorry you had to figure out this way. Let me take a water break. I keep on approving people's messages that include the word cuck, but it seems like Automod is insistent on filtering this out. There are quests where you can do puzzles for secret mounts like a giant worm and a unicorn. I actually have a lot of mounts. Just kidding, I don't have a lot of mounts. This is funny because I feel like I've been collecting mounts forever, but I literally, okay, that's a lot of mounts. I have 132 out of like 5 trillion mounts apparently. Parks will show your pets. Apparently I have 360 pets out of also 5 trillion pets. Oh, I have a present. Hello, Doomfeathers. Hello, Hope Flutter. Is this from the pre-order? I mentioned this at the beginning of my stream today, but for those who are coming in more recently, I tried to resub to World of Warcraft because I don't have an active ongoing sub. I usually only resub for like 1 month at a time when I want to play, and then I take very long breaks. I tried to resub to World of Warcraft earlier today, and I tried 4 different payment methods, and all of them got rejected. And it would not let me resub for $14.99. And then I saw that if you pre-order the expansion, it comes with 30 days of game time if you pre-order the most expensive version. I was like, okay, I really want to play and stream World of Warcraft today. I might as well test this out. Surely, if it rejected 4 payment methods for a $15.99 transaction, it's not going to let me buy an $89.99 transaction. So I tried it, and it worked. So now I have the most expensive version pre-ordered of the new expansion, just so I could get 30 days of game time to play today. So I got hard trolled. WoW doesn't have real game masters anymore, so you can't even fix it live. Oh, I was trying to sub off stream. I am very I handle a lot of confidential information. I work in corporate operations, so I do like a lot of legal and finance work. So I would never actually show the process on stream. And so I tried it all offline. I am hoping that it just happened to be a temporary problem and that, I was trying to pay within the client. I was trying to buy it on the Battle.net client. Oh, I guess I probably should have tried on Firefox too, instead of just using the launcher. That's a good idea. Well, either way, I was able to successfully pre-order the most expensive expansion bundle in the launcher. So I'm hoping that it was just a temporary problem where like the first 4 times that I tried it, there was just a server error, and it just happened to fix itself right after that. And then afterwards, now it is okay. And it was just coincidental timing that it just happened to be the time that I bought a $90 option. Using the browser usually works better than using the launcher. I'm actually surprised that I did not think of that. I'm usually good with troubleshooting, but I guess if that also didn't work, I might have thought of that. But I was rushed to try and go live without stalling too much. So I ended up just buying the new expansion, which is fine. I mean, I'll play the new expansion. I'll probably play the storyline a bit. I've been enjoying like achievements and collections way more than where's the new world? It's here, right? I've been enjoying like achievements more than the actual storyline. So, like, I have all these add-ons that help me find like things, like collecting cosmetics and treasures and achievements. So, I feel like I'm going to turn into a World of Warcraft player who doesn't actually does the story or quests and just does side quests like people watching or achievement collecting or fishing for 5.5 hours. You have all the things. Let me check. I don't. It seems like I have deadly boss mods. It's handy notes, I think, is what is giving me all the info. Handy notes and... yeah, handy notes. But I'll definitely check out all the things, because that definitely sounds like an add-on where you absolutely get all the things. New expansion is player housing. I did see that. Please invite us all to your house to ERP. Oh, I wonder if player housing will make role-playing better or worse. Because if it's... Because right now, people are congregating in Goldshire Inn because there's no private place to go. But if there's a private place to go, I wonder if it'll be less populated in the inn. Anyone got that site that calculates the most optimal mount farm route for you? Yeah, like I'm far more willing and would enjoy doing side things like that, just like getting mounts and like pets as opposed to gearing up. So as long as I'm able to have a standard of item level or like a level of item level where I can like easily kill things, I'd much rather do much rather do like mount hunting, like you said. It's like the add-on for what you're describing. It gives you a % of all collectibles in the whole game and the zone you're in. All the things. I'll DM it to Fummy. Putting this here as a note. I should get the WoW add-on, all the things for collection stuff. Okay, I sent a message to Fummy. As someone in the non-erotic roleplay community, both. And then alternative also is saying it'll make both. Okay, I mean, that's good. Will houses... The inn is instanced, right? So if there's like too many people in the inn, then you'll just phase out into a different layer. So I guess having housing would not unilaterally reduce the number of players. It would just unilaterally reduce the number of layers. Because I feel like there would still be enough people to fill a full layer, right? Yeah. ERPers have been shafted since layering. Ah, you're mentioning it literally right now. There's already private instances with things like garrisons, which probably not affect Goldshire. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Try to do Lucid Nightmare. It's a mount hunt with loads of puzzles and a maze. It would be fun to watch on stream. Lucid Nightmare. Lucid Nightmare. Wow. I am not sure if you've been around for my previous streams, but just in case you have just recently found me in the World of Warcraft category, I usually don't stream. I'm only streaming 12 days in a row for my holiday recess for my company because I call it the 12 days of Christmas with Santatum Parkzer. And I don't stream often, so this might be the last time you're seeing me stream World of Warcraft for another year. But I will absolutely add this to my list for, like, for example, next year's 12 Days of Christmas. Lucid Nightmare. Okay, I'll edit my message to Fummy and add this. For collection stuff, and also look into the Lucid Nightmare mount quest line. Excellent. I'm glad you are giving me suggestions about how I can enjoy my World of Warcraft experience without having to feel like I just need to grind all the time. Lucid Nightmare is a shadow unicorn would suit your shadow priest. I feel like I'm always in shadow form though, right? So I usually use this. I feel like any mount basically fits well with Shadow Priest because it also turns into shadow form. I guess it'd be good for people who don't have the glyph that turns your mount also shadow form. Your realm was Lightbringer, yes. I have 7 characters on Lightbringer, 1 on, was it Hydral? 1 on a very horde-heavy server, and then 1 in Moonguard, which we just discovered. Are you sure you can go 1 year without ERPing on the throne? To be clear, the ERPing part, yes, I will not be ERPing, but I genuinely think I will actually go and just like sit there and enjoy Goldshire Inn. Maybe even probably today, after I am done streaming, I will get food and I'll probably just sit in Goldshire Inn on my second monitor and just watch it while eating. Which I guess is why? Because it's just fun to watch. I think you're not seeing the magic in it that I see because first of all, is it okay to ask people on Twitch how old they are, or is that like a privacy violation? Is that against TOS to ask people how old they are? I'm 33. And in the old days of MMORPGs, the magical part about MMORPGs is the community aspect of it. And it has really gone away ever since like modern MMOs. In World of Warcraft, the expansions make it so that there's very few people running around questing together with you in old expansions. One of the reasons why I want to start playing Guild Wars 2 is because I saw that it was horizontal progression. So it means that no matter where you are in the world, there's a high chance that there's going to be a lot of people running around because none of the content goes defunct afterwards. So, or like it doesn't get outdated afterwards. I saw somebody use the word defunct in chat and I was reading that chat message while I was talking and I said defunct. The old expansions don't like really expire, or the old zones don't expire because Guild Wars 2 people have to constantly cycle back for newer content. So wait, what was the question? What kind of books do you recommend for illiterate folks? Books for illiterate folks. Is this a trick question? I guess picture books? What time zone are you in? I am in Pacific time zone. US Pacific. So it is currently 12:14 a.m. I think we get the magic, but still wonder why. So I actually discussed this earlier, but during my high school... Oh my god, I forgot to pick up the fish before plopping the line back out. In high school and like early college, I played a ton of games. And I really enjoyed the community aspect of MMORPGs. I played a game called Terra, and I was in a guild in Terra, and I did a lot of community activities in Terra, and I sort of missed the community aspect of like having a guild and seeing people run around in open world and doing fun things together with them. And it gives me a lot of nostalgia to see that again. So I think a lot of why this is like extra magical for me beyond just regular people playing MMORPGs is because it reminds me of like a more peaceful and less adult time in my life where it's like in my late teens and early 20s where it was just far more calm. To be clear, I love my life right now. So I'm not like I'm complaining about life right now, but it's like a different nostalgic feeling that it reminds me of, which is why I really like it. Parkzer is the top type of guy to unironically watch porn for the plot. You know, never mind. I'm sure it's very magical to you, but I personally can't imagine watching that and then not thinking about the absolute masturbation in the room. I mean, they're literally not here. I don't know. I feel like I just have an easier time of like not thinking about it or not caring. because like that's just their business. That's not me. I'm here enjoying it, obviously because of the gameplay and just like the community feature of it. I don't know. Yeah, I am, funny enough, not really like that disgusted by it. If I like start visualizing like random men across the world masturbating onto their and like coming onto their keyboards, then yes, that's repulsive. But yeah, to me that is like not that repulsive, I guess. My 8th or 9th grade history teacher once told me to stay away from World of Warcraft and RuneScape because it would make me a communist or fascist depending on where I ended up in the game? Why? A communist or a fascist? Are you sure your teacher didn't just say that to try and make you not play video games? Because I played both. I played a ton of RuneScape. I absolutely cannot think of a way that RuneScape would turn you communist. In fact, RuneScape, I'd say, teaches you about capitalism and like the United States economy. Because there's like a free market in RuneScape. I think your teacher was just scaring you, trying to scare you to try and make you not play video games. He was about to say that he does, in fact, do that. Do what? Do... There's like 3 things that I said recently, so I can't quite grasp what you were referring to there. Where did you get that Darkrai emote? Ah, sign up for Prime Gaming to use Darkrai in chat. I have Prime. Did my Amazon Prime run out? I don't have that. Oh, I do. Oh, I do have that. Oh, nice. What other Pokemon are there? Do they have Absol? They should make an Absol emote. Boo. What if it was random women across the world masturbating? I mean, that's better, but it's still not particularly compelling. It's definitely better than random men masturbating across the world. RuneScape is very capitalism. Ah, RuneScape even has the downfalls of bad versions of capitalism, because I was one of them. Because I scammed people in RuneScape. I've told this story a couple times, once in a while, but I was one of the people who participated in rug pull guilds and rug pull clans, where it's like where we ran pump and dump scams. Where it's like we would say there'd be a clan, and we would recruit members and be like, "Hey, these grapes, right now they're 200 gold each, but we're gonna pump it up to 10,000 gold. We're gonna flood the market with so much demand for grapes in the Grand Exchange. That's gonna be worth so much. And then once we hit the peak, we're gonna sell them all off, and we're all gonna be rich from grapes." People would join in on that because they think they're in on the clan, and they'll join the group and start buying a ton of grapes. What they didn't realize is that the actual clan members, which is basically the clan, the guild leader and like a few in-group people, so like for example me, we would know months ahead of time what item we are going to pump and dump, and we slowly buy in a ton of that item. So for example, for grapes, before it would climb, we would we would buy little bits of grapes every day, like a couple thousand each day. Eventually we would stockpile oodles upon oodles of grapes. And then we would start recruiting people saying, hey, we're going to pump grapes. We're going to scam all these people and it's going to be so great. We're all going to be rich. So they would all buy grapes. And then we would tell them, we're going to sell at 10,000. Everybody's going to dump at 10,000 and we're all going to be rich. And then we would dump at like 5,000. So we would like 100x our money, or like 50 to 100x our money. And the people who would be joining the clan in order to scam other people would end up being the ones getting scammed. So yeah, RuneScape definitely taught some people about scams. To be clear, back then, it was not against the rules. After it became rampant, Jagex added rules where it said market manipulation of that manner is not allowed. So it is no longer allowed. Let me see if you should sell all the fish you catch on the auction house. Am I really catching that valuable of fish? Oh my god. If you're an actual World of Warcraft player, you're going to judge me for this mount. I have this mount. Sewer carp. They are 5 silver each. Not bad. Fountain goldfish. $35 silver each? Why? Oh, that's great. Oh, wait. Okay. That's not great. This is actually not that much. I got confused because I thought this was... My brain is calibrated to Classic. WoW Classic. And this is an insane amount of money. Not insane. This is a lot of money. And then I realized I'm in retail. I have 277,000 gold. Okay, well... This is still fine. I'll still sell it. Why not? I want to keep these because I want to see how many times I've casted my line. They recently added a new form for Darkrai, and it looks like a big, giant asshole. Is it the new Mega Darkrai? Mega Darkrai new. That's what your asshole looks like? I think there may be something wrong with your asshole. I need to make this my wake-up alarm. Why? What did I say? I don't remember. What? Huh? It's illegal now. It's like 50% of the game. Back when I played, yes, it is now explicitly against the rules to do pump and dumps in RuneScape. So you can actually be banned from RuneScape from doing pump and dumps now. Did you justify it by saying you were taking money from people who wanted to scam other people, or did you just not care? This was when I was in like 8th grade. This was like 8th and 9th grade. So late middle school, early high school. So I don't think I had a well-established sense of morals or ethics as much as I do during adulthood. And then Also, I probably just didn't really see it as like, even back then, I would not have scammed a real human being. But I think the fact that it was just on the internet, and not even that, it was just like, for me, I wasn't even the one who was like actively trying to recruit people. I was just participating in the grand exchange element of it. So to me, it was like very separated from human ethics and like just proper morals. So to me back then, it did not feel like a scam. I think in my brain, I knew that it was scammy, but it didn't genuinely feel as if I was scamming someone. And then now when I think back on it, it absolutely feels like a scam because now I like actually understand the consequence of, or like the meaning of it. But yeah, now it is very difficult to pull that off because people will get banned for it. I mean, I guess in old school, I don't know, but in RuneScape 3, I don't think it's really a thing. Obviously, there's still plenty of scammers, and like baiters, but yeah, I don't think it's anywhere near as common. Either that, or maybe I'm just not paying attention closely enough. What are your preferences between World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV? I like World of Warcraft for the achievements and like just the side missions, like fishing and sided quests. And now apparently sitting in Goldshire and Moonguard. For Final Fantasy XIV, I like it better when I am looking for a good storyline. I'm not the biggest fan of the most recent expansion's storyline. I think it's a little bit underwhelming, but I really liked the past storyline expansion, the storylines of the past expansions in Final Fantasy XIV. World of Warcraft, I usually just go around and like grind things for like therapeutic purposes. Like this is, to me, is like very calming, just like fishing over and over again. As of right now, I'm trying to find the giant sewer rat, which is a thing you can fish up here with like a 0.3% chance. So I'm just doing that. So I guess if I'm looking more for a peaceful experience, I prefer World of Warcraft. And if I'm more into it and want like a integrated, captivating experience, I like Final Fantasy XIV. What's the difference between classic and retail? Retail is the modern version, which is what I'm playing right now, that has everything built up ever since its launch, and it just builds on itself. There's a lot more convenience features, and it's a lot easier. It's a lot more forgiving. You generally only get to the difficult content once you get into sort of like late game raids and dungeons, where there's like a difficulty level called Mythic. So first of all, as a disclaimer, I don't play World of Warcraft regularly, so it may be better for somebody in chat to actually answer this question, but from my understanding, things only truly get really difficult once you get into Mythic level content. While on the other hand, Classic is very punishing for mistakes because it's not fine-tuned to have a smooth gaming experience. So it's not that the game itself is hard, it's just that unexpected wild things pop up that you have to account for. For example, when I played hardcore World of Warcraft Classic, I died from just like random elite mobs spawning on top of me and then just one-shotting me. There's like a lot of silly things in Classic that a lot of modern game design has addressed and fixed and has mitigated through convenience features or quality of life features, but Classic does not really have that much. Also, that's like one facet, that's one perspective of it. Again, I feel like people who are actually more familiar with World of Warcraft would be able to get a better answer. There's drops for World of Warcraft. What do you mean? What do you mean there are drops for World of Warcraft? This game revolves around drops. If there's no drops, there's no progression. I am literally getting drops from my fish bobber. When you see the thing pop up in the corner, that's literally me picking up a drop from my fishing pole. My loading screen on the ship to Stormwind took so long I had to take the ship. I took the ship back. Oh! Okay, you couldn't get off in time. Are you trying to come join me for fishing for the giant sewer rat? Are you in Stormwind? You're close then. If you finish your tutorial island and you're in Stormwind, you are very close to reaching me to come fish together with me. Okay, going to Porter Room. Excellent. Do you know how to get here? Do you know how to find your way to here? I have a mount that lets people ride me. I think it's this one, right? This is the mount where someone can get on my back. So I can fly people around in this mount. So if you get lost, I can technically go find you and bring you here. Is WoW worth getting if I don't have much experience with this type of game? Sort of, because World of Warcraft is free for the trial. So you can test it out. And that's actually a question that you can answer for yourself. It's very difficult for me to answer for you because it's like there's so many different elements to World of Warcraft, but there is a free trial. Is it up to level 20 maybe? So you can try a bunch of different classes, test them out. I think you can even I think you can do a test run of a class at a high level. Like you can do a temporary boost of your class and try what it's like in the late game. So you can test it out for free. Is this modern or classic? This is modern. This is modern retail World of Warcraft. I sent you a friend request when you were on Moonguard. I believe I'm invisible. I also just like... I get a bunch of friend requests, so I usually just go through and delete all of them. Once in a while. I have like 10 friends on battle.net. I usually only add like my actual real close friends on things. I am a mage. I can help everyone get here. It's actually funny that people have not come to join me on fishing, because I've been in the same location for a very long time. I've fished for almost 6 hours today. Let people ride. Yes. No. Not like that. Yeah. No. Yes and no. This is a mount called Sandstone Drake, where if you are playing together with somebody else, you can hop onto this dragon because there is a saddle on top of the dragon. And if you want to fly around together, that is what I mean. This is... them riding me is not an ERP thing, to be clear. Since I watch your content, you are my close friend. Can I send you... There's actually people who I'm like actually friends with in real life who I still don't add as like friends on Discord because I don't want them to bother me. I might sound like a... I mean, the easiest way to put it is an asshole, but like I may sound very arrogant, but I like my peace and quiet. Custom, it's here, right? No. This? Pre-made groups? Custom. Find group. Is your group in here? Am I missing something? Are you one of these characters? I have it listed as fish for parks, but it's not shown. Are you on Lightbringer? Does that make a difference? Emerald Dream. Maybe that's why. Can you just invite me directly? With are you able to find that username by just and invite me directly to the thing? If you would like to rally a group where we sit here fishing, you are more than welcome to do that. Hey Parkzer, I've been watching your streams for a good 15 minutes now. Ah, hello. I think this makes us BFFs. What's up? Hold on. I'm not creative enough for this, but I'll get back to you. Hello, Gemini. I am still streaming on Twitch right now. Wait, why did my Twitch dashboard crashed? What happened? Please, someone in my chat is calling me their BFF. I want to let them down gently because they are absolutely not my best friend forever. What are some other phrases that have BFF as the acronym that will gently indicate that they are not my best friend? Gemini says, it can be a little awkward when a viewer gets too close too fast. Since you're live, keeping it lighthearted and punny is usually the best way to maintain the vibe without making things weird for the rest of chat. These shift the focus from a one-on-one friendship to the group environment. BFF stands for Best Friday Friend. It's Monday. Big fan of the feed. Broadcast friend forever. Best financial founder. Please do not give me money. Gemini, no, that is incorrect. Do not give me money. Okay, hold on. I need to restart my Firefox again because my Twitch thing crashed again. So I can't see chat right now. My Firefox has been crashing a lot today, and I don't know why. Okay, let me restart Firefox. Oh my god, now World of Warcraft has crashed. What's happening? Hello? Am I still live? Yeah, I am. Well, my World of Warcraft just crashed, so give me a second. I am restarting. So far, every time something of yours has crashed, the stream has not gone. Everything is crashing except for my stream. Does something that I have open have a memory leak or something? I don't understand. Is it just because I've been playing for 6 hours and it's... My game literally won't close. World of Warcraft literally is not in my task manager for me to be able to close it. I only have World of Warcraft voice proxy. How do I close World of Warcraft? I already tried Alt F4. Do I close battle.net? Does that help close World of Warcraft? Okay, well, I'm going to take a break and go to the bathroom. Hopefully this fixes itself. I did close Battle.net. I closed everything World of Warcraft, and it is not closing. So I will take a break for 3 minutes. I will run 3 minutes of ads while I'm gone, and then hopefully this fixes itself while I'm gone. I feel like I should probably hide this just in case it like actually crashes or like shows something that it shouldn't. Why not? Let's take the risk. Oh, okay. I turned it back on and it's not showing up. Well, I don't know. I'll be back in 3 minutes and hopefully it fixes itself by then. I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, I am back. Am I still live? I am. game is still frozen. The game is... Why? Why? Why though? I don't know how to fix this. Oh, at least now it's popping up on... Now it is popping up on my thing. On my task manager, but I can't end the process. It literally won't let me click end process. Hello, Lucy loves Twix. I'm right-clicking and ending task, and that's doing nothing. I'm also hitting the delete key on it, and that's also doing nothing. Debug? Properties? Do I eject the entire SSD that the thing is on? I don't know if ejecting this entirely will make my stream die, but at this point it's like, what? I have literally never had this happen before. I don't know. Do we go back to Gemini? Hello, me again. My World of Warcraft executable file just froze, and I have Task Manager open, and even that won't allow me to close the game. I want to close it so that I can restart it and keep playing. When I hit the delete key in the task manager, nothing happens. Is there a way that I can close this using some other method? Use the task kill. CMD start CMD, run as administrator, yes. Task kill /f/im wow.exe. Error. The process wow.exe with PID 44920 could not be terminated. Reason, there's no running instance of the tasks. You are literally trolling. It's right here. What? What does that even mean? Go to the Details tab. Find wow.exe. Right-click. End process tree. The operation could not be completed. Access is denied. Is there a way to open Task Manager as an administrator? Task Manager. Right click. Oh, Task Manager. Right click and run as administrator. Okay. Details. World of Warcraft. WoW.exe. Right click, end process tree. How? It's still operation could not be completed. Access denied. I wonder. Can I just open it again? Oh? Okay. The solution is to ignore the World of Warcraft that is frozen at the bottom of my screen and to just open World of Warcraft again and just have two worlds of Warcraft. Why does this work? Is this actually going to load? Is this going to work? It froze. Oh my god. I now have two frozen WoWs. You have got to be kidding me. I now have two frozen worlds of Warcraft in my task manager. How does this even happen? I can't kill either of them. Wait. Somebody invited me to a party very shortly before this happened. Is this a thing? Is this like an undiscovered hack or an undiscovered bug? Did I just get did I get hacked through World of Warcraft party system? No, I'm in it too. Okay. Check emails for suspicious logins. I have my phone right here. I keep an eye out on notifications basically throughout the entire stream. Well. Sounds like a graphics issue. So GPU 2, I have three GPUs. One of them is an Intel integrated graphics. One of them is a RTX 5080 laptop that is in the laptop. And one of them is an RTX 5080 that is in a Razer Core V2X. the 5080 laptop is currently 0% usage. So I guess I could open another instance of World of Warcraft to see if this actually triggers something. Is my internal GPU not working? What GPU is this running on? World of Warcraft is literally not running on any GPU right now. What is creating this? What? This is literally the most confusing computer problem I've ever witnessed. World of Warcraft. Can I close it? Okay, I can close it if it's before it freezes. Okay. I've set this to run on my laptop GPU manually. So now I will reopen this. Hello, hero. The cat has arrived. I will reopen. I've closed World of Warcraft number 3. World of Warcraft number 2 and 1 are still frozen on my screen. I'm going to open World of Warcraft number 3. Again, reopen number 3. And this now should go to my laptop GPU. It does not. Okay, the person who was talking about my graphics issue, it seems like that is correct. So something just happened to my integrated laptop GPU. So this is now on my external GPU. So then, if I enter this, I'm entering World of Warcraft number 3.
Did ye find the key yet?
Okay. Am I in? Oh my god, which World of War... What is this gigantic black box on my screen? Oh my god, what is happening? Can I still fish? Okay, well, good news is I can still fish. I have a gigantic black box on my screen now. And this OBS isn't even updating. Add source. Let me do a window capture so you can see this. Because game capture is not working. What is this black screen here? Why do I have a black box here? Oh my god.
Did ye find the key yet?
Wait, why does... Okay, we're on to something. Okay. We did it. Okay, we're back to normal, right? I think this is back to normal. Okay, now I need to make sure that my GPU, external GPU, is not being overloaded because I am also recording this locally at 4K at 40,000 bit rate. 40,000K bit rate. Okay, looks like it is not being overloaded. Okay, this is fine. Also, to be clear, yes, I understand that I could have just restarted my computer. I did not want to split the stream VOD into 2 pieces and like sign out and relog in. And also, if I did that, my local recording would have also been cut into 2 pieces, which would mean that I'd have 2 pieces and I have to concatenate them before uploading to YouTube. 40,000K bitrate. Yes. I am sure. I am recording at 40,000K. Twitch is at 6,000K is the limit, but I record locally at 40,000K in 4K footage. So the resolution is 4 times the number of pixels and many, many more times the number of bitrate. And I do that because YouTube does not have a bitrate limit like... it doesn't have a bitrate limit like Twitch does, so I basically just record it in as high of a quality as I possibly can so I can upload it to YouTube in very high quality. Is WoW running in 4K? Yes, it is. If it was not running in 4K, it would not make sense to record it in 4K. But yes, it is. My World of Warcraft is indeed running in 4K, so the actual recording is just source quality, basically. Oh, I should turn my names back on because we are done ERPing. Name. Friendly player nameplates. Okay, we're back to normal, right? No other issues? No. I do not daily ERP. Parkzer, what does an apple look like? I haven't seen one in 12 minutes. What? What does that even mean? I didn't even show an apple on stream. Huh? Are you okay? Are you high? As long as it keeps working for now. Oh yeah, I reboot every night. Or almost every night. Once every few nights. I used to not restart almost ever because I'd put my laptop in sleep mode. And that would basically just be enough. In sleep mode, it'd just be enough, and I'd just sleep overnight, and then I'd wake it up in the morning and just keep on going. But my current then I switched laptops to a better laptop. But the unfortunate side effect of this is that apparently it does not go to sleep properly. It instead wakes up in the middle of the night, and I cannot figure out why or what is causing it to wake up. So now I just fully shut it down before I go to sleep. So now I restarted this earlier today. So yeah, I mean, it's just a random glitch with the GPU, I guess. I just realized that I'm in a raid group and the text is now covering up UI elements. So my desire for... Oops, that's the wrong one. My desire for peak quality content display is compelling me to adjust this. Excellent. Now there's no UI overlap. For a person who doesn't study STEM, you sure know... I used to code and like do software engineering when I was younger. So I guess I'm fairly familiar with IT related stuff. But yes, I'm generally the computer troubleshooter. Obviously, if I was troubleshooting this in any other scenario, I would have just restarted the computer. That's a very easy first thing to do. But I did not want to do that because that would entail cutting the stream. So I would have to completely shut. So there is technically a way that I could have handled this where I could have unplugged the internet Ethernet cable, and that would have made OBS not send a termination signal to Twitch. So then Twitch would interpret that as a lost signal and not a termination of the stream. And then the not like this face would have come up, the disconnect protection screen would have come up, and I would have had 90 seconds to then completely restart my computer and get back on Twitch in order to save the same VOD. That would have been an option. The problem with that, though, is that my local recording then would have been in 2 pieces, and these local recordings end up being literally hundreds of gigabytes. I very much expect this VOD to be like 100-some gigabytes because of the high bitrate, and I did not want to then, after ending stream, proceed to use FFmpeg to concatenate 2 gigantic pieces of video. So that is why I was trying to desperately figure out how to fix this without having to do a computer restart. But yes, in terms of just general troubleshooting, restarting your computer absolutely is the quickest and easiest way to solve problems. You pivoted from law to computer science, to law from computer science, sort of. I did at one point think I would become a software engineer, but I actually started my undergraduate program considering doing a computer science degree. Hello. Let me shift my thing so you are also in view. Or I guess you can come down here. I started with a computer science program, but I didn't like it very much because computer science is a degree program, at least at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where I went to, was more of a computer history class instead of an actual software engineering class. So I found that to be fairly boring. So I changed very early. I changed my major very early from computer science to a double major in sociology and psychology. You abuse your computer and restart. I mean, technically, I guess I'm abusing my computer because I give it a lot of stuff. I literally have 3 GPUs, 2 of them which are NVIDIA GPUs, RTX graphics cards, and I mean, I use it to a very thorough extent, so I guess I do abuse them. And now my RTX 5080 is being very much abused right now because now it is not only live streaming to Twitch, it is taking the 4K recording and it is running World of Warcraft. Because usually World of Warcraft I have running on my other GPU so that they can share the load, but now everything is literally on my main GPU. We are abusing rocks we've bullied into holding an electric current that stores 1 or 0. Yes. How many fish have I fished? That doesn't sound like too much for 5080. Yeah, I guess not. 5080s are pretty strong. Also, this is World of Warcraft. This is not a gigantic... It's not an intensive game either. And I also have this rate limited to 50 FPS because my stream is... 60 FPS. Because my stream is 60 FPS, so... I don't need 144 hertz refresh rate while fishing just for the own pleasure of my the own pleasure of my eyeballs when even Twitch chat or Twitch can't even see the extra frame rate. So, yeah, it's not too bad. I'm going to count how many fish I've caught. All right. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 2, 4, 6, 8, 200, 2, 4, 6, 8, 300, 20, 40, 60, 75. Is that 4? Did I say 300 or 400? This is 47. So have I caught 450, 425? 422? Is that correct? 422 casts? Oh, wait, there's also partially eaten fish. Where's that? Oh, it's down here. So I'm also catching those. Oh, there's way more that I fished up. There's a lot of them. Oh my god, I've done like 600 casts. I've done like 600 casts here, and I still don't have the stupid achievement. Wait, are you two also going for the achievement for the giant sewer rat, or are you literally just here for fun to fish? Did you know that you can customize your bobber, like turn it into a duck or boat to increase its size? I did, but I don't remember where to do that anymore. Is it a toy? Is it in my toy box? Search. Bobber. Oh, a tugboat. Okay. Now my bobber is a tugboat. How do I join you in fishing? Could the person who set up this group please invite this chatter to our fishing group? I didn't set it up. Somebody in my Twitch chat set up the raid group, and I joined. Funny enough, this group was set up while I was struggling to reopen World of Warcraft. Because my World of Warcraft crashed not too long ago. So, oh, you have a... Is this the fish head one? Or the cat head? Fish head. Cat head one? I saw that in my toy box as well. But I thought it was a bit morbid to throw a cat head into the water to catch fish. If someone... who's the party leader? I believe this is the party leader. So, if you are able to... I think the command is it /join? /join RIVEDANGL. I think that might be the command to join, and then that'll send a signal to the party leader. But if that doesn't work, then I'm not sure. Hopefully this person notices Twitch chat. The cat can get the rat for you. That'd be very funny if there was like a secret buff that gives you bonus % chance to catch the rat. I assume you already got the actual coin achievement? Yes. Coin Master. I got this today. Apparently, I have had the silver achievement ever since March of 2014. And then I finished the final 2 coins that I needed for the final 2 achievements, and I got this earlier today. So this was pretty quick. So funny enough, a majority of the day today has been me trying to get this stupid giant sewer rat. You're fishing next to me at the fountain. Ah, there were, I did notice a few people stopped by when I was at the coin fountain earlier. I remember when it crashed absolutely not good times. No more crashes. I find the increased bobber size help when you're selfishly fishing. Does it matter what size your bobber is? I am currently using the interact button on my keyboard. Previously, when I was clicking on it, then yes, it would have helped a lot. But someone earlier taught me that you can just hit the interact button on your keyboard instead of clicking on the bobber. So I've just been using the interact button this entire time, which is a whole lot more convenient because now I can talk with this hand and still catch the fish. Yes, I am one-handed gaming. You know, technically, I have one hand here. But you don't know if I'm using the other hand for ERP between the fishing casts. I mean, what? Is that 2 GPUs in the same computer? It's it's 2 GPUs in the laptop and 1 external. So I have a Intel integrated graphics card that comes like with the CPU, I think it is. I have an NVIDIA 5080 RTX 5080 laptop GPU that also came with the laptop. And then I have an NVIDIA RTX 5080 desktop GPU that is connected to my laptop via a Thunderbolt 5 cable inside a Razer Core Razer Core V2X is an external GPU enclosure. So that is housing my 5080. So I have way too much gear to be streaming World of Warcraft, but yes, I have 3 GPUs. That wouldn't be RP though, that would just be E. Are you having ERP with rolls? The next time that I take a break... Oh, am I fishing? The next time I take a break, I will go back into the ERP world so that you all can watch the ERP while I'm out stretching and getting another drink. You make a blog post of all your streaming gear? I have an Amazon storefront that I slowly started making. Oh my god, what is this? I can't see the water. Let me see if I can find it. This is what I use to stream. This is all the equipment and add-on stuff that I have. Not everything here is in active use, obviously. So, for example, the laptop is the laptop that I'm actually using. The DDR5 RAM is the actual RAM that I upgraded to, or upgraded with. The SSD is not really that relevant, but it's currently holding the local recording. CalDigit TS5 Plus I'm actively using. The monitors I'm obviously actively using. The camera and the lens is this camera, and then the second camera on there is usually the other POV that I have, but I have not used that ever since I became a digital nomad. Elgato to Camlink is what I'm using. This is the Shure SM7DB. The MVX2U is this interface right here. And then, this is what you're looking for. The Core X V2 external graphics enclosure and the 5080, RTX 5080. That is the external enclosure that I use. I find it weird how I see the chat messages quicker on the stream than I do in stream chat. That is a problem. Or that is an error. Or that is not intended, rather. I have a 6-second delay on my chat. So if somebody posts something stupid, I can delete it within 6 seconds and it won't appear on my stream chat. When I have the actual Twitch chat embedded in my screen, that 6-second delay works. The problem is that this embedded Twitch chat, I think, uses the Twitch chat API and not actual Twitch chat. So because it's the API, I think it's exempt from the 6-second rule. Which is a problem because that defeats the purpose of me having the 6 seconds delay. But I suspect that is why there's a delay. Yes, I'm actually stretching. I'm actually stretching. I'm not going to secretly masturbate for 3 minutes and then coming back. I am stretching and refilling my drink or getting another can of soft drink. Still fishing for the sewer rat? Yep. Still haven't found it. I've caught all of this stuff and uncovered all of this junk here. I think did this also come to... I found 18 drowned rats, but not the big one. I think this is also stuff I fished up. This also is from this. I fished up all of this, but still no giant sewer rat. Stretching is also slang for smoking a spliff or ripping a bong. I will also not be getting high while I am taking a break from streaming. Reflex test. Delete this message within 6 seconds. Oops. I accidentally pinned it. How do you feel about, what did you type? I only see purr in your message. Also, that is your first time chat. Did you sub before you chatted? Hello. Oh yeah, I am very bad at banning people. I think there's a way to like add shortcut mod icons to your Twitch chat in the creator dashboard so that you can easily like one-click ban people or one-click timeout people. I don't have that turned on. And I think I've turned it on one time and then it turned itself off. So I figured it was destiny to not have that. So I don't have the shortcuts. No, it was not a gifted sub. I see in my activity feed from 38 minutes ago, Lucy Loves Twix just subscribed. So, it looks like Lucy... Oh, it was a Twitch Prime sub. Okay, that is less funny, but still pretty funny that you sub before you talk. I was asking your opinion of the soda that is... Pepper with the doctorate? Oh, Dr. Pepper. Oh my god, why did it take me so long to figure that out? I will come back with some Dr. Pepper after my break. Dr. Dr. Pepper's fine. I actually like the company Dr. Pepper because Dr. Pepper is like an innovator. I like how Dr. Pepper innovates because they came up with like a bunch of different unique flavors that you don't usually see. I really like the blackberry Dr. Pepper and the strawberry Dr. Pepper. I like the ones with like the additives, like the additives. Why did I call it additives? Like the syrups or like the extra flavors in Dr. Pepper. And I actually have some here. So I will come back shortly with my blackberry Dr. Pepper. It's probably a good time to take a break right now anyway. It's 7 hours in. And if I wanna, I don't know if I'm gonna keep on fishing until I get this today, but if I want to find this rat, I feel like I have to pace out my breaks and take more breaks so that I don't get too exhausted. Okay, what do you think about Mountain Dew flavors? I like Baja Blast. I like the regular ones. Every time I see a new Mountain Dew flavor, I will always go try it. But not all of them are zero sugar, and I try to avoid sugar because I already have so much sugar in my like food diet. So I like to avoid sugar in soft drinks. So I'll try it once at least, but the only Dr. Pepper, or the only Mountain Dew flavors that I consistently drink are the regular and Baja Blast. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break, stretch. To be clear, I'm stretching, not stretching. I'm literally stretching. Did my game crash? Oh my god, my game crashed again. Why? Can I close it? Or is World of Warcraft number 3 also just permanently stuck open? Oh my god, I literally have 3 frozen World of Warcrafts. Why is this happening? I don't know. Yo no comprendo. Oh my god. I can't close this one in Task Manager either. Parkzer, are you embarazada about the crash? Does that mean pregnant? I'm pretty sure that means pregnant. Do you speak Spanish? I'm opening World of Warcraft number 4. This is absolutely absurd. I have 4 World of Warcrafts open, 3 of which are so frozen that they will not close. Okay, you know what? This is fine. This is a good chance for me to go to our ERP server so that while I am taking a quick break, you can watch Goldshire in ERP. No, there is a task to end, but the task cannot be ended. I'm clicking end process and nothing happens. Okay. Enjoy watching people ERP. I will be back in 3 minutes. Oh yeah, Alt-Z. There you go. Okay, hello. I am back. How do I unselect? There. I have returned with Blackberry Dr. Pepper. I just got here. How has the fishing been going? Oh. As you can see, the fishing has been going fantastic. You know, we should enjoy this moment and eat some popcorn. I think I'm in a layer of this that is far less populated. I think there's a lot more people earlier. Are you in a brothel right now? I wouldn't say you're wrong. Oh wait, I just realized this person who's dancing for us is covered by my webcam. My apologies. Oh. I should eat some pistachios too. This feels gross. What, pistachios? Pistachios are great. This is delicious. We're taking a quick snack break. I'll be returning to fishing shortly after our snack break. Why do you pronounce pistachios like... Don't tell me pistachios is actually pronounced pistachios or something. What was the word from earlier? Bipedal? Human and bipedal. Why is this a thing in WoW? Why not? Oh. Uh-oh. I think this is Alliance. This is an Alliance character. I'm not the person dancing. I am the person seated back here. This is me here. This is my Void Elf. Earlier, we discovered that I'm apparently on an ERP server. So somebody showed me the glories of this inn, of Goldshire Inn, which I'd never seen before. It was like so wholesome. This is like so many people just like coming together as a community and just like spending time together. So yeah, while I'm taking a quick snack break, we are just enjoying and having a great time in the Goldshire Inn. Notice he has the in-game chat hidden. Oh, I turned it off because I turned off the interface. Goldshire is always a meetup spot on any server, including Lightbringer. It's where most people go for 1v1 duels. I was not aware of that. I don't think I've even been in Goldshire in retail WoW for years. I think I was here in 2013 or 2014 because I was a human. So I leveled through this zone. And I literally think I've never been back here again since then. I visited Goldshire Inn on Classic when I was leveling as a human, but I like didn't even realize this was a thing. It was great. Does the E in ERP stand for electric or erotic? It stands for erotic. Okay. I'm done snacking. I'm going to wash my hands, wash the chili roasted powder off my fingers, and then we will resume fishing. Okay, I will log out and switch to Dalaran. You should participate in more in their culture, Parkzer. Do some ERP.
Did you find the key yet?
Hello. Earlier, we accidentally ran into a guy who was getting a blowjob from a character. And at first, I was like peeking in, but then I wanted to be considerate because I don't know what the culture of the ERP is like. Like, I don't know if I am there by the door, if that's considered a violation of privacy. So once they actually started, I left. Although it is very funny to like barge into people erotically role-playing in this game, I still don't want to actually cause them distress. So I didn't actually watch. I want to show you some Stormwind ERP. I guess you're late, but I guess next break. If I don't find this stupid giant sewer rat in the next 1 hour, I guess I will take another quick break before I continue fishing, and then during that break, you can show me around other areas in Stormwind. You would definitely not consider it with your pet blatantly in the doorway. Oh, I'm supposed to unsummon my pet. Yeah, I guess the pet ruins immersion. Okay. Once I switch during the next break, I will unsummon my pet to make sure that it is not being disruptive. You walking into them doing that and causing distress would be the best thing that could happen. Maybe they feel shame and touch grass. I don't know. What is happening? What are all these effects? Huh? I'm just here fishing. I am on Lightbringer. If you'd like to join with fishing, you can contact Derived Angel on Storm Rage. I believe that is the party leader, and then you are welcome to join the party. I am currently fishing up a giant sewer rat to do the I Smell a Giant Rat achievement. I've been here for a while. I did the coin quest earlier today, but the coin quest only required 2 additional coins, because apparently I did a majority of it back in 2014 anyway. So that was quick. And then I've just been here literally fishing the same spot for hours upon hours looking for this rat. Parkzer, can you even show ERP on YouTube? That's why I've been cautious on... So, if it's literally just gameplay, normal gameplay, then I think that should technically be fine. This is why I haven't been aggressively engaging in ERP, because then I feel like it would be a violation of Twitch and YouTube terms of service for the video footage. But technically, I'm just sitting there. I'm just sitting in an inn. And if they really wanted privacy, a better place... Yeah. It's almost as if... So, I guess technically it's not impossible that it was literally part of their lore that... Or part of their ERP that they're in a room where you can literally not close the door. So I guess technically you're not wrong that they may have been building that into their roleplay. What is this? What is this glowing thing that I have above me? This is... What's on the floor? What happened? What is that? I will move over here. They want people in the splash zone. Oh, is this somebody in my party doing this? How do I leave the party? I went to leave the party so that I would stop having the glowing effect on me, and my game crashed. And now there is a different World of Warcraft under this that's showing. Oh, you see the World of Warcraft you see on my screen right now? This is World of Warcraft number 3. I'm pretty sure this is World of Warcraft number 3. It came up from under. Number 4 fully crashed. Number 4 is completely gone. So I'm reopening World of Warcraft number 4. For those who have recently joined, my World of Warcraft has been crashing for the past couple hours, and I've been trying to fix it, and it's not fixing. So the solution that I found is that, so like, the crashed World of Warcrafts stay as dead World of Warcrafts in the background. And when I open Task Manager to try and close it, it literally will not let me terminate the process. So the solution that I found to this is that I just keep on opening more and more Worlds of Warcraft. I'm wondering if the party thing is actually the problem. Because this started when I first joined a party. The first time it crashed was when I was in a party. So I'm wondering if it's like an add-on problem.
I need a target.
Do I uncheck load out-of-date add-ons? I guess I'll uncheck that. Do I uncheck voiceover mod? And then reload? Can you hit delete on World of Warcraft? I did and nothing happens. It literally will not let me terminate the process. Okay, now that this person cannot put glowy things to distract my thing, I will go back to my original spot. Yeah, I spent how long? Like 10, 15 minutes trying to solve the problem and nothing worked. So I just opened another World of Warcraft. Even Task Manager, yep, Task Manager did not work. I opened Task Manager and even opened a second Task Manager as run as admin, and even that did not work. So I literally just have dead Worlds of Warcraft that are frozen, running in the background. I have 3 frozen Worlds of Warcraft in the background. So it's so easy on... So apparently Windows also has like a kill switch kind of thing where like it's like a kill process or whatever. I tried that and it said that the process didn't exist even though it clearly existed. So I have literally never seen this happen before, and I didn't want to completely restart my computer because then my stream VOD would be segmented. So this is my alternate solution, is to just continue opening Worlds of Warcraft. I think this is number 6, and then 2 of them successfully closed, I think. Are you going to have World of Warcraft apps forever? Yeah, I think so. Up until the point where I restart. So, I mean, I'm hoping that eventually I fish up the stupid giant rat. So I'm probably going to try and keep streaming until I find the giant rat and do that achievement. So, for however long that takes, I will just have many Worlds of Warcraft in the background. Good morning, Mac. I am indeed on Windows 11. It could be hardware corruption. I'm not sure. Haven't figured it out. My memory's at 48% usage. I'm at 46.1 gigabytes used out of 95.4 available. So, although it would be very funny if 96 gigabytes of RAM was not enough, I don't think that is the problem. Yeah, Windows literally is gaslighting me. It's making me think. It's trying to convince me that the apps are not open and open at the same time, and I cannot kill them. But yeah, I think this is like a GPU problem, I think, because usually I have 3 total GPUs. Usually I run World of Warcraft on my laptop GPU. My integrated GPU handles like Firefox and like other apps like that. And then my external 5080 runs the OBS stuff. So like streaming and recording locally at 4K. And my laptop GPU refuses to hook onto the process of World of Warcraft. So I think this might just be a hardware issue, which hopefully is just resolved by restarting. And if not, then I would just update my drivers on NVIDIA and then hope that that works as well, I guess. I haven't updated my drivers for like maybe 3 months, I think. So that might solve it as well. ask Copilot to close the background windows. That is funny, and I would have tried it, but I uninstalled Copilot because I didn't want it popping up and farming my data and reading all my stuff. So I uninstalled a lot of Windows bloatware, so I don't actually even have Cortana or Copilot anywhere on my computer. Rats usually don't swim. I think that's why you're supposed... I think that's why it's an achievement. It's because it's not supposed to be in there. Fish up the giant sewer rat from the underbelly in Dalaran. Do you have gaming mode or power savings mode disabled? I have it just on high performance mode. So, there was like an Xbox gaming mode thing, and I uninstalled that too. And I just use regular high performance. And then in my BIOS, I also have it just as maximum high performance. I don't have it overclocked. I just have it at just like standard 100% full performance. Do the other World of Warcraft processes use resources? Good question. Let me check. Okay, so this one is using... Oh. This one is using 5 gigabytes of RAM. The one that crashed first is still using 2.3 gigabytes of RAM. And then the ones that crashed second and third are 35 megabytes and 9 megabytes. So World of Warcraft number 1 is still occupying resources. Number 2 and number 3 have released all resources, or most resources. And then this one is just using a normal amount of resources. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. As I said, this is probably... I've done a lot of troubleshooting. I used to like be in tech. I used to be a software engineer for fun. And I like even used to run IT at Tempo as well as one of my many duties. This is probably one of the strangest things that I've seen. And I think those who are asking whether it's a hardware problem, I think you're onto something. I think you're correct, because I think the reason why I've never seen something like this is because it might be related to a dual GPU setup, where one is an integrated GPU, one is an external one, and you manually assign GPUs to things. Because I've never seen anybody else do that before. So I'm guessing that has something to do with it. And that's probably why I have never seen this problem, because no one else has like a setup as strange as mine. Maybe a bit flip is causing problems. Do you have ECC memory? Let me Google that to see if I already know what that is, but I'm just not familiar with the name. Error correcting code is a specialized RAM that detects and corrects internal data corruption. I have Crucial 96 gigabyte DDR5 RAM, 5600 megahertz. Considering that Crucial, before they decided to abandon all of us, was a very popular RAM manufacturer, I'm guessing that it has ECC in it. Oh, it's not. I do not have ECC RAM. This is specifically non-ECC. So maybe you're right. Maybe it is just a error in RAM. It might also be because usually if I run into a problem like this, I don't even try and troubleshoot. I just restart the computer. So I've never even gotten to this phase of troubleshooting before. I've just been desperately not trying to restart my computer because I don't want to fragment my stream VOD into multiple parts. Hardest one to get rid of is Edge. I believe you are not able to get rid of Edge. I believe Edge is coded as a critical component of the operating system. I have never heard of anyone successfully uninstalling Edge. I would like to, Can you even uninstall Copilot on Windows 11? I think so. Control panel. Yeah, I don't think I have Copilot at all. I'm searching for like Copilot in my start menu as well, and I literally don't have the app. So whatever I did before, I deleted it completely. Don't you usually stream with that setup though? Yeah, I do. So it might have just been an issue with... So what I was saying earlier is that this happened the instant I joined a party. Because somebody invited me to the party, so I'm guessing that it might have been some sort of catastrophic interaction with add-ons, where it's possible that one of my add-ons had a graphics rendering issue, and it sort of just borked the laptop GPU temporarily. Because also when I went to like try and click on this interface to leave my party earlier, it also crashed again. So I don't know. You'd be surprised how much RAM doesn't come with ECC. Yeah. I assumed that all of it would come with ECC, but I guess mine doesn't. Have you tried putting it in rice and hoping an Asian comes and fixes it overnight? What Asian? I am the Asian who would come in to fix it overnight. There are no other convenient Asians nearby to fix my computer. The Asian is literally me. You know what Clive did, but you were able to break edge enough to be... I'm also worried that if I try and break things too much in World of Warcraft, that are not in World of Warcraft, in Windows, that it'll like actually break my computer. So I'm concerned to like destroy things too much. Is it a thin laptop or a gaming laptop? It is designed as a gaming laptop. It is... I can actually tell you the exact model. It is the Asus ROG Strix Scar 16. So it is very much a gaming laptop. It's actually, it is... the reason I picked it is because it was one of the first laptops that had Thunderbolt 5 support in it. Because I actually specifically wanted to do this external GPU setup. So... I'm aware that it's probably not the optimal route to get leading technology right away, but I mean, I guess I figured I would give it a gamble, and up until this point, everything has been working fantastic. Why does Microsoft want us to use Edge? Because they can collect your data while you use Edge. There are a lot of data collection things where they will basically stalk what you do and figure out how you are using the software, and they take your data. So they want more data. That's why it's free. Usually if something is free, you're paying for it somehow. So if it's not like literal complete charity, you're paying for the thing. A lot of Google stuff is free because they collect your data and they're able to market to you in a way that uses your data. They can sell the data to other third-party entities. So if something is free, you should be fairly suspicious about it. The problem is that Microsoft Windows is not free, and they are still taking your data. But I would have switched to Linux a very long time ago, but the problem is that Linux does not support Adobe products, and I use a lot of Adobe products, and there's a decent amount of incompatibility issues. And then, to make things worse, I tried to dual boot Linux and Windows on my computer, but I found out too late that Windows was installed on a hard drive system. It's like a certain type of RAID system where it does not support Linux operating systems. So my option to dual boot Linux is either to take a risk and my only options are either to take a risk and change the way that my hard drive is formatted, or like the way that the hard drive is like physically interpreted by the BIOS, which has a risk of wiping my entire hard drive in order to then make it findable and seeable by Linux to install it onto a partition, or I just deal with it. So for now, I've just decided to deal with it. But at some point, yes, I will start using Linux instead. I've already tried out Ubuntu before, and I have a virtual machine that has Linux Mint in it, so I sometimes use that. The unfortunate thing is that it's not quite as seamless in a virtual machine, and I have some compatibility issues with it anyway, so at some point I would like to move on to Linux and then like possibly have Windows only installed on a secondary laptop or like a secondary machine to use it just for the things that I need for the software for Windows, and then transfer everything over to my NAS and then finish working on it on my Linux computer. But that is probably, for as long as Tempo is around, I'd probably not do that because I feel like this is going to be like a multi-day project. But at some point, I would like to do that. I guess as soon as you're able to reboot it, it'll be fine. Yep. Yeah, I expect it to go back to normal after a reboot. I've had plenty of computer problems, and I just never bothered troubleshooting them, because if you restarted it, it fixes itself. My final scan before I give up on grinding in Pokemon? I don't understand the context of your question, but sure. I will bless your Pokemon. Uninstalling will cause major problems. That's what I'm concerned about. I heard that if you do it precisely correctly, it is fine. But for me, it's not really worth the risk. If I really put my mind to it, I can fix things if some things go wrong. But it's like, I don't want to put the time effort into it. It's like not worth the risk. Because if something does go wrong, I'm basically out of commission for a day. And for me, a day is a lot. Because I do a lot of stuff with my day. So I just didn't want to bother. When you successfully work the GPU, it's satisfying. I assume you are referring to when I was mentioning about how so few people have like this external GPU setup. But yes, it took me about 2 hours to fully figure out, because I had driver issues. What I ultimately had to do was completely nuke everything NVIDIA related from my computer. And then from the NVIDIA website, I had to download only the driver with no NVIDIA control panel software, install only the driver. And then at that point, it finally recognized that I had 2 GPUs. And then after that, after the driver was installed, then I let it install the control panel afterwards. So it took a bit of time and effort to figure it out. But yes, it is very rewarding because now I can split up my GPU processing between 2 NVIDIA GPUs. And it is very nice. I wouldn't advise to try breaking it like I did for a very computer like yours. I like experimenting things, but it doesn't go well all the time, and my computer is not a beast. If I truly wanted to experiment... So, when I was younger, I liked just experimenting with tech, just like seeing how things work. That's actually probably how I got into IT and getting good at troubleshooting computers. It's because I just sort of just tried things. So if I really wanted to do that, I'd probably test it out on a virtual machine first, and then I tested out on a Windows virtual machine, and then if it actually works, then I'd remember how I did it and implement it on my main computer. But yeah, I too liked experimenting when I was younger. Is it weird that I'm totally fine with my data being sold? Like I just don't care what they're gonna do with it? I don't know if it's weird or not, but I would not want to have tech companies knowing what I'm doing, I guess. I guess there's two elements of concern. The first degree of concern is that the tech companies themselves will abuse the data and do something with it that they're not supposed to. The second is that they can sell the data to other entities that will, again, do something that they're not supposed to do with it. The third is that hackers can get access to the data. So say that I actually fully trusted Microsoft with my data. There can be instances where Microsoft sells the data to other companies. So even if I trust Microsoft, I can't trust the people that they work together with. This is actually a topic that we had briefly discussed during our Lego building stream with Fummy. Apparently, cell phone providers, literally all the major cell phone providers in the United States, AT&T, Sprint, T-Mobile, and Verizon, I believe are the four, sold your GPS data to bounty hunters, to law enforcement, and other entities that do not actually have the business to handle your data. If you have nothing to hide, then sure, that's fine. But you don't know how the government is going to change. And the United States, the reason why US people are so obsessed with guns and protecting themselves from government tyranny is that the government can change. It can slowly shift little by little up to a point where you can't tell that it changed. So it's not like it's going to be like a government takeover, but policies can change little by little up to a point where the government has policies that you may disagree with and you may become an enemy of the government. So, for example, easy example here is that at a federal level in the United States, it is illegal to use marijuana products. At a state level, it is fine, but at a federal level, it is illegal. Imagine if the federal government started to enforce the marijuana ban or the outlawed marijuana usage and started putting people in federal prison after charging them federally because they're breaking federal law. So even if you are in a state, for example, like California, where you are allowed to consume cannabis, the government, let's imagine the government started going after you. It would really suck if your cell phone provider, AT&T, took your data and sold it to the federal government, and they now know where you live, so they can go after you to charge you for possession of marijuana at a federal level instead of a state level. There are scenarios like that where you can have a disagreement with the government, either at like a philosophical level like that or a legal level, where it's just like it's not good to let people know of your private stuff. Even if you have nothing to hide in the current state of the world, you may have something to hide in the future state of the world, because the future state of the world may disagree with a core moral or belief that you have, or a core value that you have, which then turns you into the, in quotes, the bad guy in the eyes of the government. So there's that problem. And then going back to my original 3-item list, number 3 is hackers. Even if I trust Microsoft to not do something malicious with my data, I don't trust that their security system will forever be secure. One thing that I always advise of people is you don't know what you don't know. So you have to really be vigilant about getting caught off guard by things that you don't even know exists. So for example, Microsoft thinks that they have the smartest cybersecurity experts, but it is very possible that there is someone out there who has developed some sort of hacking tool that nobody has ever even imagined before that is basically pioneering that area of hacking. And you don't know if they're going to randomly strike Microsoft at some point to steal all their data. They then can take that data and, for example, sell it on the dark web. And then someone who wants me to die, which hopefully there's not too many people left like that. But I'm sure there's plenty of people from like over 10 years ago when I was a very unpleasant person who was like very aggressive and retaliatory and vengeful. There's probably people out there who wanted me dead back then. So people who have access to dark web and a bit of cryptocurrency can then take all your data, find your address, and go after you and try to kill you. So those are like two examples that I have of like why you don't want you in my opinion, you should at least, even if you don't care, you should at least have it in the back of your mind just in case. And that's basically the reasoning behind why I am pretty privacy focused and why I like turn off all the customization options, why I have like a NAS instead of using cloud storage, why I take care of things on my own, why I don't subscribe to like GPS services or convenience services, why on my phone I turn off location when I don't need it, when I'm not using Google Maps. So stuff like that. That was a very long answer. I'm probably very behind on chat now. If you partition the drive, you can have separate operating systems on the same drive. Yep. Problem though isn't usually, it's usually Windows, as it is a bad habit of assuming the drive is installed belongs entirely. Yes. So I've heard that Windows, the boot drive, the boot system on Windows will overwrite the multi-boot system sometimes. And my laptop, it has the hard drive set up in a way that it is optimized specifically for Windows to the extent that Linux cannot even recognize that the drive exists. So that's my problem. If I can redo the drive in a way that Windows knows that it's being shared, but that is risky because I've heard horror stories of people accidentally wiping their entire drives while going through that process, which is why I just haven't really had the initiative to do that. Did you shiny hunt in Pokemon? Not in Pokemon, but in MMO. I did shiny hunt for a bit. I did not find any shinies. I'll be playing MMO again the night of December 31st. So if you want to watch me play Pokemon, that would be a good chance to do so. The rat that's running around here is not the rat that I need to catch. The rat that I need to catch has to actually come out of the water. But yeah, that small rat has been running around for a while. How long ago was this? Because Sprint's been dead for a while. Maybe it wasn't Sprint. I don't know. But I know for a fact that Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, so all the major carriers. Is there a fourth major carrier now? Or is it just those three now? But all the major carriers were involved in selling data to like bounty hunters and police officers. So, yeah, it's like the scenario that I just said. If a government official wants to come after me for something that is illegal but shouldn't be illegal, there's a phase where the law changes and there's like a transition phase where like for example, if action A is currently illegal, the reason it would become legal is because a majority of people think that action A is okay to do. So in between the time that people think it's okay and the law actually says it's okay, a lot of people will be performing action A. And bounty hunters and law enforcement officials and police officers, in my opinion, do not have any business knowing what I am doing in between that in-between period so that they can then come after me to take vigilante justice or whatever during that in-between period to try and retaliate against me for whatever reason, to try and put me in the justice system with that extra information. Will that actually happen? I assume not. But is it worth taking the risk? I also think no. What is a bounty hunter in this current age? It is, if you have a warrant for your arrest, a bounty hunter can sometimes go help find the person. So in the United States, the justice system works with a premise of innocent until proven guilty. So if a police officer observes you committing a crime, the police officer will arrest you and book you into jail. And then at that time, you are technically not technically, you are literally not proven to be guilty. Thus, you are innocent. Innocent people shouldn't have to stay in jail. So there's a bond system where you pay the... What entity do you pay? Is it just the government jurisdiction that arrested you, I guess? So you pay the government jurisdiction that arrested you, and you say, in exchange for me paying my $10,000 bond, this means that, or like bail and bond are also different. In exchange for me paying $10,000, you let me free. That is my warranty. The $10,000 is my warranty that I will come back and I will promise that I will show up in court. If I do not show up in court, you keep the $10,000. It's basically what that system is. A lot of people, I don't know about a lot, but there are people who pay their bail, get out, and then proceed to not show up in court. If that happens, then the court or the judge will issue a warrant for your arrest, which means you, people will then go out and collect your body, basically. And they will arrest you and bring you back to prison. And I believe bounty hunters are involved in that process. I don't know the finer details of bounty hunters versus just regular law enforcement officers going to execute arrest warrants, but bounty hunters are basically, to some extent, involved in that process. So that's what that would be in the current age. From what I've seen of America, it's not a great country. I think America is the greatest country in the world. I love America, which is why I still live in it. With that being said, I think every country has downsides to it, and America definitely has its plentiful share of downsides and plentiful share of issues. But I believe that there's no such thing as a categorically good anything. I think everything has trade-offs, and I think one of the processes, one of the things, the finer aspects of life in order to elevate yourself is finding those kinds of trade-offs and mitigating the downsides in order to maximize the upsides. So in that sense, for me, I like the United States, which is why I still live here. I also love the state of Nevada. I think Nevada is very pro-freedoms. Nevada sort of just lets you do whatever you want, as long as you're not really hurting other people. One of my favorite things to say all the time is that Texas claims that it is the state of the free. They claim that in Texas you can do whatever you want, but that is not actually the case if you compare it side by side to Nevada. Nevada actually is the state of the free. So for me, I like to just play the system. I'm not really an activist. I'm not really someone who goes out and tries to change the world. I don't think I'm someone who can really impact the world to that degree. So I've sort of accepted the fact that I would much rather just use the current system and basically optimize my role in the system and live a comfortable life for myself and be able to treat my friends and loved ones to a comfortable life as well. And for someone who sort of does that, I think the United States is a great country. But if that is not your priority, then obviously it's different for everyone. But for me personally, I like the United States. That's why I hate this age verification stuff. Oh yeah, I've heard massive issues with the United Kingdom age verification thing. And yep, if for like Roblox, if they collect your ID, they have it on file. They can pretend like they're going to delete it, but they don't. A lot of them don't. They don't follow their own privacy policies. And the unfortunate thing is that people then get fined, and these corporations end up getting fined a microscopic percentage of like their net income, let alone their gross income. So, like, they're incentivized almost to break the law and then pay a very small fine, and then it's fine. So, yeah, like, if... Also, Discord even got hacked. Discord got hacked and, like, a bunch of IDs from minors got leaked. So, yeah, this is why I do not trust tech companies, basically. I don't want to talk about how it is to be a non-American seeking the new proposal for ESTA requirements. I don't know too much about the process. I haven't really done any visa-related stuff for a very long time, actually. I did a bunch of visa stuff back during our esports years when we had esports players who we wanted to bring in to work and compete in the United States. But that was like 2018 at the latest, I think. So I'm not too familiar with the visa stuff, but I did hear that it got a lot tougher for the United States, which is unfortunate because I am like very pro, although I am anti-DEI, I am very pro genuine diversity. I think having a lot of cultures come together, a lot of different viewpoints and a lot of different diverse kinds of people coming together is great, because then we can share different perspectives and different basically lifestyles and cultures and learn from each other. So I do agree that it sucks that visa issues are happening, but hopefully that I think government tends to like swing back and forth as well, where it's like it's very easy to overcorrect situations. So hopefully this visa stuff is just like somebody trying to overcorrect, and it sort of like neutralizes back to like a stable position soon. ICE. Oh, I forgot about that. You're right. ICE as well. ICE with the data. So it's not even only just regular law enforcement officers and I meant like a criminal, because ICE enforces civil law. So it's not even just bounty hunters and criminal law enforcement. It's literally ICE as well would be, yeah. So yeah, just like in general, I just don't really want my data to be out there and collected. Let's see. If I never turn on my GPS, do they still have access to my location data? Yes. Your cell provider would still have access to that because... Oops, I forgot to collect the fish. Cell providers would have access to that because they have your cell phone pings. So when you have like actual just cell signal, even if you don't have GPS, they have ping data. So they still know where you are. Let me scroll. People have actually been murdered by having the data be sold? Yep. People have died from getting swatted. There's literally a guy who died because I heard a story of somebody having swatted somebody that they met online and they got the wrong address. So people have literally, yes, been murdered because their data got sold. Because the guy, I guess they got killed by law enforcement because they showed up at the wrong house and he was very confused and didn't comply, I'm guessing. But yes, there are many horror stories of people dying unjustly because of just like things that are avoidable by just having your own privacy, basically. Is it ironic that you're privacy focused while you stream with the camera on? Yeah, I mean, to me, I see this basically as a stage. I am sitting here on my little stage, and you are people coming. You all are people coming up to my stage in the audience and watching, I guess. But at least from this, you can't tell private information about me. Oh my god, I keep on hitting the wrong. Google and Microsoft know a lot of private information about you. The amount that you would give away just from having your name and your face on the internet in a live stream is very, very negligible compared to the actual usage data of like your habits and your location and all that. Oh yeah, I am behind on chat because I gave a very long answer to someone. I guess I can scroll a bit faster. Let's say that even the precautions that you take doesn't keep you safe. What is your plan of action? On a case-by-case basis. I can flee to another country. I can just stand my ground. I mean, that's what the Second Amendment is for in the United States, is for government tyranny. So if the government ends up doing something that the people as a whole think that is an abuse of power, if it reaches that point, I mean, I guess I can join the people's militia and just defend myself with firearms. But yeah, I mean, I don't ever actually foresee it happening in my life, but yeah, I mean, I just take it as it comes and just decide on a case-by-case basis whichever one is a most reasonable option. Let's see. Yeah, I'll scroll a little bit quicker so I can catch up to chat. Hello, fellow Nevada enjoyer, Ender Socks. I know Nevada has constitutional carry. I don't know. I think I'm sort of not a fan of constitutional carry. Because one of my concerns for guns in public is I'm worried that somebody who is unqualified to have a firearm tries to be a hero and then shoots me accidentally. Or like somebody who's not qualified to be securing a firearm safely on their body ends up just being a target, and then somebody runs up to them, steals their gun, and shoots innocent people. So I am generally not a fan of just open constitutional carry. I do think I would like there to be some degree of education required. I don't know how familiar you are like with me, but I am like very pro education. I think rather than preventing people from doing things or like creating policies that are restrictive, I think you should just let people be educated and then let them make their decisions on their own. And for firearms, I do think that some degree of training would be nice rather than having just any person who technically with constitutional carry, an 18-year-old who had never shot a gun before could carry a firearm around with them and then try to be a movie hero basically. Because keep in mind, your brain generally isn't fully developed in terms of logic until you are in your mid-20s. So somebody who is 18 could literally have a false perception of their ability to handle a firearm and be a hero. And I am actually genuinely worried that I will get shot by accident. This is also why I have the impression or the general idea of I am not a hero. I just gather and rally up the people who I care about and we just run away from danger rather than me trying to go in and stop people. Because I'm also then concerned that if I try to be a hero and I shoot somebody and I kill them and I save lives because they were an active shooter, but then somebody else shows up late and thinks that I am the active shooter and shoots me, for me, it's not worth it. So I am very much a proud coward when it comes to carrying guns. Wasn't the Discord hack a third-party vendor for ID verification? Oh, was it? I mean, I guess that makes me feel a bit better because Discord is a software that I use a lot to communicate with a lot of people. So it's good to hear that Discord themselves did not get hacked. Let's see. You sound like a Graphene OS user. Almost. I'm willing to try out Graphene OS at some point. I could just, I guess, buy a Pixel and just experiment with it. The two things that have been stopping me is that the first is that I heard there's a bunch of compatibility issues with Graphene OS and some apps, and I cannot really afford to have my main phone randomly bug out while I'm like out and about using it. So that's the main thing. The second is that I sort of just don't have time. If I had a lot more free time, I'd probably be more incentivized to experiment with a lot of this stuff. And I really did experiment a lot when I was younger, but I don't really, like, my life is very full. Like, there's a lot of stuff for me to do. So I'd never really had a chance to experiment and, like, just have fun and, like, be curious about tech for a while now. And, like, technically, I have... the reason I'm streaming so much is because my company is on a 2-week break for our holiday recess, and I'm spending 12 days in a row streaming during that time. So I guess technically if I didn't stream, then I would be having some extra time to just, like, enjoy and, like, read, I guess, and experiment with tech. But I haven't really had a chance to do that too much. I randomly opened your stream and now it's on the background while I try to finish the spelling bee. What do you mean the spelling bee? Isn't the spelling bee like a tournament or like a competition? Where you're, like, actively, like, there spelling words? What? Are you okay? Parkzer, it's been 8 hours and you haven't gotten it yet. The full 8 hours I have not been fishing at this location. I've been fishing at this location, I think, for 6 now. This has been, I think I'm like 6 hours in now. Because I also did the coin achievement as well. So this hasn't been the entire stream. Yes, that sounds familiar. The 2017 Wichita swatting. I think that is the one that I was referring to. What country would you flee to if you had to flee right now? If it was literally immediately, I would go to Canada. If I had some time to prepare, I wouldn't be opposed to living in Japan. Japan was very nice when I went there. I really enjoyed Japan. But if you mean, like, literally immediately, it'd just be Canada. Canada is easiest. Oops. I'm getting slightly warm. Let me turn down the temperature on my heater. Okay, I lowered it from 71 degrees to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. It looks like a lot of this is just conversation among you all. Why did my chair suddenly get higher? Parkzer, I've heard you describe bits and pieces of your job, but I'm curious, can you provide an overall summary of what you do at your job? My formal title is Director of Corporate Operations. I assume you mean my job at Tempo. My formal title is Director of Corporate Operations. I do legal, finance, and HR administration. Legal entails drafting contracts. So if we are hiring a new person, or we are engaging in an independent contractor with a company, or we are... What other contracts do I do? I wrote for a while, I was writing the terms of service and the end user license agreement for the bazaar. So that I had that for a while. The privacy policy. What other contracts do I write? It's mostly just like employment contracts and independent contractor agreements. So there's that element. Legal also has intellectual property. So I do tasks related to trademarks, patents, and this is on both a domestic and international level. So we have trademarks in both the United States and in international countries. Also, I do for legal. I do equity management. So we have a Series Seed, Series A, Series B, and a bunch of convertible notes in between, and a crowd safe. So those are all rounds where the company collected money. This also entails having a lot of investors. So there's investor management, equity management, maintaining the capitalization table, maintaining equity counts. Also do board of directors related work. So that would be, the company has 5 board of directors, and they all make decisions about the company. So I am responsible for overseeing meetings, taking meeting minutes, writing contracts for the consents, written consents. So those are for like shareholder consents where people vote with their shares. The board of directors sometimes votes for stuff. So I have paperwork for that. I do option grants, which is like incentives for compensation. That is like when people get options for stocks when they join the company, and then that has like vesting schedules. So I manage all of that. That is just on the legal side, and I'm sure there's stuff that I'm missing. And then there's just general compliance related matters, making sure we're not breaking any laws. Employment law is a major one. We do have a professional employer organization for that, but I do a lot of my own research and compliance related stuff for labor laws. And then for finance, I do basically all accounting. So that is maintaining money in, money out, profit and loss, balance sheet maintenance, do all payments. I run payroll for staff members, for employees, for independent contractors. I do tax filings. So I do like Form 1099 NECs, 1099 MISCs. I'm the one who authorizes W-2 filings for our PEO. I'm the one who signs off, verifies, approves, and signs off on tax filings for Form 1120 corporate tax returns, where we work with an accounting firm for that. And then HR administration, that also involves like employment contracts, company protection related matters, insurance matters. So employment, EPLI, so the employer protection and liability insurance for our employees. Why do I do so much work? That's sort of like a snippet of like the basic things that I do. That's like the baseline, like minimum stuff that I do on an ongoing basis. And then keep in mind, I've also been with the company for about over 10 years now. I started in September 2015. So it has been 1 year and 3 months. Or, I mean, 10 years and 3 months. So I'm also sort of like the tribal knowledge person, where I sort of just like hold the answers to a lot of things. There's a lot of just general stuff that I have to help out on just because I know a lot of things about how the company has operated. And I also do like engineering and tech related stuff, or I used to, on the side. So I'm very familiar with how like IT platforms work. So when our engineers can't figure something out, they unfortunately sometimes come to me to figure out engineering related stuff. So I'm also like the go-to guy for a bunch of random stuff in the company. What was the question? Oh yeah, so that's what I do at Tempo. That's like my baseline work load at Tempo. Have you ever gambled in Las Vegas? I have gambled $5 of somebody else's money in a blackjack machine and lost it fairly promptly. Apart from that, I otherwise do not gamble. Gamble is very unappealing to me because I know, like, basically the house percentage. It's not possible to get ahead. The more you gamble, the worse it becomes. So funny enough, if you want to get lucky, you gamble one single time in your entire life, and then that's it. And you hope you get lucky. Because the more you gamble, the higher the chance it is that you will lose money. So, if I win the lottery, maybe I'll put like... Oops. If I win the lottery, maybe I put like a few $1 million on black or a few $1 million on red and do roulette on like a table that has only 0 and 00. Because that's like the best bet you have of just like purely getting lucky. But otherwise, I would never actually gamble. I don't get farming in video games. It's a game, not a job. I would not be doing this if I was not also streaming. A big part of me having a pleasant time just fishing here is because Twitch chat is also here and I'm chatting and answering people's questions. I would never, ever sit here for 8 hours by myself fishing for a giant sewer rat that is never showing up. Can we get a Terraria stream? Sure. I think the 12 days of Christmas, like for this session, is full of like things that I want to do. But I'm definitely willing to try Terraria. 6-hour fishing shift, you would have caught what you want IRL by now. Well, I think if you are fishing for a giant sewer rat in real life, I think you would have just as much trouble in real life trying to find a rat with a fishing rod than I am, as I am right now. I use GAAP. Are you an accountant, or do you do finance as well? It's very funny that you are asking that very specific question. But yeah, we're a GAAP company. If I am secretly autistic, it is I guess a secret to me as well. So I guess that is a very well-kept secret. What is this? Why does it let people trade me without me accepting the trade request? What is this? Is this somebody who is watching the stream? One of them is Purple Ribboned Holiday Gift. In this, I got a minion of Grumpus. Oh my god, this is a mount. Someone just gifted me a random mount. Okay, well, fantastic. Thank you. I now have minion of Gumpus. And I also have... What is this? Deal Cartel Oh. Was I supposed to use that? Uh-oh. I earn the right to call yourself one of them for a week. Oh. I don't know what this is. I will keep it in my inventory. Wait, what was the question? Can we all not chat until he catches up? If I'm noticing that there are... if I notice that there's a conversation among people, I've been skipping those sections just to try and catch up to the end of chat. I'm pretty sure they're stingy about paying out. I've seen a few videos about that at times. So games like roulette, it's like very obvious what the odds are. There's black, there's white, there's 0, and there's 00. And some casinos have been trying to edge the odds closer in their favor, and they have started releasing 000 roulette. If you see a roulette table with 000, never, ever play 000 roulette. Literally just go next door and do 00 roulette. So stuff like that, it's like more obvious, but slots, it's not always that blatantly obvious. Slots have pre-programmed systems where they're designed to give about 80 to 90 some percent of the money back to the gambler. It is a percent. If you spam slots over and over and over again, you will not ever get ahead. If you get lucky and you get a big payout, if you, I'm trying to think, I guess technically, if you get a big payout, you're better off quitting. Some people get a big payout, feel happy about it, and keep gambling. You are literally fighting against the system because the system is designed to only return 80 to 90 some percent of your money back. So if you are just aware of that system and its statistics, gambling becomes a lot less interesting for you because like it's obvious that like it's just a numbers game. Like you just literally will not be able to win. So or like get ahead the longer you play. So yeah, because that is like so fresh in my mind, I will not gamble pretty much ever. Not a sewer rat? Did I get a rat? I mean, once I get the giant sewer rat, my screen will glow. Oh my god, I have so many fish. Oh, do you mean the drowned rat? Yeah, this is not the rat that I'm looking for. Oh my god. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 2, 4, 6, 8, 200. Wait. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700. I've cast my line 730 something times. I've been live for 8.5 hours. Yes, I'm fishing for a rat. I'm not even fishing for a fish. I'm fishing for a rat. I smell a giant rat. Fish up the giant sewer rat from the underbelly in Dalaran. This is what I've been fishing for 6.5 hours, because the first 2 hours was something else. If you won the lottery, you already gambled, and then you put it on red and gamble more. Yeah, because once you win the lottery, money is sort of fake. A lot of people go bankrupt because money becomes fake to them, and then they don't realize that money is still money. So I would probably... That's actually... What happened to the Powerball, actually? Powerball. Because the jackpot was like over $1 billion. Did someone win? It looks like the prize reset. So I think someone won. Someone won the $1 billion or something. If I got $1 billion from the Powerball, I'd probably gamble like a few million. I'd probably gamble a few million with like... Actually, I'd probably put like $1 million or $2 million on red or black and roulette with both MGM and Caesars, just so that my play with them is huge and they invite me to their top tier loyalty programs. Because I live in Las Vegas, so it's very convenient to have those statuses with MGM and Caesars, because they're the two major resort owners in Las Vegas. So if I had so much money, if I had $1 billion where it just didn't matter, I'd probably just consider it a donation and then gamble it in MGM and Caesars, and then have them invite me to their Noir program. And I don't know what the Caesars one is called, because technically if you invest the $1 billion properly, the returns from the investment from like dividends far exceeds that. So yeah, I guess I would gamble if I would become a gambler if I won the lottery. But I wouldn't be a routine gambler because I don't find gambling to be fun. So I would drop millions of dollars on a single bet just to get the coin in really high and then just be done with it. It seems like the name of his streamer roommate is banned? Winnie? It shouldn't be banned. Winnie, W-I-N... no. Also, I'm not her roommate anymore, but... I don't think anything in her name would trigger automod. Oh, I'm getting like mild lower back pain. How long has it been since I've taken a break? Should I take another break? Do you want to go watch ERP again while I walk around and stretch for a bit? Okay, I also almost finished this, so I'm signing off for a bit on World of Warcraft. This has been our... Okay. Maybe it was the add-ons that was causing the crashes, because I didn't crash at all. So I disabled the... Oops. Uh-oh. I think I just clicked the wrong button. Okay, this is fine. I think it actually was the party system that was causing the crashes. I think it was like the party system with an interaction with an outdated add-on that was making my game crash. So it might have been like a graphics rendering issue. Because after I left the party, it's been perfectly fine. Okay. I am going to take a 3-minute break. I'm going to get another drink, stretch for a bit. I will be back in 3 minutes, and... Oh, I guess this is not in frame because I'm standing on top of the thing. I guess I'll stand on the floor. I'm going to take a 3-minute break. I'm going to also run 3 minutes of ads while I'm gone so that more people coming in the next hour don't have to watch pre-roll ads. So, I will see you shortly. Okay, I am back. Is the Dr. Pepper person still here? I got a different flavor of Dr. Pepper. This is Dr. Pepper, strawberries and cream. You can tell the lack of regular Parkzer reviewers by how little Parkzer boobs is there. Oh yeah. I assume a lot of people... I've actually been having good World of Warcraft conversation with people. So I assume that people are coming in from like the discovery features. Somebody from chat taught me about this ERP server. So earlier, this is actually Mac before you woke up. If you look at realms here, it'll show you where your characters are. So somebody asked me what server you're on, and I'm on Lightbringer. So I popped this up, or I opened this up just to check to make sure I was actually on Lightbringer, and I showed this screen, and then somebody lit up in chat and asked why I have a server on Moonguard, because apparently Moonguard is the ERP server. So I had no idea. I don't know why I picked Moonguard, so I opened it, and then the person told me to go to Goldshire Inn, and apparently that's where everybody goes to ERP. So Mac, if you look at the Discord server, Tim posted a clip earlier of me walking into somebody getting a blowjob and then running away. So yes, I have been having a very pleasant time with people who are familiar with World of Warcraft teaching me things about World of Warcraft that I did not know. Hello, Lucy. I have strawberries and cream. But yeah, for me, strawberries and cream and blackberry are my two favorite ones. I also do like the regular, like the vanilla cream one. That one's good too. I prefer those over regular Dr. Pepper. And I also like Mr. Pibb. I heard that Mr. Pibb is like the Coca-Cola version of Dr. Pepper. One of my favorite soft drink dispensers is the Coca-Cola Freestyle machine, because you can add syrups to all of your beverages. And Coca-Cola Freestyle machines are usually in like Wendy's and Firehouse Subs. But there is one that is inside Proper Eats at the Aria Hotel and Casino. Sometimes I walk over there just to get a drink and use the Coca-Cola Freestyle machine and just people watch on the Las Vegas Strip. But when I am there, I will get... Whoa! My God, I finally got it! Ah, that took so long! Giant sewer rat. I smell a giant rat. Achievement earned on December 29th. Oh my God, that took so long. There's so many fish. All of this is fish. These are stacks of 20. I have more down here. There's more in this trash pile. All of this is junk that I fished up to try and get this. Goes on forever. I even fished up apparently a rock and a tree branch. Oh. 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 No, I'm not going to sell it on the auction house. I'm going to learn it. I've now learned. Giant sewer rat. This is what I spent 6.5 hours looking for. This stupid little rat. Oh. That was an adventure. Do not Google Rat King. Giant sewer rat is different than Rat King. Giant rat is very different from Rat King. Just so everybody is aware. I'm almost sad that it's over now. What do I do with my time now? I feel like I've lost a figment of purpose in my life. I guess I could do this. Kultiras. Where's that? Dragon Isles. Khazalgar. Does anyone know where Kultiras is? Or Zandalar? What expansion is this? Shadowlands. Dragon Isles. Khazalgar. BFA. How do I get to the BFA zone? Northrend, Pandaria. Shadowlands. Dragon Isles. Khazalgar. Go to the portal room in Stormwind. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess I... How do I get to Stormwind? Is it Khazalgar? I think it might be Khazalgar. Is it this? Oh no, it's not this. Is it this? Oh no, this is a current expansion. Is it Dragon Isles then? Is Dragon Isles where Battle for Azeroth took place? No, that's Dragonflight. Kultiras. I don't have a teleport for that. Why don't I have a teleport for Kultiras? Kultiras. Hold on. First, let me get off of this and summon here. Wormhole. Zandalar. Is it this? It's this, right? Zandalar? Is that where I'm going? Zandalar. This is correct. Okay. Got it. Wait, why is it red?
I can't use that.
Going to Stormwind. Why do I need... Why do I need level 1 engineering in that region? Why do I not even have level... What? How did this happen? Anyway, I will put that on my hotbar for later in case I need to access this again. Okay. You don't have level 1. Apparently I don't. There's like different levels for different crafting, or I mean different zones. And apparently I don't have level 1 engineering in that zone, which means I played so little Battle for Azeroth that I never even activated Battle for Azeroth engineering. Okay. Jade Forest, Dalaran, Caverns of Time, Exidar, Shathroth. It's not there. Is it out here or is it on this side? Founder's Point, Dornegal, Valdraken, Oribos, Borealis. No, we are not gearing. We are fishing. We're doing the real World of Warcraft. Oh, it is Borealis. Borealis is Kultiras. Excellent. I'm glad you started yelling, because I would have literally missed it. What is this? Sure. I don't remember this. Did I even play Battle for... I barely even played Battle for Azeroth. This section is literally... Oh my god. This is how little I played Battle for Azeroth. Why did I hate Battle for Azeroth? What happened? I don't know why I didn't play it. Can I fish from here? No. Surely I can... Why is everything so dark and gloomy? Can I go to sunlight? I'm gonna fish from sunlight. This is unusually epic music for just the starting zone. I need 76 more normal fish. I am not rejoining your party and concerned that was actually what was causing the crashes with the add-ons. Also, somebody in your party was trolling me and putting spotlights on me and made it difficult to see. So, I will just fish here. I mean, you're welcome to come find me, I guess. Everything's so dark. Why is everything so sad? Okay. All right. Excellent. The number is going up and to the right. Wait, Jack, do you actually recognize this place? Do you play World of Warcraft? Wait, Jack, aren't you the same Jack in my Discord server? I did not realize that you played World of Warcraft well enough to be able to identify this. You're literally in World of Warcraft. I mean, I would say you can come fish with me, but my game crashed earlier, like 4 times. And even until now, I have 3 Worlds of Warcraft running in the background that refuse to close. even if I'm trying to kill it with command prompt. I mean, with command prompt and with the task manager. And I'm fairly certain... good night, man with the plan. I'm fairly certain that the party interface conflicted with the add-on interface, and it caused the crashes. It caused like a GPU issue. So I'm not joining a party. Also, the last time I joined a party, some troll started putting gigantic spotlights on top of me. So I moved, and then they did it again on top of me again. So I'm not joining a party. This is a lot more reasonable of an achievement because this is actually counting up to 100, and I can actually see my progress rather than arbitrarily waiting forever to get a stupid giant rat from the sewer. How long have you been playing World of Warcraft? I started playing in Mists of Pandaria, but I've taken very many breaks. I usually only come back just to try out the new content, and then I quit after 1 month. So I usually only get either 30 or 60 day sub periods, and I don't really stick with World of Warcraft. As you can tell, I am way more interested in fishing and other side quests than I am actually playing World of Warcraft. When I was like 6, I wanted to be a game dev, and I did some concept art for a battle pet, and my mom tweeted it at Blizzard, and they saw it added to the game. It's called Crusher. Oh, that's awesome. Do I have it? I wonder if I have Crusher. Oh, I have Crusher. Nice. It would be really funny if you just made it up and you're trolling me. But now, my Crusher is nicknamed Jack Gray. Yeah, I guess I have it. Interesting. I don't remember where I got it from, but I just randomly collect pets and mounts. If you look on the Battle Pet wiki, it actually links the tweet. Ah, I will do that shortly. Okay. World of Warcraft Crusher wiki. Oh my god. You're not trolling. This pet was spawned from a conversation on Twitter in which a mother shared with Blizzard Careers that her 7-year-old son also wanted to be a developer at Blizzard when he grew up. Upon revealing that her son had an idea for a new pet in World of Warcraft, Blizzard encouraged him to share his creation. His mother then replied with a picture of him holding up concept art of his rock golem, which he later named Crusher. Oh my god, it's Jack! It's 7-year-old Jack Gray from 2015. How do you get Crusher? Wowhead Crusher. Pet. I wonder how I got it. It's a vendor pet. It's 1,000 gold. That's so funny that I just happened to just buy this. Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. I saw a little 7-year-old Jack. This is amazing. This is so funny. And I did not expect for you to have a pet in game. What expansion was this? Where is this? Frostwall and Lunarfall. Jack, surely you know. What expansion? Warlords of Draenor. Ah, that's probably why I already have the pet. I made a lot of progress on Warlords of Draenor and Legion. Those were probably the two expansions that I played the most. So, I probably have your pet because it was released in an expansion that I played a ton. Here, I can actually show you that. Reputation. Warlords of Draenor and Legion. I played Legion more, but as you can see, my Legion is literally maxed out in rep. And Warlords of Draenor is pretty high. In comparison, this is my rep usually. Like, I don't really do that much grinding. Battle for Azeroth, you can see it's literally that low. So these are the two expansions that I played the most. So that's why I just randomly had Crusher. Wow. We had two wholesome moments today in this stream. Wholesome moment number 1, we learned about ERP. Wholesome moment number 2, we found out Jack has a pet. Have you done any secret quests yet? Can you be more specific? I don't think so. I've just been sitting here fishing all day. I did the coin achievement where you have to find all the coins inside the... we find coins inside the Dalaran fountain, and then I went into the underbelly below Dalaran to get the giant rat achievement, and then now I am here getting angling for battle. Waste of time, hive mind. I have not heard of either of those. Is that... How do I get those quests? And why are they considered secret quests? How is the ERP moment wholesome? Because it's like a communal thing. It's just like people sitting around and the Goldshire Inn. I didn't realize they did this. One of the things that I really like about old MMORPGs, and I'm like, specifically about my time playing Terra, is just like people running around just in the open world and just like seeing other people play. And that spirit doesn't really exist in World of Warcraft as much anymore. And I missed like the community aspect of MMORPGs. So when I saw a bunch of people sitting in an inn, just enjoying their time and just like existing there, it was like very nostalgic and peaceful. So it's wholesome. Hey Parkzer, what sort of music do you listen to? Pop punk, punk rock, mostly. If you go to parkzer.com/nowplaying, that has links to my Last.fm profile, that has stats on the music that I've listened to lately. But historically, I have generally liked and usually come back to artists like Fall Out Boy, All American Rejects, Sum 41, Blink 182, Green Day. As you mentioned, Motion City Soundtrack. Those are the bands that I usually like. Those are like my homey, as in like not HOMIE, like homey feeling. So like home feeling bands where it's like nostalgic. Yep, I listen to a lot of Green Day. I have not heard of the upcoming game Hytale. It'd be funny if Jack just found that story and is lying about being that kid. I think it's not impossible, but I'm more inclined to believe him because he actually talks a lot in my Discord server. So I feel like the reliability of the information is like a little bit higher compared to if it was just a random chatter. It would be very, very funny if Jack is just making that up and now he just has a crusher named after him. But Jack says, I love ERP and Crusher. I guess I have the same music preference as me. I think you like... Yep, I like Against the Current. I have not heard of All Good Things, and I have not heard of Set It Off. But, yes, I like Against the Current's music. I think Chrissy is a fantastic singer. I used to play League of Legends with her, like, forever ago. She used to be a one-trick Annie player. And she would keep on taking my mid lane, because I was a mid main. But I would always give mid to Chrissy, and then she'd feed. But, yes, I like Against the Current's music. They called him Jack in one of the tweets. Ah. I didn't even notice that. I was so excited at seeing it that I didn't even read the entire tweet. Like, I didn't read it carefully. But yes, that is, that would indeed be a very thorough troll if Jack was not actually Jack. It is funny that your favorite zone is a zone that I have not really ever played. If you like Drustvar, I will fly deeper into it and check it out and fish deeper into the zone, so you can enjoy the environment some more. Is this a river? This is a river, right? Or a pond? Okay. I will fish here for you. So you can... I mean, it's very dark. But I will fish here. Hello, Ryan P. Enemies are cool? Ah. Hello, Rindlewoe. Hopefully there's actually fish in here, and I'm not just fishing up a ton of junk and not doing the achievement. Okay, there is. Excellent. Chrissy's your favorite singer. She has a very enviable voice. I'm impressed at her singing ability. Who did you play the most in League? I started off as a Cho'Gath one-trick, and then I became a Zyra one-trick, and then I became a Quinn one-trick. Those were my mains, but I would literally play Quinn in like every role, including support, and then piss off my AD carry. But one of the things that I did is there used to be a button called Random in Summoner's Rift. And I would pick mid, hit random, and insta-lock. And I made many of my allies angry. So those were the characters that I played the most on Summoner's Rift. And then on Twisted Treeline, I mainly played Singed and just a bunch of bruisers. I was the go-to guy who played Twisted Treeline on Twitch over 10 years ago. So I played more Twisted Treeline than Summoner's Rift, actually. But they deleted Twisted Treeline, so I went to Summoner's Rift for a while. Parkzer, when's the last time you ate? I hear it's good for you. A few hours ago when we were watching the ERP, I had some popcorn. But after I'm done streaming, I will have a full meal. I just noticed that Jack has been unsummoned, probably because I was flying. There. Yo, Parkzer, when I was a kid, my mom tweeted a Pokemon I made to the Pokemon Company, and they made it. It's called Absol. Okay. Do you have the tweets as proof? That would be so funny if Absol was actually a fan-made Pokemon. Never was able to get into League, but yeah. So that's actually why I played Twisted Treeline instead of Summoner's Rift, because I found Summoner's Rift to be slow and boring. I like MMORPGs because I can build up one character basically forever. And I hated the fact that I would just have to do laning phase over and over and over again in League of Legends. Because I liked team fights. So I played quite a bit of ARAM. But that's why I liked Twisted Treeline when it was still a thing. Is because it's just basically a expedited laning phase. And then it's just a lot of team fighting. Parkzer, you mentioned the 2 reasons you would play League of Legends again like 6 hours ago. Oops. If your wife wanted to, would you play Dota? Yeah. I would probably be very accommodating to whomever my wife ends up being. Because I think I'm basically just searching for somebody who has like very good alignment of like morals and values as me, and then from there I sort of just like would let her do whatever. And I am moldable, so as long as the things that I am picky about are met, which would be like the core agreement of morals and ethics and values, I'm sort of like I can do whatever. I'm very flexible. Like literally, if my wife wanted to be a stay-at-home mom, I would gladly let her be a stay-at-home mom. If she wanted to run her own business, I'd gladly be like her operations assistant and like help her out and run her successful business. So I'm not too picky about things like that. It's just the alignment of the morals and values has to be there basically, and like the core. Oops, I was too late. So yeah, if she wanted to play Dota with me, then sure, I'd play Dota. I'm here now. What are the 2 reasons to play League? It is if they brought back Twisted Treeline, which is my... so if you just got here, I see this is your first time chat, so I assume you don't really know too well who I am. I don't stream now anymore. I'm only streaming now because it's the holiday seasons and my company's on break. But over 10 years ago, I used to stream League of Legends full time, and I streamed Twisted Treeline, which is a 3v3 map. And they got rid of that map. And I miss Twisted Treeline. So if they ever brought back Twisted Treeline to League of Legends, I would play again. I would reinstall League of Legends and play again. And if my wife, whomever it ends up being, I'm currently single, but whomever my wife ends up being, if she really loved League of Legends and wanted to use that as like a way to spend time together with me, then I would reinstall League of Legends. I think those are the only 2 reasons. Because otherwise, I think uninstalling League of Legends is probably one of the best decisions I've ever made. Because I have so much more free time now. I hope you fish a wife by the end of the stream. You know, that would be awfully convenient, wouldn't it? What if she wanted you to be a stay-at-home dad? Sure. If she is able to make sufficient income, I mean, I don't know. It's like, I feel like I already have a decent amount where we can live off of, not fully, but there's like, investment returns can snowball very, very quickly. So it's not like she has like that big of a bar to hit in terms of like me being a stay-at-home dad and her working. But yeah, if she really wanted to, then sure. That's what I sort of was implying about if she wants to like create her own business, then I would gladly be like her support staff in that business. I think you said at one point there's one other person somewhere in the world that you would also play League of Legends with. I don't remember. It's possible that I did say that, but I can't think of who that would be. Yeah, I don't remember. That does seem like someone who... that does seem like something I could potentially say, but I can't actually think of who that might be. You also said that we have no way to know who that person is. Is the person real? I mean, I do have really, really close friends who, like, if they desperately wanted to play League of Legends with me, I would think about it. So maybe I was thinking of one of those examples. Hey, Parkzer. About 37 years ago, when I wasn't born yet, you tweeted at Nintendo, okay, about a fan character named Mario. Today, he is their mascot, and they're one of the biggest companies in the world thanks to me. How much did they pay you in royalties? I've only played League for a few days and never logged in after. That sounds like a great decision that you made for yourself. Hello, Mr. Magma Man. I am doing approximately average. It has been fairly uneventful and a smooth and peaceful stream adventure. I have been fishing for 9 hours. And I've been fishing for about 8.5 hours and watching people ERP for about half an hour. It has been quite pleasant. What if Donald Trump asked me to play League on stream? Still no. If Donald Trump wanted to fish with me, either in-game or real life, I'd go fish with Donald Trump, but I would not play League of Legends with Donald Trump. He's not that special. Nine? Yep. You can see the amount of time that I've been live, right? Like somewhere down here if you're on desktop. Oops. It's been 9 hours, 10 minutes, 40 seconds. And a majority of that has been me fishing. And fishing, this is actually a lot more relaxing for me now because previously I was fishing and then right-clicking on the thing to collect the fish. And then fortunately, somebody who actually knows how to play League of Legends, not League of Legends, somebody who actually knows how to play World of Warcraft let me know that I can use my interact button to collect the fish. So that has been way easier. That's how I'm able to fish with this hand up here, is because I'm just using these two fingers to cast my line and then collect the fish. So after that, I actually genuinely think if that person did not tell me about this, I would have stopped stream after getting the giant rat. Because I would have had nowhere near as much stamina. What presidents would you play League with? Probably none. When I say like the only person who I would play League of Legends with is whomever my future wife ends up being, if she desperately wants to play with me as a bonding experience, that's like pretty narrow. I cannot think of any other person who would be able to convince me more than somebody who I pick to be my wife for the rest of my life. What if your wife was the okay, fine. If my wife was the president, then yes, I would technically be playing League of Legends with the president. Oh, come on. It would be hilarious if Trump wanted to play League and you could wipe the floor with him. I feel like it would be funny if Elon Musk wanted to play League of Legends and then someone destroyed him. It would be funny if Elon Musk... What if Elon Musk bought a boosted account? A boosted, like, Masters or Challengers account? And then he was playing League of Legends 5v5s, thinking he could keep up with Challenger players. And then within 5 minutes... Just like how people found out within 5 minutes from Diablo 4 and 5 minutes of Path of Exile 2. People just watch. In League of Legends, they would find out literally faster. They would immediately know. Just by the way you move, I feel like I would be able to figure out. That'd be pretty funny. I wish Elon Musk would do that. It's so funny. I'm just like visualizing and imagining Elon Musk doing the same thing he did for Path of Exile 2, but for League of Legends. I don't know why I find that so funny. And the concept of Trump reaching out to you for anything, especially to play League of Legends, would be hilarious. It would be hilarious, but I think technically it's not impossible. I think statistically on Twitch, I honestly think out of everybody on Twitch, I am one of the more likely people for a campaign of Donald Trump to reach out to me for a sponsorship. So Kamala Harris had a team where they reached out to a ton of influencers and they tried to get people to vote for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump obviously did not do that. But if Donald Trump were to do that, he would not be targeting normal Twitch streamers, because there's no way that he's going to convince far left Twitch viewers to vote for him. He would probably go after the centrists. So I actually think I would be fairly high on the list because I hate both Republicans and Democrats. So I feel like I'm like very high up on the list of like juicy Twitch streamers to be able to influence their chat to vote for them. Donald Trump did a ton of stuff with influencers during the election, way more than Kamala did. Oh, I did hear about that, but I wasn't Donald Trump, wasn't his team like actually like authentic influencer marketing, while Kamala Harris's was like very forced and artificial. But yeah, now that you mentioned that. Oh yeah, didn't he stream with Aiden Ross? Yes, he did. I don't know if he knew what was going on. I don't know if he actually understands what... I don't know if he actually understands what's going on Twitch, but I do recall that yes, he was on Aiden Ross's stream. But with that being said, excellent. I've gotten the achievement. With that being said, I will never ever take a sponsorship from neither a Democrat nor a Republican for Twitch. Because I hate them both. Would you collab with Kamala Harris? There's a higher chance I would collab with Donald Trump than Kamala Harris. Because at least, even though I hate them both, at least with Donald Trump, it would be funny. I feel like collabing with Kamala Harris would just be sad. Okay. To Draenor. Let's see. Does anyone know? Do I need to find pools, special pools to find these special fish? Or can I just fish for these anyway? What about Chase Oliver? Yeah, so if it was a libertarian, I would actually consider it. I would think about it. But yeah, with the existing system, I would not take a sponsorship from the existing system. If there was a chance where like libertarians actually had a chance, and if there's like ranked choice voting, then I would think about it. But as of right now, I probably wouldn't do any. I mean, I don't even take sponsorships non-political either. I don't want sponsorships. Okay. Let's see. Let me see if anyone... Did anyone answer me? Yes, it has to be at a garrison. Garrison. What do you mean has to be at a garrison? There's fishing things at a garrison? Where's my fishing nodes at a garrison? Is it out? Oh, it's out here, right? Here? There is everything at a garrison. You're not wrong. Do I fish in here? Crescent saberfish. I'm just gonna look it up. Okay. Wowhead? Fire... Oh. Enormous fire ammonite. Okay. So it seems like my suspicion was correct. These are special pools inside Frostfire Ridge. And if I don't want to do that, I can get a fire ammonite bait. Are these tradable? They are tradable. Use it and then there on out you'll almost always catch okay. So it seems like I have to go to Frostfire Ridge. Okay. Where is the person who... You need an achievement that takes 12 plus hours. Do you know what the name of the achievement is to get fishing hotspots in your garrison? I didn't even realize that was a thing. Don't link me because your message is going to get blocked. Just tell me the name of the achievement if you could. I wonder how close I am to it. Oh, there's so many treasures that I haven't picked up. Can't you see deleted? I cannot see deleted links on my end. It's because I have that done by auto mod and not by Nightbot. Draenor Angler. The achievement requirement is doing all the achievements that I was trying to do by using this fishing shack. Okay, so it looks like the requirement is that I do actually have to go out and find these in the wild and fish them up. All right, well, guess I'm heading out and heading over to Frostfire Ridge. Why does it say I'm discovering these zones? That makes no sense. I've played so much of this expansion. Would you get sponsored by Volkswagen? No. There's nothing particularly compelling to me about Volkswagen. It seems like a fairly random company to be sponsored by. So no, I'd most likely not take a Volkswagen sponsorship. Why does my message get taken down when you mention Dog Dog? I assume you mean Doug Dog. It's because his fans are... a lot of his fans are very annoying. So they come in here and spam Doug Dug memes and then leave. So I just stop them from saying the word Doug to keep the peace in my chat. Because his fans have a tendency to think that I am just an extension of Doug's stream. So they get very annoying. Would you collab with Jeffrey Epstein if it meant you would get paid $100 million in monthly installments over a period of 50 years? If it was a one-time payment of $100 million, yes. I would do it and then just disappear. Because $100 million is an insane amount of money. Okay, let me pull up the map again and see where the... Okay, it is down south. It's over here. So I guess I fly around here until I see Fire Ammonite. Would they be down here or up there? I assume it's down here, right? Is there an item that brings you to the closest fishing node? I just suddenly had a flashback that that was actually a thing. Grants the undercurrent ability, allowing you to instantly teleport to the nearest Legion fishing node. Well, that sucks. I guess I have to use my eyeballs. Is this a... That is not a fishing node. Is it in the lava? It looks like the... Oh, do I not have TomTom? I think it's in the lava. No, none of these are nodes. Is this a node? Oh, it's a node! It's a node! It's not in the node. I have to put the bobber in the node. Excellent. Can you fish in lava? Apparently. This is the zone where I get 100 fire ammonite fish. Excellent. I already caught my first one. Would you do a collab on Jeffrey's Island for $100 million? $100 million is so much that there isn't much that I would not do for an upfront payment of $100 million. So, most things, yes, I would do it if it also allows me to not take permanent physical damage. So like reputation damage, whatever, I can just disappear. As long as I'm not physically hurt by it, I will most likely say yes to most things that give me $100 million, and then I'll probably just disappear, and no one will ever see me again. Would you kill your friends for $100 million? It depends on the person and whether or not I am for sure able to get away with it. If this was like a government thing where I was granted absolute certain... Oh my god, The node already expired. So like for example, oh, is this one? No. If the government found out that like one of my friends was a threat to national security, like a spy from an enemy that like they're gonna cause harm to the United States, and they employed me to kill this person, and I had absolute indisputable proof that they were going to cause like a national security threat, and I was working together with the government, then yes, I would perform the assassination, take my $100 million and disappear. But in terms of just like casually killing someone, no, I would not do that. Okay, I need to find some more lava. I now know what you mean by this takes like 12 hours. Because you have to fly from lava pool to lava pool. Trying to find a fishing node. There are more towards the center. Would you kill Fummy for $100 million? Same justification as before. It's like same rationale as before. If I somehow find out with indisputable proof that Fummy is like a threat to national security, and I'm working together with the government to stop what I genuinely believe is a severe threat, or otherwise am like doing something for the good of the country, then yes. If not, then no. To be clear, that's what I mean by like depends on the person. Like it depends on like what the person has done, or like the criminal status of the person. I don't mean that I will just like randomly, indiscriminately kill people. Although that would be very funny. Obsidian petroglyph. What is this? Oh. Target is too high level. What does that mean? Oh my god, I have so much junk in my inventory. What model is your semi-hollow guitar? It is a Gretsch. Somebody else asked me this earlier today, and I looked it up specifically because I forgot all the numbers after it, and I forgot it again already. So let me grab it for you. My guitar is this one. Where's your message? Here. I will reply to you. This is my semi-hollow right here. Here somewhere. This one. Oh! Oh! I need to get to the other side. I'm too far away from this side. Does that reach? It does reach. Excellent. Do you ever tutor guitar? Nope. I'm not good enough to tutor guitar. I feel like I myself am the one who needs the tutoring and not being the tutor. How many hours have you played World of Warcraft, roughly? That is in... If you mean today, it's just ever since I started stream, so 9.5 hours. If you mean all time, that is an easy... There's an easy answer. My total time played 45 days, 14 hours, 15 minutes. Though, keep in mind that that does entail... That it does include me just, like, sitting AFK. So, it wouldn't be the full 45 days. So let's say maybe, like... 3/4 of that I'm like actually actively playing. So what would that be, like 700 hours? So I put 700 hours to World of Warcraft. And it does not include my other characters, but I hardly play on my other characters. I have almost no game time on my other characters because they don't have time to play on other characters other than this one. That's not much time for WoW Standard. Yeah, I don't really play games too much. I used to play a lot more before, but yeah. Nowadays, I'd rather like go outside and do tourist activities or like go to a restaurant, go hiking. Is this your most played game? It is not. RuneScape is my most played game. Would you collab with Bill Clinton and cut off his penis on stream? No, I would not. I would also only cut off his penis if I was authorized by the government to do so. For those who are very confused at the question, I believe that men who commit rape should have their penises cut off. I think that is a reasonable and proportional punishment for committing rape. Bill Clinton obviously has committed statutory rape if he is this involved with the Epstein Island. So that is the origin of the question for those who are very confused, because I imagine many people are confused as you just randomly bringing up chopping off Bill Clinton's penis. Oh my god. Okay, first of all, why am I not allowed to carry more of these? And second, do I already have one in my inventory? And second, why do these nodes run out so fast? Can I not carry one because I already have one in my bank? Can you only carry one at a time, including bank? Why is the music so epic? This fishing node changing every 2 minutes is a very not epic thing to happen. Have you heard of Hypixel Skyblock? I have not. That does not sound familiar to me. Okay, I sort of, Oh, fishing node. This is it, right? Fire Ammonite. Okay. I sort of have lost motivation to do this achievement because it's involves so much running around looking for fishing nodes. What about women who commit rape? Haven't thought that far ahead. Not, from what I've seen, not enough women commit rape for me to put that much thought into it. But enough, I've seen enough men commit rape that I have carefully considered whether chopping off their penis in an exchange for committing rape is appropriate. And I've concluded yes. Ow! Oh my god, I tried to push myself up higher on my chair and I punched my desk. This is the most badass fishing I've ever seen. Fishing in lava pools and Draenor. Yeah. What about how bad the system is for wrong convictions? Are you just going to start chopping off dicks and find out people are innocent later? That would suck. If it is absolutely clear that they have committed... Oh my god. The fishing node moved again. Although now I see that there's an icon in the minimap for the fishing node. Oh, okay, that makes it easier. The icon helps a lot. I'll just follow the icon. Have you heard of Dress to Impress? I have. I've never played it, but I did a funny parody IRL version of it with my mod last year, where we got him an outfit so that he would look closer to me. Do you have a country on your list that you haven't visited yet but would like to visit? Singapore, Taiwan, and Antarctica are like my top 3 on my list. It's always been Antarctica because I've always really wanted to see Antarctica. I heard that there is a flight that leaves from Australia. You have got to be kidding me. Can you only fish 4 from each thing? Is it limited to 4? Also, is this going to give me a special drop?
I can't carry any more of those.
Cindermaw's Blazing Talon. I don't need that. They rotate after every 2 to 5 casts? I don't want to do this anymore. I'd literally rather go fish up Old Ironjaw instead of doing this. If I have to go from spot to spot like this. The WoW expansion that I played the most is Legion. Go to Pond Nettle? Where is that? Wowhead, Pond Nettle. This is a mount. Wait, what is Pond Nettle going to do? Does Pond Nettle have an achievement attached to it? Oh. How do I... Oh, it's the mount that you fish... You fish up the mount. Hold on. I just realized. How do I get to Orgrimmar? I am Alliance. Does that mean that I will get killed if I step into Orgrimmar? Is this doable on an Alliance character? But you need an escort into Orgrimmar? Obtain 150 skill points in the Kultiran category of fishing. Did I not play Battle for Azeroth so up to the point where I don't even have Battle for Azeroth fishing unlocked? I never unlocked fishing in Kultiras? What? That is wild. Well, I guess I'm going to unlock fishing for the first time in Kultiras. That is unbelievable to me. I did play Battle for Azeroth to some extent. A little bit. I'm honored with Proudmoore Admiralty. That is crazy that I did not unlock fishing at all. No, I found the big rat. I am now fishing for other fish. Where is the fishing guide? Where do I go to unlock fishing in Kol Tiras? Where are my coordinates? Did I disable my add-on that gives me coordinates? 74.25.7. So I assume it's... This is not helpful. Are there guards that I can ask? Harbor guard.
Something to report?
Trainers. Fishing.
Always.
Up there. Fishing.
Keep it warm, I hope. It's dangerous now.
If I... Okay, so first of all, my Firefox crashed again, so I cannot see chat. If I had unlocked this earlier, I could have already been like level 70. This is so inefficient. Okay, first of all, let me restart Firefox so I can actually see chat again. Okay, hello. Okay, I see chat again. I should have gotten this first. I should have unlocked this first and gotten the other achievement. What is another nice looking zone to fish from? Are there any like bright, happy looking zones? Stormsong Alley looks luscious. I will see if I can fish from Stormsong Valley. Have you slept? I mean, I slept last night. Okay. Does it get brighter in Stormsong Alley? It does. Ooh, nice waterfalls. It's raining. Very scenic. I shall fish here. You did not sleep last night. My sleeping night starts at like 6 a.m. I usually go to sleep between like 3 to 6 a.m. Okay. I will get 175 out of 175 fishing here. And then I will go to sleep. Oh, it's already 4:17 a.m. Wait, why am I... Did I miss the fish? No, I will not be doing an 8-hour guitar stream. I will be doing a 1-song guitar stream. Wait, Jack, why do you like the gloomy place instead of this nice, luscious green place? This is so pleasant. This is dulling the sound effect. I can't hear it. So let me... we can fish while looking at the waterfall. Wow, so nice. Because Drusfar has a nice atmosphere? Wait, so you're saying you like Drusfar's atmosphere more than this green, pleasant area with waterfalls? I think this is very pleasant. Very pleasant and soothing and peaceful. I'm gonna run out of inventory space. You haven't seen Waycrest Manor. What is Waycrest Manor? Is it brighter or darker than this? If it's a manor, I assume it is dull and dim, right? Wait, what do you mean it's too late now? It's 4:19. Sometimes I go to sleep at like 6 a.m., 6:30 a.m. This is not too late. I'm not going to stay up all night. If I try to stay up all night, I guarantee you I will not be able to stream tomorrow. Every time I try to pull an all-nighter or like sleep less, my brain just malfunctions and collapses. I very much need a lot of sleep. I wake up 8 hours after I go to sleep. Well, there's a range. Usually between 7.5 to 9 hours after I go to sleep. Oh, I forgot that sometimes your fishing level doesn't go up with a single catch. Sometimes it requires a few. I guess this might take a while. I should probably take a break and walk around for a bit and stretch and relax before I do 175 more levels of fishing. Parkzer, was the longest you've stayed up for gaming or leisure activities? I think I've made it to like maybe 20-ish hours, but I was just basically non-functional for the final few hours. I very much do not do well with poor sleep. Chat, it's time for your favorite part of the stream. Hold on. It is break time. Also, if my game crashes again, I'm done for today. Uh-oh. I have bad news. The game crashed again. Yep, game crashed. I mean, I'll give it a second. I'll give it a little bit to finish loading because it's still in loading screen technically. It hasn't like fully crashed. It has like the windows, like the dim white screen that says it's like thinking. I inhaled the water, and then the water like moistened some like snot in my nose, and then it like went backwards. That was a very strange experience. Parkzer, how many days are left and what are the next streams? So my last day will be January 2nd. So this Friday will be my last stream, and then I'm back to normal work on January 5th. So on January 2nd, I will start January 2nd in the night or in the evening, continue on until the early hours of January 3rd. And then around that time, I will probably be out of here, actually. And then I'll be some new place, new destination, and I'll be... and then I will be back to normal work on January 5th. So we have 5 more streams left. On the evening of December 31st, I will be playing Poke MMO. And on the evening of January 2nd, I will be playing Farming Simulator 25 with Fummy. And then the other days, I haven't decided for sure yet. There's been a lot less guitar this year. Yes, there has. Because I feel like I've just been playing much longer sessions of the gaming instead of the game portion, instead of guitar. And I am, at this point, too tired and too close to bed because I still have to eat. I still have to eat my meal of the day. So I guess I can try to do a longer one tomorrow or the day after. Because I have 2 days before New Year's Eve where we do the long stream. There's some nice room temperature water. It is. I like both room temperature and cold water. Because cold water is refreshing and room temperature water is easier to drink a lot of at once to just get hydrated really quick. So I actually drink both. Parkzer, I saw you played Duck Detective the other day and was wondering if you've played or heard of Disco Elysium. I have heard of it, but I have not played it. If you have not, it's probably the best detective game made, and if you liked Duck Detective, you definitely like it. So, unfortunately, Disco Elysium and Ace Attorney are two games that I will never play. And the reason for that is because I have a friend named Doug Reedon, and he goes by Doug Online, and his fans have been very ravaging. And one of the things that they do is that they spread misinformation jokes about me, which started as like an inside joke between Doug and me, but then his community sort of just like picked it up and just spiraled it out of control. I will never play those two games because they are games apparently that are very much like Ace Attorney is a lawyer-related game that his fans have wanted me to play, and Disco Elysium is a game that his fans keep on saying that the characters are basically Doug and me in a video game. And I don't want to attract those immature or annoying Doug fans. This is also one of the reasons why I stopped playing Peggle, is because it just got to a point where it was just like very annoying. So unfortunately, although I appreciate the suggestion because it seems like it was a very thoughtful suggestion, I will be passing on Disco Elysium. You have no idea he is a brilliant guy. I think Doug is he's one of my friends. I actually used to be co-workers with him. So I met him through Tempo because my company that I'm still at. And he's a brilliant guy. I think he's one of the funniest people I know. He's very clever, very creative. But his Twitch chat or like his YouTube fans and his Twitch fans, not necessarily the most pleasant people. So they have a lot of great people in their community and also a lot of people who have made my life very difficult. So I sort of just want to try and shelter myself away from that, I guess. I think they were joking. So, I mean, this is precisely the problem with Doug fans, is that they cannot imagine a world where people like don't know Doug, or like they cannot imagine a way that somebody would exist without knowing Doug. And I just don't understand. Those are the two key things that are strange about his fans, is that they think that everyone knows him all the time, no matter where they are. And then also people associated with Doug, they think that they're just an extension of Doug. They just treat the community as if it's just like the center of the world, where like everything revolves around them and Doug. And they just don't get that there's a reality outside of it. So, so this is actually, funny enough, a perfect example of that happening in real life, is that this guy's assuming that the person who says, I don't know who he is, he's just making a joke saying, he's like insulting them, saying corny ass community, and then just specifying, I don't know who he is. Like, why? Like, I don't get why you think this person is joking. I just don't get it. But anyway, that is why it has gotten to the point where I'm sort of just like, I'm sick of it and done with it. But yeah, unfortunately, it seems like this game is fully frozen, and I'm trying to close it. And this is World of Warcraft number 4 that is not letting me close the game. So, so I think this is the end of World of Warcraft for today. I've also been live for 10 hours with World of Warcraft, so I think this is a completely reasonable place to wrap up as well. Believe in it. I mean, yeah. So this has been an ongoing problem with the game crashing for the past handful of hours. It doesn't let me close it in Task Manager. So I think it's like some like core critical majestic problem with the game. And if I hit like delete on Task Manager or end process, it still doesn't close. I think we give up on World of Warcraft. I think the biggest issue is that people didn't seem to know where the joke ends and the real world begins, and they brought some funny jokes to a place where it's very inappropriate. Yeah, that plus it's just like, just endless, relentless. Like if you hear it over and over and over again, it just gets very annoying. So, yeah, like people not seeing the end of the joke thing is a issue, but also if the same joke gets thrown at you for 4 years, it's also very, very annoying. It's pretty likely they found Parkzer through browsing. I mean, yes, that plus keep in mind I used to stream a long time ago, so I've had a Twitch audience for a very, very long time that far predates Doug. I have many other friends who I join in for collaborations. So this is exactly what I mean by like a lot of Doug fans don't realize that there are other content creators who might have discovered me through other streams. But either way, I am at this point probably just ranting unproductively. I will swap away from World of Warcraft and go to music, and I will finish up with LG FWAD for today.